Chapter 28 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 28 Voices in the Dark. I looked round the cave with mingled feelings. The place itself was, as a natural wonder, superb, but to me, as a treasure hunter, it was a disappointment. In no way did it answer the description of Donde Escoban. However, I did not despair. There were many openings, and some one of them might bring me to the required spot. I passed to the centre of the cavern and looked round. As I did so, I got a momentary fright, for several of the openings were so much alike that only for my rope I would not have been able to distinguish that by which I had come in. The lesson of this shock should not be lost. I must make a mark by which I could distinguish this entrance from the others. No matter where the other openings might lead to, this alone, so far as I could tell, was the one which could lead me to safety. With a heavy pebble I hammered away at the right side of the entrance till I had chipped off a piece of rock. I could tell this place again by sight or by touch. Then I went round the cave examining the various branches. It was here that I began to feel the disadvantage of my imperfect light. I wanted some kind of torch which would give sufficient light to see the whole place at once. One could get no fit idea of proportion by merely making the little patch of dim light from the bicycle lamp travel along the rocky walls. I felt that all this time Marjory must be anxious about me, doubly so since she had no clue to where I had gone. So I determined to come back at once, and postpone the thorough examination of the place until I should have proper appliances. Accordingly I made my way back to the place where Marjory anxiously awaited me. Her reception of me was sweet and tender. It was so natural that its force was hardly manifest. It may have been that my mind was so full of many things that I did not receive her caress with the same singleness of devotion as was my wont. Now that I was assured of her love for me, and since I had called her my wife, my love lost its element of anxiety. It is this security which marks the difference of a husband's love from that of a lover. Doubt is an element of passion, but not of true conjugal love. It was only afterwards, when I was alone, and Marjory's enchanting presence was not with me, that I began to realise through the lenses of memory and imagination the full sweetness of my wife's greeting and her joy at the assurance of my safety. It took a very few moments to tell her all the details of my adventure, and of the conclusion which I had come to as to the need for postponement. She thoroughly agreed with me in the necessity, and we then and there settled that it would be wiser for her to go back to Crom to-night. We were to settle later, when all preparations had been made, when we should again attempt the investigation of the cave. When I had put on dry clothes, we set out for Crom. We walked our bicycles past Whinnyfold, and were grateful for the unique peculiarity of that village, and absence of dogs. We did not light our lamps till we got on the Peterhead road, and we put them out when we got into the mesh of crossroads near Crom. In the wood Marjory once more resumed her footman's coat, and we set out for the castle. On our way we had agreed that it would be best to try the other side of the castle, where it was not likely that any stranger would attempt to approach, as there was only the mossy foot track through the wood by the old chapel. In the later days both Marjory and I had used our opportunities of finding new paths through the wood round the castle, and we had already marked down several tracks which we could follow even in the dark, with a little care. This was almost a necessity, as we had noticed, of late, traces of the watchers round the main gateway through which all in the castle were accustomed to come and go. The path which we took to-night required a long detour of the wood, as it lay right on the other side from the entrance gate. It was only a narrow grass path, beginning between two big trees which stood closely together not very far from one of the flanking mounds or hillocks which here came closer down to the castle than any of the others. The path wound in and out among the tree trunks, till finally it debouched at the back of the old chapel, which stood on a rising rock, hidden in the wood, some 300 feet from the west side of the castle. It was a very old chapel, partly in ruins, and antedating the castle by so many centuries that it was manifestly a relic of the older castle, on whose site Crom was built. It may have been used for service early in the 16th century, but it could not even have been in repair, or even weatherproof, for there were breaches at the end of it in which had taken root seedlings which were now forest trees. There was one old oak whose girth and whose gnarled appearance could not have been achieved within 2 centuries. Not merely the roots, but the very trunk and branches had pushed aside the great stones which lay firmly and massively across the long, low windows peculiar to the place. These windows were mere longitudinal slits in the wall, a sort of organised interstices between great masses of stone. Each of the 3 on either side of the chapel was about 2 feet high and some 6 feet in length. One stone support, irregularly placed, broke the length of each. There was some kind of superstition amongst the servants regarding this place. None of them would under any circumstances go near it at night, and not even in daytime if they could decently excuse themselves. In front of the chapel the way was very much wider. Originally there had been a clear space leading through the wood, but centuries of neglect had done their work. From fallen pine cone and beech mast and acorn, here and there a tree had grown which now made the original broad alleyway a number of tortuous paths between the towering trunks. One of the reasons why we had determined to use this path was that it was noiseless. Grass and moss and rusty heaps of pine needles betrayed no footfall. With care one could come and go unheard. If once she could get through the wood unnoticed, Marjory might steal up to the doorway in the shadow of the castle and let herself in unobserved. We went hand in hand slowly and cautiously, hardly daring to breathe, and after a time that seemed endless came out at the back of the chapel. Then we stole quietly along by the southern wall. As we passed the first window, Marjory, who was ahead of me, stopped and gripped my hand so hard that I knew there must be some good cause for her agitation. She pressed back so that we both stood away from the window opening, which we could just see dimly outlined on the granite wall, the black vacancy showing against the lichen-covered stone. Putting her lips close to my ear, she whispered, "There are people there. I heard them talking." My blood began to run cold. In an instant all the danger in which Marjory stood rushed back upon me. Of late we had been immune from trouble, so that danger which we did not know of seemed to stand far off. But now the place and the hour, the very reputation of the old chapel, all sent back in a flood the fearful imaginings which had assailed me since first I had known of the plot against Marjory. Instinctively my first act was to draw my wife close to me and hold her tight. Even in that moment it was a joy to me to feel that she let herself come willingly. For a few moments we stood silent, with our hearts beating together. Then she whispered to me again, "We must listen. We may perhaps find out who they are, and what they intend." Accordingly we drew again close to the opening, Marjory standing under the aperture, and I beside it, as I found I could hear better in this position. The stooping made the coursing of my own blood sound in my ears. The voice which we first heard was a strong one, for even when toned to a whisper it was resonant as well as harsh and raucous. Then it settled. We wait till we get word from Whiskey Tommy. How long is it likely to be? The answering voice, also a whisper, was smooth and oily but penetrating. Can't say. He has to square the duchy, and they take a lot of sugar, his kind. They're mighty pious when they're right end up, but Lordy, when they're down they're holy terrors. This one is a peach, but he's clever, I will say that, and he knows it. I'm almost sorry we took him in now, though he is so clever. He'd better mind out, though, for none of us love him, and if he goes back on us, or does not come up to the mark—" He stopped. and the sentence was finished by a click which I knew was the snapping of the spring of a bowie knife when it is thrown open. And quite right too. I'm on if need be. And there was another click. The answering voice was strong and resolute, but somehow, for all the wicked intent spoken, it did not sound so evil as the other. I looked at Marjory and saw through the darkness that her eyes were blazing. My heart leaped again. The old pioneer spirit was awake in her, and somehow my dread for her was not the same. She drew close to me and whispered again, "Be ready to get behind the trees at the back. I hear them rising." She was evidently right, for now the voices were easier to hear since the mouths of the speakers were level with the window. A voice, a new one, said, "We must get now. Them boys of Max'll be on their round soon." With a quick movement Marjory doubled under the window and came to me. She whispered as before, "Let us get behind trees in front. We may see them coming through the door, and it will be well to know them." So, motioning to her to go on the side we were on, I slipped round the back, and turning by the other side of the chapel and taking care to duck under the windows, hid myself behind one of the great oak trees in front, to the north of the original clearing. From where I stood I could see Marjory behind a tree across the glade. From where we were we could see any one who left the chapel, for one or other of us commanded the windows, and we both commanded the ruined doorway. We waited and waited and waited, afraid to stir hand or foot, lest we should give a warning to our foes. The time seemed interminable, but no one came out, and we waited on, not daring to stir. Presently I became conscious of two forms stealing between the trees up towards the chapel. I glided further round behind my sheltering tree, and, throwing an anxious glance toward Marjory, was rejoiced to see that she was doing the same. Closer and closer the two forms came. There was not the faintest sound from them. Approaching the doorway from either side, they peered in, listened, and then stole into the darkness between the tree trunks which marked the breach in the wall. I ventured out and slipped behind a tree somewhat nearer. Marjory on her side did the same, and at last we stood behind the two nearest trees, and could both note the doorway and each of us the windows on one side. Then there was a whisper from within. Somehow I expected to hear a pistol shot, or to see a rush of men out through the jagged black of the doorway. Still nothing happened. Then a match was struck within. In the flash I could see the face of the man who had made the light, the keen-eyed messenger of Sam Adams. He held up the light, and to our amazement we could see that, except for the two men whom we had seen go in, the chapel was empty. Marjory flitted over to me and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Men who light up like that aren't likely to stumble over us, if we are decently careful." She was right. The two men, seeing that the place was empty, seemed to cast aside their caution. They came out without much listening, stole behind the chapel, and set off along the narrow pathway through the wood. Marjory whispered to me, "Now is the chance to get in before they come back. You may come with me to the edge of the wood. When I get in, dear, go back home as fast as you can. You must be tired and want rest. Come tomorrow as soon as you can. We have lots to talk over. That chapel must be seen to. There is some mystery there which is bigger than anything we have struck yet. It's no use going into it now. It wants time and thinking over." We were whispering as we walked along, still keeping carefully in the shadow of the trees. Behind the last tree Marjory kissed me. It was her own act, and as impulsively I clasped her tight in my arms, she nestled in to me as though she felt that she belonged there. With a mutual good night and a whispered blessing she stole away into the shadow. I saw her reach the door and disappear through it. I went back to Cruden with my mind in a whirl of thoughts and feelings. Amongst them love was first, with all the unspeakable joy which comes with love that has returned. I felt that I had a right to call Marjory my very own now. Our dangers and hopes and sympathies made a tie which seemed even closer than that tied in the church at Carlisle. End of section 28. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 29 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 29. The Monument. For the remainder of that night, whether rushing home on my bicycle, preparing for rest, lying awake, or even in my sleep, I thought over the mystery of the disappearance of the speakers in the old chapel. Certainly I went to sleep on the thought, and woke with it. It never left me, even after breakfast, as I rode out towards Crom. It was manifest that there must be some secret vault or hiding place in the chapel, or it might be that there was some subterranean passage. If the latter, where did it lead to? Where else, unless to the castle? Such would be the natural inference. The very thought made my blood run cold. It was no wonder that it overspread my mind, to the exclusion of all else. In such case, Marjory's enemies were indeed dangerous, since they held a secret way to her at all times. Once within the castle, it would not be hard to work evil to her. I thought that this morning I would do a little prospecting on my own account. Accordingly I left my bicycle in the wood and went a long circuit, keeping in the shadow of the woods where possible, and elsewhere stealing behind the hedgerows, till I got to the far side of the hill or spur which came nearest to the old chapel. This was one of the hills up whose base the trees ran in flame-shaped patches. Half-way up the woods ceased, and there was a belt of barrenness, outcropping rock, fringed with green grass. The top, like most of the hills or mounds around the castle, was covered with woods, close-growing masses of pine which made a dusk even in the noonday. I took my way up the back of the hill and stole through the wood, carefully keeping a watchful lookout all round me, for I feared the presence of either of the sets of spies. At the very top I came upon a good-sized circle of masonry, low but heavily built of massive stones, completely covered with rich green lichen. The circle was some 15 feet diameter, and the top was slightly arched, as though forming a roof. Leaning over it, I could hear a faint trickle of water. This was evidently the source of the castle supply. I walked round it, examining it carefully. Anything which had any direct communication with the castle was at present of possibly the supremest importance. There was no flaw or opening anywhere, and from the unbroken covering of the stones by the lichen, it was apparent that there had been no disturbance for years. I sat down on the edge of the stonework, and for a long time thought over matters of probability. If underneath me, as was almost to be taken for granted, lay the reservoir of the castle, it must have been made coevally with Crom itself, or even with the older castle on whose ruins it was built. It must be fed by springs in the rock, which formed the base of the hill and cropped out all over it. And if it was not approachable from without, there must be some way of reaching the water from within. It might be that the chamber which contained the reservoir had some other entrance from the hilltop, or from some lower level. Accordingly I made, as I conceived, a bee-line for the castle, till I came to the very base of the hill, for I knew that in matters of water conduit the direct way is always chosen where work has to be done. As I went, I conned the ground carefully. Not merely the surface, for that was a uniform thick coating of brown pine needles, but the general conformation. Where a trench has been made, there is ever after some trace of it to be found. Even if the workmen level the trench most carefully there and then, the percolation of rain through the softer broken earth will make discovery of the change by shrinkage. Here, however, there was no such sign. The ground, so far as one could judge, had never been opened. The trees grew irregularly, and there was no gap such as would be, had one ever been removed. Here and there particles of rock cropped out amongst the pine needles just as anywhere else. If any opening existed, it was not on the direct line between the reservoir and the castle. Back again, I went to the reservoir, and, using it as a base, began to cast around for some opening or sign. I made circles in all directions, just as a retriever does when looking for a fallen partridge in a dry stubble when the scent is killed by heat. At last I came upon something, though whether or not it might have any point of contact with my purpose, I could not at once decide. It was a rude monument of some kind, a boulder placed endwise on a slab of rock, roughly hewn to form a sort of square plinth. This again was surrounded on the outside, for the whole monument was on the very edge of a steeply dipping crag, by a few tiers of rough masonry. The stones were roughly cut and laid together without mortar, or if mortar or cement there had ever been, time and weather had washed it away. In one respect this structure was in contrast to that above the reservoir. There was not a sign of moss or lichen about it. The trees of the wood came close up behind it. In front it was shut out from view below by the branches of a few pine trees, which grew crookedly from a precarious foothold amongst the ledges of rock beneath. As I stood in front of it, I could see nothing immediately below me. However, when I had scrambled to a ledge a few feet lower down, the back wall of the old chapel became visible, though partly obscured by trunks and branches of intervening trees. I searched all over the monument for some inscription, but could see none. Then I stood on the plinth to see if there might be any inscription on the top of the boulder. As I stood, looking over the top of it from the bank, I could just see through a natural alleyway amongst the tree tops, the top of one corner of the castle, that on the side of and farthest from the old chapel. As I looked, a bright thought struck me. Here was a place from which one might correspond with the castle, unseen by anyone save at the one spot. I determined then and there that Marjorie and I should arrange some method of signalling to one another. Somehow this place impressed me, possibly because it was the only thing, except the reservoir, which seemed to have a purpose in the whole scheme of the hilltop. Where there was labour and manifest purpose, there must surely be some connection. I examined all around the place minutely, scrambling down the rocks below and on either side, but always keeping a bright lookout in case of spies. The only thing I noticed was that there seemed a trace of some kind of a pathway through the wood here. It was not sufficiently marked to allow one to accept it with certainty as a pathway, but there is something about a place which is even occasionally trodden which marks it from its surroundings virgin of footsteps. I could not find where the path ended or where it began. It seemed to grow from the monument, but here underfoot was stone and hard gravel, and the wind coming over the steep slope swept the fallen pine needles back amongst the shelter of the trees. After a few hundred yards any suggestion of a pathway disappeared, lost in the aisles of the pine trees spreading round on every side. There was no need of a pathway here where all was open. Once or twice as I searched, the thought came to me that there might be some opening here to a secret way or hiding place, but look how I would, I could not find the faintest trace or suggestion of any opening. In the end I had to take it that the erection was merely a monument or mark of some kind, whose original purpose was probably lost in time. At last, as the day was well on, I made my way back to where my bicycle was hidden, always taking care to keep from observation. Then, emerging on the road, I went as usual through the old ruined gateway and the long winding avenue to the castle. Marjorie met me with an anxious look, and hung on to my arm lovingly as she said, "Oh, you are late. I have been quite nervous all the morning lest anything should have happened to you." Mrs. Jack, after we had greeted, discreetly left us alone, and I told my wife of all that I had thought since we had parted, and of what I had seen on the hilltop. She was delighted at the idea of a means of signalling, and insisted on my coming at once to the roof to make further arrangements and discoveries. We found the spot which I had indicated admirably adapted for our purpose. One could sit on the stone roof, well back from the wall, and, through one of the openings in the castellation, see the top of the monument amongst the tree tops, and could yet be unobserved oneself from any other spot around. The angles of the castellation of the various walls shut out the tops of the other hills or mounds on every side. As the signs of our code were already complete, we had only to fix on some means of signalling A and B. This we did by deciding that by daylight A should be signified by red, and B by white, and at night A by red and B by green. Thus by daylight 2 pocket handkerchiefs of red and white, or 2 flowers of white and red, or a piece of paper and a red leaf or flower would suffice. We fixed on colour as the best representative, as the distance made simplicity necessary. By night an ordinary bicycle lamp with the lens covered could be used. The ordinary red and green side lights could be shown as required. Then and there we arranged that very afternoon, when I had left the castle, I should steal back to the monument, and we should make a trial of our signalling. Then we talked of other things. Alone, there on the roof, we could talk freely, and the moments flew swiftly by in a sweet companionship. Even if the subjects which we had to discuss were grim ones of danger and intrigue, of secret passages and malignant enemies, of spies and possibilities of harm to one or both of us, still mutually of our troubles and dangers made their existence to us sweet. That we shared in common even such matters was dear to us both. I could not but be conscious of Marjory's growing love for me, and if I had to restrain myself now and again from throwing my arms round her and pressing her beautiful body close to me and sweeping her face with kisses, I was repaid when, as we descended, she put both her hands in mine and said, "Oh, Archie, you are good to me, and I love you so." Then she sank into my arms, and our mouths met in a long, loving kiss. We decided that as there must be some hidden opening in the old chapel, we should make search for it the next day. I was to come soon after sunrise, for this we judged would be the time when the spies of both kinds would least expect movement from the castle. I was to come by the grass path between the trees into the old chapel, where she would meet me, and we should make our investigations together. After tea I came away. Marjory came out on the steps with me to see me off. As we bade each other good bye, she said aloud, in case anyone might be listening, "Remember, you are to come to tea to-morrow, and to bring me the book. I am quite anxious to know how it ends. It is too bad of the librarian not to send us all the volumes at once." When I got to the road, I hid my bicycle in the old place, and took my way secretly to the monument. Marjory had been much struck by the suggestion of the footpath, and womanlike had made up her mind on the subject. She had suggested that we should test whether any one came or went by it, and to this end gave me a spool of the finest thread, so that I might lay a trap. Before I should leave the place, I was to stretch threads across it here and there between the tree trunks. If on the next visit I should find them broken, we might take it that someone had been there. From the top of the boulder I made signal, and was immediately answered. My own signal was simply the expression of my heart's feeling. "I love you, my wife." The answer came quickly back, filling me with joy. "I love you, my husband. Don't forget me. Think of me." End of chapter 29. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 30 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 30. The night was one of rest. I was physically tired out, and after I had posted a few letters to merchants in Aberdeen, giving orders for various goods to be sent at once to Whinnyfold, I went to bed and slept till the early morning. I got up at daylight, and after my morning swim rode off to Crom. Again I left my bicycle in the wood, and took my way round to the back of the hill, and up through the wood to the monument beyond the reservoir. It was still early morning, as it is counted in the cities, though the sun was well up. I went with extra caution, stealing from tree to tree, for I knew nothing of the locality of the watchers at this hour. I saw no sign of anyone, and coming at last to where the rudimentary path lay, examined carefully where I had placed the first thread. As I did so, I straightened myself quickly and looked round with apprehension. The thread was broken across, though the two ends were tied where I had placed them. With a beating heart I examined all the others in turn, with the same result. It was quite evident that someone or something had passed along the track. In spite of my concern I rejoiced, for something had been found. It was at least probable that there was a regular route somewhere at hand. Accordingly I prepared my traps afresh, this time placing them in various directions and at irregular distances along the path and all round the monument. I might thus be able to trace the exact route of anyone who might disturb them. This done, and it took some time, I went back to the wood, and thence rode to the castle. Marjorie was eager for news, but it thrilled me to see that her eagerness was not all from this cause. Hour by hour I found myself growing in her affection. When I told her of the broken threads, she clapped her hands with delight. The hunter spirit hereditary in her was pleased. She gave her opinion that on the next morning I should be able to locate the entrance to the passage, if one there was. In the midst of her speaking thus, she stopped. A bright, keen light came into her eyes, and her brows knitted. "Why," she said, "how stupid I am! I never once thought of doing the same at my end. Yesterday, after you left, I spent an hour in the old chapel, and went over every inch of it. But it never occurred to me to do there what you had gone to do at the monument. If I had done so, I might this morning have been able to discover the secret of the disappearance of the kidnappers. I shall take good care to do it this evening." While she was speaking, a fear grew upon me, lest being alone in the ruin she might give her enemies the very opportunity they wanted. She saw my distress, and with her quick woman's wit guessed the cause of it. With a very tender movement she placed her hand on the back of mine, and without squeezing it, held it there firmly as she said, "Don't be frightened for me, dear. These are expert workmen that we are dealing with. They won't move till their plans are all ready. They don't wish to get hold of me for 5 minutes and let Mac's men, as lacking due respect for President McKinley they call the Secret Service agents of my country, catch them red-handed. They are only laying their plans as yet. Perhaps we may have cause to be anxious when that is done, but as yet it's all right. Anyhow, my dear, as I know it will make you easier in your mind when you are not at hand to protect me, I shall lay the traps whilst you are with me. There now, am I good to my husband, or am I not?" I made her aware in my own way, I could not help it, that she was good, and she let the incident pass unrebuked. Even lovers, though they have not the status of the husband, must be allowed a little latitude now and again. We talked over all the possibilities that we could, either of us, think of with regard to a secret passage between the castle and the monument. It was apparent that in old time such a hidden way might have been of the utmost importance, and it was more than possible that such a passage might exist. Already we had reason to believe that there was a way between the ruined chapel and the top of the reservoir hill, and we knew that there must be existing some secret hiding place gained from the interior of the chapel. What we had still to discover, and this was the most important of all, was whether there was a method of communication between the castle and the chapel. After tea we started out together, and as we had arranged between us before starting, managed in our strolling to go quite round the castle and through many of the grassy alleys between the woods. Then, lest there should be any listener, I said, "Let us go into the old chapel. I haven't got a good look at it since I have been coming here." So we went into the chapel and began to lay our traps. Of course we could not guard against anyone spying upon us. There might be eyes of enemies bent on us through some secret chink or cranny or organized spy hole. This we could not help, and had to take our chances of it. But if anyone were within earshot, and unable to see us, we guarded our movements by our misleading remarks concerning history and art. Deftly Marjorie stretched sections of her gossamer thread from place to place, so that if anyone went in the chapel their course must be marked by the broken threads. We finished near the door, and our artless, innocent, archaeological conversation stopped there too. We strolled back to the castle, feeling sure that if there were any secret hiding place within the ruin we should have located the entrance to it in the morning. That afternoon I went to the house at Whinnyfold. Most of the things which I had ordered had arrived, and when I had had the various boxes and bundles moved inside, I felt able to start on my work. First I rigged up a proper windlass over the hole into the cave, and fixed it so that anyone could manipulate it easily and safely from above. It could also be worked from below by aid of an endless chain round the axle. I hammered the edges of the hole somewhat smoother, so that no chance friction might cut the rope, and I fixed candles and lanterns in various places so that all the light which might be necessary could be had easily. Then I furnished a room with rugs and pillows, and with clothes for Marjorie for changing. She would be sure to require such when our search after the treasure should come off. I had ready some tins of provisions, and I had arranged at the hotel that as I might sometimes stay and work in my own home, I was supposed to be an author, some fresh provisions were to be sent over each morning, and left ready for me with Mrs. Hay at Whinnyfold. By the time my work was through, it was late in the evening, and I went to the hotel to sleep. I had arranged with Marjorie to be with her early in the morning. It was hardly daylight when I woke, but I got up at once and took my way towards Crom, for the experience of the day before had shown me that whoever used the path near the monument used it in the grey of the dawn. As usual I hid my bicycle and took my way cautiously to the monument. By this time the sun was up and the day was bright. The dew lay heavy, and when I came on any of my threads I could easily distinguish them by the shimmering beads which made each thread look like a miniature rope of diamonds. Again the strings across the path were broken. My heart beat heavily as I began to follow back towards the monument the track of the broken thread. It led right up to it, on the side away from the castle, and then stopped. The other threads, all round the monument, were intact. Having learned so much, my first act was to prevent discovery of my own plan. Accordingly I carefully removed all the threads, broken and unbroken. Then I began to make minute investigation of the monument itself. As it was evident that whoever had broken the threads had come straight from it, there was a presumption that there was an opening somewhere. The rock below was unbroken, and the stonework was seemingly fixed on the rock itself. By a process of exclusion I came to the belief that possibly the monument itself might be movable. Accordingly I began to experiment. I pressed against it, this way and that. I tried to move it by exercising pressure top and bottom in turn, but always without avail. Then I began to try to move it sideways, as though it might be on a pivot. At first there was no yielding, no answer of any kind to my effort, but suddenly I thought I perceived a slight movement. I tried again and again, using my strength in the same way, but with no result. Then I tried turning it in the suspected direction, holding both my hands low down on the corners of the boulder. Then, going gradually up higher, I pursued the same effort. Again no response. Still I felt I was on the track, and began to make efforts in eccentric ways. All at once, whilst I was pressing with my left hand low down, whilst I pulled with my right high up on the other edge, the whole great stone began to move in a slow, easy way, as though in perfect poise. I continued the movement, and the stone turned lazily over on one side, revealing at my very feet a dark opening of oval form some 3 feet across its widest part. Somehow I was not altogether surprised. My head kept cool in what was to me a wonderful way. With an impulse which was based on safety lest the opening of the hole should make discovery of my presence, I reversed the action, and the stone rolled slowly over to its old position. Several times I moved it from its place and then back again, so that I might become accustomed to its use. For a while I hesitated as to whether I should explore the opening immediately, but soon came to the conclusion that I had better begin at once. So I went back to my bicycle and took the lamp with me. I had matches in my case, and as I had the revolver which I always carried now, I felt equal to any emergency. I think I was finally influenced in my decision to attempt the passage at once by the remembrance of Marjory's remark that the kidnappers would make no effort until their plans were quite complete. They, more than I, might fear discovery, and on this hope I was strong as I lowered myself down through the narrow opening. I was glad to see that there was no difficulty in moving the stone from the inside. There were 2 iron handles let into the stone for the purpose. I cannot say I was at ease in my mind. I was, however, determined to go on, and with a prayer to God for protection and a loving thought of Marjory, I went on my way. The passage was doubtless of natural origin, for it was evident that the seams in the rock were much like those on the coast, where the strata of different geological formations joined. Art had, however, improved the place wonderfully. Where the top had come too low, it had been quarried away. The remnants still lay adjacent where the cave broadened out. The floor, where the slope was steep, was cut into rough steps. Altogether there were signs of much labour in the making of the passage. As I went down I kept an eye on the compass whenever I came to a turn, so that I might have a rough idea of the direction in which I was going. In the main, the road, with counterbalancing curves and angles, led straight down. When I had got to what I considered must be half way, allowing for the astounding magnitude which seems to be the characterization of even a short way underground, the passage forked, and at a steep angle another passage, lower and less altered than that along which I had come, turned away to the left. Going a few feet up it, I could hear the sound of running water. This was evidently the passage to the reservoir. End of section 30. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 31 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 31. Marjory's Adventure. As I felt that time in which I had the passage all to myself was precious, I turned back to the main way down. The path was very steep and low, and the rock underfoot was cut in rude steps. As I held the lantern before me I had to droop it so that I could smell the hot metal where the flame touched the back. It was indeed a steep and difficult way, made for others than men of my own stature. As I went I felt my first fears passing away. At first I had dreaded a lack of air, and all sorts of horrors which come to those who essay unknown passages. There came back to my recollection passages in Belzoni's explorations in the pyramids, when individuals had got lost, and when whole parties were stopped by the first to advance, jamming in a narrow passage as he crawled along on his belly. Here, Though the roof came down in places dangerously low, there was still ample room, and the air came up sweet and cool. To anyone unused to deep burrows, whether the same be natural or artificial, there is a dread of being underground. One is cut off from light and air, and burial alive, in all its potential horrors, is always at hand. However, the unexpected clearness and easiness of the way reassured me, and I descended the steep passage with a good heart. All distance underground seems extravagantly long to those unaccustomed to it, and to me the mere depth I had descended seemed almost impossible when the way before me became somewhat level again. At the same time the roof rose so that I could stand upright. I guessed that I must now be somewhere at the foot of the hillock, and not far from the old chapel. So I went forward carefully, keeping my hand ready to cover up the front of the lamp. As the ground was fairly level, I could, in a way, pace it, and as I knew that there was only about 200 feet distance from the foot of the hill to the chapel, I was not surprised when, after some 80 paces, I found the passage end in a sort of rude chamber cut in the rock. At right angles to the place of my entry there was a regular stairway, partly cut in rock and partly built, leading upward. Before I ascended, I looked around carefully and could see that sections of the walls of the chamber were built of great blocks of stone. Leaving further investigation for the future, I went upward with a beating heart. The stair was rudely circular, and I had counted 30 steps when I saw the way blocked by a great stone. For a few seconds I was in fear lest I should find this impossible. Then I looked carefully for any means of moving the obstacle. I thought it more likely that something of the same process would be adopted for both ends of the passage. Luck was certainly on my side to-day. Here were 2 iron handles, much the same as those with which I had been enabled to move the monument from within. I grasped them firmly, and began to experiment as to which way the stone moved. It trembled under my first effort, so, exerting a very little of my strength in the same direction, the great stone began to move. I saw a widening line of open space through which a dim light shone in upon me. Holding the stone in poise with one hand, I covered the front of the lamp with my cap, and then resumed the opening process. Slowly, slowly, the stone rolled back till a clear way lay abreast of me, through which, doubled up, I could pass. From where I stood I could see part of the wall of a building, a wall with long, low windows in massive stone, and I knew that at last I had reached the old chapel. A joyous feeling rushed over me. After the unknown perils of the cavern passage, at last I had reached safety. I bent low and began to step out through the narrow opening. There was fully 4 feet in the circumference of the stone, so that 2 such steps as were possible to me were necessary to take me out. I had taken one, and my foot was lifted for the second, when a clear, firm voice said in a whisper, "Hands up. If you move, you are a dead man." I stopped, of course, and raising my face, for my head was bent low in the necessary effort of stooping, I found myself opposite the muzzle of a revolver. For an instant I looked at it. It was firm as the rock around me, and I felt that I must obey. Then I looked beyond it, to the hand which held it, and the eyes which directed. These too were inflexible, but a great joy came over me when I recognized that the hand and eyes were those of Marjory. I would have sprung forward to her but for that ominous ring of steel in front of me. I waited a few seconds, for it seemed strange that she did not lower the revolver on seeing who it was. As, however, the pistol still covered me unpleasantly, I said, "Marjory!" In an instant her hand dropped to her side. I could not but notice, with an admiration for her self-control and the strength of her resolution, that she still held the revolver in her grasp. With a glad cry she leaped towards me with a quick impulsive movement which made my heart bound, for it was all love and spontaneity. She put her left hand on my shoulder, and as she looked into my eyes I could feel the glad tremor that swept through her. For several seconds she stood, and then with a sigh said in a voice of self-reproach, "And I did not know you." The way she spoke the words I, you, was luminous. Had I not already known her heart, she would in that moment have stood self-revealed. We were manifestly two thoroughly practical people, for even in the rapture of our meeting, to me it was no less than rapture to come from so grim an aperture in the secret cavern passage, we had our wits about us. I think she was really the first to come to a sense of our surroundings, for just as I was opening my mouth to speak, she held up a warning finger. "Hush! Someone may come, though I think there is no one near. Wait, dear, whilst I look." She seemed to flit noiselessly out of the doorway, and I saw her vanish amongst the trees. In a few minutes she returned carrying carefully a wicker basket. As she opened it she said, "Someone might suspect something if they saw you in that state." She took from the basket a little bowl of water, soap, towel, and a clothes brush. Whilst I washed my face and hands, she was brushing me down. A very short time completed a rough toilette. Then she poured the water carefully into a crack in the wall, and putting the things together with my lamp back in the basket, she said, "Come now, let us get to the castle before anyone finds us. They will think that I have met you in the wood." We went as unobtrusively as we could to the castle, and entered, I think, unobserved. I had a thorough clean-up before I let anyone see me. Our secret was too precious to risk discovery by suspicion. When I had seen Mrs. Jack, Marjory took me to her boudoir in the top of the castle, and there, while she sat by me holding my hands, I told her every detail of my adventure. I could feel how my story moved her. When there was any passage of especial interest, the pressure of her clasp grew tense. She, who had seemingly no fear for herself, was all in fear for me. Then we talked matters over. We had now a good clue to the comings and goings of the kidnappers, and we felt that by a little thoughtful organization we might find their hours, and be able to trace them one by one. By lunchtime we had decided on our plan of action. We took our idea from one of the old tales of the genie, where the conquered king was brought by his faithful vizier into a cavern, and asked to cut a rope which was stretched before him, and which he soon discovered released the great rock which roofed the pavilion specially built by the vizier, to be seen and occupied by the conqueror. We would fix a fine thread to the top of the monument and bring it secretly to the castle, where its breaking would apprise Marjory of the opening of the passage. Thus she would discover the hour of the coming of the kidnappers to the chapel. We arranged another ingenious device, whereby a second thread, fastened to the stone in the old chapel, would be broken by the opening of the stone, and would cause a book to fall on Marjory's bed and wake her if she were asleep. The better part of the afternoon was taken up by us carrying out these ideas, for we went slowly and cautiously to work. Then I went home. I was early at the monument in the morning, and getting behind the stone, signalled to the castle roof in case Marjory should happen to expect me and be there. But there was no answer, so I sat down to wait till it would be decent time to go to the castle for an early breakfast. As I sat waiting I thought I heard a sound, either close to me and muffled, or else distant. I could hardly tell which. Matters might be lively if I were discovered, so I got my revolver ready. With my heart beating so heavily that I mistook it at moments for the foreign sound, I listened and listened all ears. It was as I had suspected. The sound came from the tunnel beneath me. I hardly knew whether to stay or go. If I waited I could see who came from the opening, but on the other hand I should at once be known to have discovered the secret. Still, as the stone might roll back at any moment, it was necessary that I should make up my mind. I should either go or stay. I decided that I would stay and make discovery at once. In any case, should I succeed in capturing a blackmailer, or even in discovering or partially discovering his identity, I should be aiding in Marjory's safety. So I got my revolver ready, and standing back so that I could not be seen at once by anyone emerging, waited. No one came, but I could still hear a slight sound. Filled with a growing unrest, I determined to take the initiative, and began to move close to the stone. As I looked, it began to quiver, and then to move slowly. As it rolled softly back, I kept behind it so that I might not be seen, and waited with revolver ready and what patience I could. There was dead silence, and then a hand, holding a revolver, rested a moment on the edge of the opening. I knew the hand, and I knew the revolver, and I knew the quickness of both. I did not say a word or make a sound, till Marjorie, with an alert movement, seemed to sweep up out of the opening, and whirled round with ready pistol, as though suspecting an enemy on every side. Marjorie, all covered with dust, her cheeks as white as snow, so that the smears of dust lay on them like soot, and eyes with pupils distended, as in coming from the dark. For a few seconds she seemed hardly to recognize me, but when she did, she sprang gladly into my arms. "Oh, Archie, I am glad to see you. It was so terrible and lonely in the dark. I began to fear I might never find my way out." In the dark I began to fear, and asked her, "But, dear one, how did you come, and why? Hadn't you got a light with you? Surely you didn't come unprepared, if you did venture into the cave?" Then in a rush she told me the whole story. How before dawn she had been waked by the dropping of the book, and had hurried to the castle roof to watch the stone. With her field glass she had presently seen it move. She was then satisfied that the watchers had gone home, and had determined on a little adventure on her own account. I put on a grey tweed dress, and taking my revolver and bicycle lamp, stole out of the castle and reached the old chapel. Having lit my lamp, I rolled back the stone and set out to explore the tunnel. I followed from your description the passage to its bifurcating, and determined to explore the other arm to the reservoir. I easily found it, a deep dark tank cut in the rock, and seemingly fed by springs which bubbled up from patches of fine sand, the accumulation of years of wasting rock. Whilst I was trying to look into the depth of the reservoir, holding my bicycle lamp so as to throw its light downwards, I saw something white at the bottom. Just then the lamp from its inverted position began to smoke, but as I looked in that last moment through the crystal pure water, I recognized that the white object was a skull. In the sudden shock of the discovery, the lamp dropped from my hand and disappeared hissing and bubbling in the last flicker of light. As she told me this, I took her hand, for I feared that the memory of such an appalling moment must have unnerved her. But to my surprise, her nerves were as firm as my own. She let her hand remain in mine, but she had evidently understood my thought, for she said, "Oh, it's all right now, Archie. For a moment or two I do believe I was frightened. You can have the laugh on me there if you like. But then common sense came to my aid. I was in a tight place, and it would need all I knew to get out. I thought the matter over as coolly as I could, and do you know, that coolness seemed to grow with the effort. I was in the dark in a cave, deep underground, the entrance to which was secret. I had no means of getting a light even for an instant, for though I had taken plenty of wax matches, they were all in my lamp. The only thing I could do was to try to grope my way out. I had noted the passage as I came along, but I found so soon as I felt my way out of the reservoir chamber how little use an abstract recollection is when every second there is a new detail. I found, too, the astonishing difference between sight and touch. What I had remembered had been with my eyes and not with my fingers. I had to guard all round me, my head, my feet, my sides. I am amazed now, when I think of it, how many different kinds of mistakes and calculations I made in a few yards. It seemed a terribly long time till I came to the place where the passage forks. There I weighed up the matter of whether it would be better to go back by the way I had come to the old chapel, or to go up the other passage to the monument of which you told me. Somehow the latter seemed to me the more feasible. I think it must have been that I trusted you more than myself. You had not shrunk from going into that passage, and I would not shrink from going out. I squeezed her hands hard. I had got both by this time. She blushed a little, and looked at me fondly, and went on, There was something cheering in the mere fact of going up instead of down. It was like coming towards the air and light again, and the time did not seem so long till I came to the end of the passage, for so far as I could feel there was nothing but solid rock all round me. For a little bit my heart sank again, but I soon bucked up. I knew that this must be the way out, and I felt around for the iron handles of which you had told me. And then, thank God for his goodness, when the stone began to turn I saw the light, and breathed fresh air again. They seemed to give me back all my courage and caution. Up to this I had not troubled about kidnappers. There was quite enough to think of in getting along the passage, but now I was my own woman again, and I determined to take no chances. When I saw that it was your gun that was aimed at me, I was glad. End of section 31. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 32. Of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 32. The Lost Script. After a little consideration of ways and means, we decided that the best thing we could do was to pass through the passage to the old chapel. It was still very early, so early that in all probability none of the household were yet awake. If Marjory could regain her room before being seen, it would avoid curiosity. She was certainly in a shocking condition of dust and dishevelment. Her groping in the dark through that long rugged passage had not been accomplished without many hardships. Her dress was torn in several places, and her hat was simply knocked to pieces. Even her hair was tumbled about, and had been put up again and again with dusty fingers. She saw me smiling. I think it pained her a little, for she suddenly said, "Come along quick. It's simply awful standing here in the light of day in this filthy state. It won't feel half so bad in the dark passage." Without more ado, I lit my lamp, and having, of course, closed the entrance behind us, we went back into the cavern. The tramp back through the tunnel did not seem nearly so long or so difficult as at first. It may have been that comparative familiarity made it easier. It certainly eased its terrors. Or it is possible that our companionship, each to the other, made the bearing of fears and difficulties lighter. Anyhow, it was something of a surprise to both of us to find ourselves so quickly in the rude chamber whence the steps led up to the old chapel. Before we left this we made a rough examination of it, turning the lantern over walls and floor and ceiling, for I had an idea that the passage from the castle, which I was satisfied must exist, made its exit here. We could not, however, see any external sign of an opening. The walls were built up of massive unmortared stones, and were seemingly as solid as the rock itself. When we got into the chapel we found the utility of Marjory's foresight. In a corner was her little basket with soap and towel, water and clothes brush, and together we restored her to some semblance of decency. Then she went back to the castle and got in unobserved, as I, watching from the shelter of the trees, could see. I took my way back through the passage, and so to the wood where my bicycle was hidden. I washed my hands in the stream and lay down in the shelter of a thick grove of hazel, where I slept till breakfast time. When I rode up to the castle I found Marjory with her kodak on the sweep outside, taking views of its various points. The morning was intensely hot, and here in the shelter of the little valley and the enclosing wood the air was sultry, and the sun beat down pitilessly. We had a table set out under the shelter of the trees, and breakfasted al fresco. When we were alone in her boudoir, I settled with Marjory that we would on that evening attempt to find the treasure, as the tide would be out at midnight. So we went down to the library and got out Don de Escoban's narrative, and began to read it afresh, noting as we went every word and sign of the secret writing, in the hope that we might in thus doing stumble on some new secret or hidden meaning. Whilst we were thus engaged, a servant came looking for Mrs. Jack, for whom a stranger had brought a letter. Marjory told where she might be found, and for some time we went on with our work. Suddenly the door opened, and Mrs. Jack entered, speaking over her shoulder as she came to a high-bred-looking dark man who followed her. As she saw us, she stopped and said to Marjory, "Oh, my dear, I didn't know you were here. I thought you were in the ladies' room." This was what they usually called the big room at the top of the castle. We both rose, seeing a stranger. For my own part, there was something in his face which set me thinking. As to Marjory, I could not help noticing that she drew herself up to her full height, and held herself at tension in that haughty way which now and again marked her high spirit and breeding. There seemed so little cause for this attitude that my own thinking of the newcomer was lost in the contemplation of hers. Mrs. Jack noticed that there was some awkwardness, and spoke hurriedly. "This is the gentleman, my dear, that the agent wrote about, and as he wanted to look over the house, I brought him myself." The stranger, probably taking his cue from her apologetic tone, spoke. "I trust I have not disturbed the Senora. If I have, pardon. I have but come to renew my memory of a place dear to me in my youth, and which, through the passing of time and of some who were, is now my own heritage." Marjory smiled, and swept him a curtsey as she said, but still in her distant arm's-length manner, "Then you are the owner of the castle, sir. I hope that we do not disturb you. Should you wish to be anywhere alone, we shall gladly withdraw, and wait your pleasure." He raised a hand of eloquent protest, a well-kept gentleman's hand, as he said in tones sweet and deferent, "Oh, I pray you, do not stir. May I say that when my house is graced with the presence of so much loveliness, I am all too full of gratitude to wish for any change. I shall but look around me, for I have a certain duty to do. Alas, this my heritage comes not only as a joy, but with grave duties which I must fulfil. Well I know this room. Many a time as a boy I have sat here with my kinsman, then so old and distant from me in my race, and yet I am his next successor. Here has he told me of old times, and of my race of which we who have the name are so proud, and of the solemn duty which might some day come to me. Could I but tell—" Here he stopped suddenly. His eyes had been wandering all over the room, up and down the bookshelves, and at the few pictures which the walls contained. When they rested on the table, a strange look came into them. Here lay the typescript which we had been reading, and the secret writing of the dotted printing. It was on the latter that his eyes were fixed absorbingly. "Where did you get that?" he said suddenly, pointing to it. The question in its bald simplicity was in word rude, but his manner of asking it was so sweet and deferential that to me it robbed it of all offence. I was just about to answer when my eye caught that of Marjory, and I paused. There was such meaning in her eyes that my own began roving to find the cause of it. As I looked she put her hands on the table before her, and her fingers seemed to drum nervously. To me, however, it was no nervous trifling. She was speaking to me in our own cipher. "Be careful," she spelled out. "There is some mystery. Let me speak." Then turning to the stranger she said, "It is curious, is it not?" "Ah, Senora, though curious it be in itself, it is nothing to the strangeness of its being here. If you only knew how it had been searched for, how the whole castle had been ransacked from roof to dungeon to find it, and always without avail. Did you but understand the import of that paper to me and mine, if indeed the surmises of many generations of anxious men availed aught, you would pardon my curiosity. In my own youth I assisted in a search of the whole place. No corner was left untouched, and even the secret places were opened afresh." As he went on, Marjory's eyes were resting on his face unflinchingly, but her fingers were spelling out comments to me. "There are secret places, then, and he knows them. Wait." The stranger went on. "See, I shall convince you that I speak from no idle curiosity, but from a deep conviction of a duty that was mine and my ancestors for ages." There was a sternness mingled with his grave sweetness now. It was evident that he was somewhat chagrined or put out by our silence. Leaving the table, he went over to one of the bookshelves, and after running his eye over it for a moment, put his hand up, and from a shelf above his head took down a thick leather-covered volume. This he laid on the table before us. It was a beautiful old black letter law book, with marginal notes in black letter and headings in Roman type. The pagination was, I could see as he turned it over, by folios. He turned to the title page, which was an important piece of printing in many types, explanatory of the matter of the book. He began to read the paragraphs, placed in the triangular, in form in vogue at that day. Following the text with his forefinger, he read: "A collection in English of the statutes now in force, continued from the beginning of Magna Carta, made in the 9 year of the reign of King H. III, until the end of the session of Parliament, holden in the 28 year of the reign of our gracious Queen Elizabeth, under titles placed by order of alphabet. Wherein is performed, touching the statutes wherewith justices of the peace have to deal, so much as was promised in the book of their office lately published. For which purpose," etc., etc. Then turning over the page, he pointed to a piece of faded writing on the back of it which had been left blank of printing. We bent down and read in the ink, faded to pale brown by time: "My sons, herein you will find the law which binds the stranger in this land, wherein a stranger is a vagabond. F. de E. 23 October, 1599. Then he turned rapidly over the leaves, till towards the end there was a gap. On the right-hand page, where the folio number was all along placed, was the number 528. "See," he said, turning back and pointing to the bottom of the title page, "Anno 1588, 300 years since first my people used it." Turning back, he looked at the folio before the gap. It was 510. "See," he said, placing his hand on the pen-marked pages, "folio 511, and the heading of vagabonds, beggars, etc." He folded his arms in a dignified way and stood silent. All along I had been following my own train of thought, even whilst I had been taking in the stranger's argument, and at the same time noting Marjory's warning. If this man who owned the castle knew of the existence of the secret writing, whose ancestors had owned the book in which was the clue signed F. de E., surely then this could be none other than the descendant of the Don Bernardino who had hidden the treasure. This was his castle. No wonder that he knew its secret ways. Matters were getting complicated. If this man were now the hereditary guardian of the hidden treasure, and from his likeness to the ghostly Spaniard whom I had seen in the procession at Whinnyfold I saw no reason to doubt it, he might be an enemy with whom we should have to cope. I was all in a whirl, and for a few seconds I think quite lost my head. Then rushed over me the conviction that the mere lapse of time passed in these few minutes of agonized silence was betraying our secret. This brought me up with a round turn, and I looked about me. The strange man was standing still as marble. His face was set, and there was no sign of life in him except his eyes, which blazed as they wandered around, taking everything in. Mrs. Jack saw that there was something going on which she did not understand, and tried to efface herself. Marjory was standing by the table, still, erect, and white. Her fingers began to drum softly as she caught my eye, and spelled out, "Give him the paper from Mrs. Jack, lately found in old oak chest. Say nothing of interpretation." This seemed such a doubtful move that with my eyes I queried it. She nodded in reply. So I gathered myself together and said, "I'm afraid, sir, that there is some mystery here which I cannot undertake to understand. I think I may say, however, for my friend Mrs. Jack, that there will be no trouble in your having full possession of your book. I am told that these pages were lately found in an old oak chest. It is remarkable that they should have been missing so long. We were attracted by the funny marks. We thought that there might be some sort of cryptogram. And I suppose I may take it, from the fact of your looking for them so long, that this is so?" He grew suspicious in a moment, and stiffened all over. Marjory saw and appreciated the reason. She smiled at me with her eyes as she drummed on the table. "The herring is across his path." As the awkward pause was this time with the stranger, we waited with comparative ease. I saw with a feeling of wonder that there was, through all her haughtiness, a spice of malice in Marjory's enjoyment of his discomfiture. I looked at Mrs. Jack and said, "May I give these papers to Mr. Blank?" She answered promptly, "Why, certainly, if Mr. Barnard wants them." Marjory turned round suddenly, and in a surprised voice said, "Mr. Barnard?" "That is the name given in the letter which he brought, my dear." The stranger at once spoke out. "I am Mr. Barnard here, but in my own country I am of an older name. I thank you, sir, and madame," turning to Mrs. Jack, "for your courteous offer, but it will be time enough for me to consider the lost pages when, through the unhappiness of your departure from my house, I am enabled to come hither to live. In the meantime, all I shall ask is that the pages be replaced in this book, and that it be put in its place on the shelf where none shall disturb it." As he spoke in his sweet, deferential way, there was something in his look or manner which did not accord with his words. A quick eager shifting of his eyes, and a breathing hard which were at variance with his words of patience. I did not pretend, however, to notice it. I had my own game to play. So without a word I placed the pages carefully in the book, and put the latter back on the shelf from which he had taken it. There was an odd look in Marjory's face which I did not quite understand, and as she gave me no clue to her thoughts by our sign language, I waited. Looking at the stranger haughtily, and with a distinctly militant expression, she said, "The agent told us that the Barnard family owned this castle." He bowed gravely, but a hot, angry flush spread over his face as he replied, "He spoke what truth he knew." Marjory's reply came quickly. "But you say you are one of the family, and the very memorandum you pointed out was signed F.D.E." Again the hot flush swept his face, but passed in an instant, leaving him as pale as the dead. After a pause of a few moments he spoke in a tone of icy courtesy. "I have already said, Senora, that in this country our name, my name, is Barnard, a name taken centuries ago when the freedom of the great land of England was not as now, when tolerance for the stranger was not. In my own land, the land of my birth, the cradle of my race, I am called Don Bernardino Iglesias Palealojo y Santordo y Castelnuova de Escoban, Count of Minurca and Marquis of Salvaterra." As he rehearsed his titles he drew himself up to his full height, and pride of race seemed actually to shine or emanate from him. Marjory, too, on her side of the table, drew herself up proudly, as she said in a voice in which scorn struggled for mastery with dignity, "Then you are a Spaniard." End of section 32. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 33 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 33. Don Bernardino. The stranger held himself with, if possible, greater hauteur, as he answered, "I have that great honour." "And I, sir," said Marjory, with a pride rivalling his own, "am an American." Issue was joined. For a period which from its strain seemed very long, though it was probably but a few seconds, they stood facing each other, types of the two races whose deadly contest was then the interest of the world. The time was, at any rate, sufficiently long for me to consider the situation, and to admire the types. It would have been hard to get a better representative of either, of the Latin as well as of the Anglo-Saxon. Don Bernardino, with his high aquiline nose and black eyes of eagle keenness, his proud bearing and the very swarthiness which told of Moorish descent, was, despite his modern clothes, just such a picture as Velasquez would have loved to paint, or as Fortuny might have made to live again. And Marjorie, she looked like the spirit of her free race incarnate. The boldness of her pose, her free bearing, her manifest courage and self-belief, the absence of either prudery or self-consciousness, her picturesque noble beauty, as with set white face and flashing eyes she faced the enemy of her country, made a vision never to be forgotten. Even her racial enemy had unconsciously to fall into admiration. And through it the dominance of his masculine nature spoke. His words were gracious, and the easy gracefulness of their delivery was no less marked because the calm was forced. Our nations, alas, Senora, are at war. But surely not even the courtesies of the battlefield need be strained when individuals, even of the most loyal, each to their own, meet on neutral soil. It was evident that even Marjorie's quick wit did not grasp at a suitable reply. The forgiveness of enemies is not the strong point of any woman's nature, or of her education. The only remark she made was to again repeat, "I am an American." The Spaniard felt the strength of his position. Again his masculinity came out in his reply. "And all good women, as well as all good men, should be loyal to their flag. But oh, Senora, before even your nationality comes your sex. The Spanish nation does not make war on women." He seemed really to believe what he said, for the proud light in his face could not have been to either a distard or a liar. I confess it was with a shock that I heard Marjorie's words. In the Reconcentrados were as many women as men. More, for the men were fighting elsewhere. The passionate, disdainful sneer on her lips gave emphasis to the insult, and blood followed the stab. A red tide rushed to the Spaniard's swarthy face, over forehead and ears and neck, till in a moment of quick passion of hate he seemed as if bathed in red light. And then, in truth, I saw the very man of my vision at Whinnyfold. Marjorie, womanlike, feeling her superiority over the man's anger, went on mercilessly. Women and children herded together like beasts, beaten, starved, tortured, mocked at, shamed, murdered. Oh, it is a proud thought for a Spaniard, that when the men cannot be conquered, even in half a century of furious oppression, their baffled foes can wreak their vengeance on the helpless women and children. The Spaniard's red became white, a deathly pallor which looked grey in the darkened room. With his coldness came the force of coldness, self-command. I had a feeling that in those few moments of change had come to him some grim purpose of revenge. It was borne in upon me by flashes of memory and instinct that the man was of the race and class from which came the rulers and oppressors of the land, the leaders of the Inquisition. Eyes like his own, burning in faces of deathly white, looked on deeds of torture whose very memory after centuries can appall the world. But with all his passion of hate and shame he never lost the instinct of his dignity, or his grace of manner. One could not but feel that even when he struck to kill he would strike with easeful grace. Something of the feeling was in his speech, perhaps in the manner rather than the words, when after a pause he said, "For such foul acts I have naught but indignation and grief, though in the history of a nation such things must be. It is the soldier's duty to obey, even though his heart revolt. I have memory of hearing that even your own great nation has exercised not so much care as might be." How he sneered with polished sarcasm as he turned the phrase. "In the dealing with Indians. Nay, more. Even in your great war, when to kill was fratricidal, there were hardships to be conquered, even to the helpless women and children. Have I not heard that one of your most honoured generals, being asked what was to become of the women in a great march of devastation that he was about to make, replied, 'The women? I would leave them nothing but their eyes to weep with.' But indeed I grieve that in this our mutual war the Senora grieves. Is it that she has suffered in herself, or through others dear to her?" Marjory's eyes flashed. Pulling herself to full height, she said proudly, "Sir, I am not one who whines for pain of my own. I and mine know how to bear our own troubles, as our ancestors did before us. We do not bend before Spain, no more to-day than when my great ancestors swept the Spaniards from the western main, till the seas were lit with blazing masts and the shores were fringed with wreckage. We Americans are not the stuff of which you make reconcentrados. We can die. As for me, the 300 years that have passed without war are as a dream. I look on Spain and the Spaniard with the eyes and feel with the heart of my great uncle Francis Drake." While she was speaking, Don Bernardino was cooling down. He was still deadly pale, and his eyes had something of the hollow glare of phosphorus in the sockets of a skull. But he was master of himself, and it seemed to me that he was straining every nerve to recover, for some purpose of his own, his lost ground. It may have been that he was ashamed of his burst of passion, with and before a woman. But anyhow he was manifestly set on maintaining calm, or the appearance of it. With the fullness of his grace and courtesy, he said, turning to Mrs. Jack, "I thank you for the permission so graciously granted to me to visit again this my house. You will permit me, however, I hope without any intention of offence, to withdraw from where my presence has brought so much of disturbance, the which I deplore and for which I crave pardon." To me he bowed stiffly with a sort of lofty condescension, and finally looking towards Marjory, he said, "The Senora will, I trust, believe that even a Spaniard may have pity to give pain, and that there are duties which gentlemen must observe because they are gentlemen, and because they reverence the trust that is reposed in them more than do common men. She can appreciate the call of duty, I know, for she can be none other than the new patriot who restores in the West our glorious memories of the Maid of Saragossa. I pray that the time may come when she shall understand these things, and believe." Then, with a bow which seemed the embodiment of old-fashioned grace and courtesy, he bent almost to the ground. Marjory instinctively bowed. Her training as to good manners here stood her in good stead. Not even patriotic enthusiasm can at times break the icy barrier of social decorum. When the Spaniard left the room, which he did with long strides, but bearing himself with inconceivable haughtiness, Mrs. Jack, with a glance at us, went with him. Instinctively I started to take her place, in the first instance to relieve her from an awkward duty, and beyond this with the feeling that I was not quite satisfied with him. No one could be in antagonism with Marjory, and acquire or retain my good will. As I moved, Marjory held up her hand and whispered to me to stay. I did so, and waited for her to explain. She listened intently to the retreating footsteps. When we heard the echoing sound of the closing of the heavy outer door, she breathed freely, and said to me with relief in her voice, "I know you two would have fought if you had got alone together just now." I smiled, for I was just beginning to understand that that was just how I felt. Marjory remained standing at the table, and I could see that she was buried in thought. Presently she said, "I felt it was cruel to say such things to that gentleman. Oh, but he is a gentleman. The old idea seems embodied in him. Such pride, such haughtiness, such disdain for the commoner kind, such adherence to ideas, such devotion to honour. Indeed, I felt it very cruel and ungenerous. But I had nothing else to do. I had to make him angry, and I knew he couldn't quarrel with me. Nothing else would have taken us all away from the cipher." Her words gave me quite a shock. "Do you mean to say, Marjory," I asked, "that you were acting a part all the time?" "I don't know," she answered pensively. "I meant every word I said, even when it hurt him most. I suppose that was the American in me. And yet all the time I had a purpose or a motive of my own which prompted me. I suppose that was the woman in me. And what was the motive or purpose? I asked again, for I wondered. I don't know, she said naively. I felt that she was concealing something from me, but that it was a something so tender or so deep in her heart that its very concealment was a shy compliment. So I smiled happily as I said, "And that is the girl in you, the girl that is American and European and Asiatic and African and Polynesian, the girl straight out of the Garden of Eden, with the fragrance of God's own breath in her mouth." "Darling," she said, looking at me lovingly. That was all. During the day we discussed the visitor of the morning. Mrs. Jack said very little, but now and again implored Marjory to be cautious. When she was asked her reason for the warning, her only reply was, "I don't like a man who can look like that. I don't know which is worst, when he is hot or cold." I gathered that Marjory, in the main, agreed with her, but did not feel the same concern. Marjory would have been concerned if the danger had been to anyone else, but she was not habituated to be anxious about herself. Besides, she was young, and the antagonist was a man, and haughty and handsome and interesting. In the afternoon we completed our arrangements for the visit to the treasure cave. We both felt the necessity for pressing on this matter, since the existence of the secret writing was known to Don Bernardino. He had not hesitated to speak openly, though he did not know, of course, the extent of our own knowledge of the subject, of a grave duty which he had undertaken from hereditary motives, or of the tragic consequences which might ensue. It was whilst we were speaking of the possibility of his being able to decipher the cryptogram that Marjory suddenly said, "Did you understand exactly why I asked you to give him the paper at once?" "Far be it from me," I answered, "to profess to understand exactly the motives of any charming woman." "Not even when she tells you herself?" "Ah, then the real mystery only begins," I said, bowing. She smiled as she replied, "You and I are both fond of mysteries, so I had better tell you at once. That man doesn't know the secret, I'm sure of it. He knows there is a secret, and he knows a part, but only a part. That eager look wouldn't have been in his eye if he had known already. I dare say there is, somewhere, some duplicate of what the original Don Bernardino put down in his story. And of course there must be some allusion to the treasure in the secret records at Simancas, or the Quirinal, or the Vatican. Neither the kings of Spain nor the popes would let such a treasure pass out of mind. Indeed it is possible that there is some key or clue to it which he holds. Did you notice how he referred at once to the secret meaning of the memorandum in the beginning of the law book? If we had not given it up at once, he would have forced on the question, and wished to take the paper away, and we could not have refused without letting him know something by our very refusal. Do you understand any more of my meaning now? And can you forgive me any more for my ill-mannered outbreak? That is what I am most sorry for, of all that has been in the interview today. Is that also any more light to you on the mystery of a woman's mind?" "It is you, dear, it is," I said, as I took her for a moment in my arms. She came easily and lovingly to me, and I could not but be assured that the yielding even momentarily to tenderness helped to ease the strain which had been bearing upon her for so long. For my Marjory, though a strong and brave one, was but a woman after all. At 6 o'clock I took my way back to Whinnyfold, for I wanted to have all ready for our enterprise, and take full advantage of the ebb tide. We arranged that on this occasion Marjory should come alone to join me at the house, our house. End of Section 33. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 34 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 34. The Accolade. When Marjorie arrived, I had all ready for our exploration. There were several packages waiting for her, and when she emerged from the room where she had gone to change, their purpose was manifest. She appeared in a flannel tennis frock, short enough to show that she had put on her sand shoes on her bare feet. She saw that I noticed, and said with a little blush, "You see, I'm dressed for the part. You came back so wet the last time that I thought I had better prepare for it too." "Quite right, my dear," I said. "That pretty head of yours is level." We went to the cellar at once, where I had lamps and candles prepared and ready to light. I showed Marjorie how to get up and down by herself, in case anything should happen to me. This made the gravity of our enterprise apparent. Her face grew a trifle anxious, though she did not change colour. I could see that all her anxiety was for me, and none for herself. We took care to bring a plentiful supply of matches and candles, as well as an extra lamp and an oil can, and some torches and red and white lights. All these were in a tin box to ensure their being kept dry. I had a meal of bread and meat packed ready, also a bottle of water and a flask of brandy, for the exploration might take a long time. The tide was not quite out, and there was still in places a couple of feet of water, but we decided to go on at once, as it would give us more time if we started on a falling tide. I took Marjorie first up the passage inland, so that she might understand something of the lines of the cave system. There was, however, too much tide just then to show her where I surmised there might be some deep opening, perhaps permanently under water, into some of the other caves. Then we retraced our steps, and gained the pile of debris of the explosion at the cave's mouth. I could not but notice how much Marjorie was impressed by the stillness of the place. Here the tide, filtering in by innumerable crevices and rifts between the vast pile of stones, showed no sign of the force of waves without. There was not time for the rise and fall of waves to be apparent, but the water maintained its level silently, except for that ceaseless gurgle which comes with the piling in of water anywhere, and is so constant that it does not strike one as a sound. It was borne in upon us that the wildest storm without would make no impress upon us here in this cavern deep, and with it, as an inevitable corollary, came the depressing thought of our helplessness should aught go wrong in the fastness of this natural prison. Marjorie bounded over the slippery stones like a young deer, and when we passed through the natural archway into the cave beyond, her delight was manifest. She was hurrying on so quickly that I found it necessary to tell her she must go slow, as to be able to take stock of all around her as she went. It was needful to look back as well as forward, so that she might recognise the places when coming the other way. I reminded her of caution by holding up the great ball of stout cord which I carried, the end of which was attached to the rope of the windlass in the cellar. "Remember, dear," I said, "that you have to be prepared for all eventualities; if necessary, to go back alone and in the dark." She shuddered a little, and drew closer to me. I felt that the movement was one of protection rather than of fear. When we went along the passage, where on the first occasion I had found the water rise nearly to the roof, we had to wait. A little way ahead of us, where the cave dipped to its lowest, the water was still touching the top. We possessed our souls with what patience we could, and in about half an hour's time we were able to pass. We were quite wet, however, for only our faces and our lamps were above water, with the exception, of course, of the tin box with the candles and matches and our provisions, which I took care to keep dry. Marjorie's delight at the sight of the huge red cave was unspeakable. When I lit one of the red lights, the blinding glow filled the place, exposing every nook and corner, and throwing shadows of velvet blackness. The natural red of the granite suited the red light, the effect being intensely rich. Whilst the light lasted, it was all like a dream of fairyland, and Marjorie hung on to me in an ecstasy of delight. Then, when the light died down and the last sparks fell into the natural darkness, it seemed as if we and all around us were steeped in gloom. the little patches of faint light from our lamps seemed to our dazzled eyes to openly emphasize the surrounding blackness. Marjory suggested that we should explore the great cavern before we did anything else. I acquiesced, for it was just as well that we should be thoroughly acquainted with the various ramifications of the cave. I was not by any means sure as yet that we should be able to get to the cave of the treasure. Here, all around us, was red. We were entirely within the sienite formation. When I had been first in the cave I had not seen it lit up. Only where the comparatively feeble light of my bicycle lantern had fallen had I seen anything at all. Of course, it may have been that the red light which I had burned had misled me by overwhelming everything in its lurid glow. So this time I got a white light out of the box, and lit it. The effect was more ghastly and less pleasant. In the revealing glare, the edges of everything stood out hard and cold, and so far repulsive that instinctively Marjory drew closer to me. While the light remained, however, I was able to satisfy myself of one thing. All around was only the red granite. Colour and form and texture all told the same thing. We had passed the stratification of gneiss, and entered on that of the sienite. I began to wonder and to think, though I did not at once mention the matter to Marjory. The one guiding light as to locality in the Don's narrative was the description of the cave, the black stone on one hand and the red on the other. Now at Broadhaven the gneiss and the red sienite join, and the strata in places seem as if welded together or fused by fire. Here and there can be found patches in the cliff where it is hard to say where one class of rock ends and the other begins. In the centre bay, however, to the north of my house, there is a sort of dip in the cliff, covered deep with clay, and bright with grass and wild flowers. Through this a tiny stream rushes in wet weather, or in dry trickles down the steep incline. This is the natural or main division between the geological formations, for on either side of it is a different kind of rock. It was here that I expected to find that the treasure cave was situated. It had been, of course, impossible for me, though I had had a compass with me, to fix exactly the windings of the cave. I knew, however, that the general trend was to the right. We must, therefore, have passed behind the treasure cave and come into the region of red granite. I began to have an idea, or rather the rudiment of one, that later on we should have to go back on our tracks. Inasmuch as my own house stood on the gneiss formation, we should have to find whereabout in the cave windings the red and the black rocks joined. From this point we might be able to make new and successful progress towards discovery of the treasure itself. In the meantime I was content to linger a few minutes in the great cavern. It was evident that Marjory was in love with it, and was at present in a whirl of delight. And after all, she was my world, and her happiness my sunshine. I fully realized in the delightful passages of our companionship the truth of the lover's prayer in Herrick's pretty poem: "Give me but what this ribbon bound, take all the rest, the sun goes round." Every day, every hour, seemed to me to be revealing new beauties of my wife's character and nature. She was herself becoming reconciled to our new relationship, and in the confidence of her own happiness, and in her trust of her husband, the playful and sweet sides of her nature were gaining a new development. I could not help feeling at times that all was going on for the best, that the very restraint of the opening of our married life was formative of influence for good on us both. If all young husbands and wives could but understand the true use of the old-fashioned honeymoon, the minute knowledge of character coming in moments of unconscious self-revelation, there might be more answers in the negative to the all-important 19th century philosophical query, "Is marriage a failure?" It was evident that Marjory was reluctant to leave the cave. She lingered and lingered. At last, in obedience to a command of hers, conveyed, for she said nothing, in some of those subtle feminine ways which, though I did not understand their methods, I was beginning to learn to obey, I lit a torch. Holding it aloft, and noticing with delight how the light danced in my wife's beautiful eyes as she clapped her hands joyously with the overt pleasure of a child, I said: "Her Majesty wishes to inspect her new kingdom. Her slave awaits her pleasure." "Lead on," she said. "Her Majesty is pleased with the ready understanding of her royal consort, and with his swift obedience to her wishes. And oh, Archie, isn't this simply too lovely for anything?" The quick change into the vernacular made us both laugh, and taking hands like two children, we walked round the cavern. At the upper end of it, almost at the furthest point from where we entered, we came across a place where, under an overhanging red wall which spread out overhead like a canopy, a great rock rose from the level floor. It was some nodule of especial hardness which, in the general trituration, had not been worn away by the wash of the water and the rolling of pebbles which at one time undoubtedly helped to smooth the floor. In the blinking light of the torch, the strength of which was dimmed in the vastness of the cavern, the isolated rock, standing as it did under the rocky canopy whose glistening surface sent down a patchy reflex of the glare, seemed like a throne. The idea occurred simultaneously to both of us. Even as I spoke I could see that she was prepared to take her seat. Will not Her Majesty graciously take her seat upon the throne, which the great overlord Nature has himself prepared for her? She took the stick which she carried to steady her in the wading, and holding it like a sceptre, said, and oh, but her sweet voice sounded like far music stealing through the vastness of the cavern, "Her Majesty, now that she has ascended her throne, and so formally taken possession of her kingdom, hereby decrees that her first act of power shall be to confer the honour of knighthood on her first and dearest subject. Kneel, therefore, at the feet of your Queen. Answer me by your love and loyalty. Do you hereby promise and vow obedience to the wishes of your Queen? Shall you love her faithfully and truly and purely? Shall you hold her in your heart of hearts, yielding obedience to all true wishes of hers, and keeping the same steadfastly to the end? Do you love me?" Here she paused. The rising emotion was choking her words. The tears welled in her eyes and her mouth quivered. I was all at once in a fire of devotion. I could then, and indeed when I think of it I can now, realise how of old, in the days when loyalty was a passion, a young knight's heart flowered and blossomed in the moment of his permitted devotion. It was with all the truth of my soul and my nature that I answered: "I do love you, O my gracious Queen. I hereby take all the vows you have meted to me. I shall hold you ever, as I do now, in my very heart of hearts. I shall worship and cherish you till death parts us. I shall reverence and obey your every true wish, even as I have already promised beside the sea and at the altar. And whithersoever my feet may go in obedience to your will, my Queen and my love, they shall go on steadfast to the end." Here I stopped, for I feared to try to say more. I was trembling myself, and the words were choked in my throat. Marjory bent over as I knelt, laid her wand on my shoulder, and said: "Rise up, Sir Archibald, my own true knight and loyal lover." Before I rose I wanted to kiss her hand, but as I bent, her foot was temptingly near. I stooped lower to kiss it. She saw my intention, and saying impulsively, "Oh, Archie dear, not that wet, dirty shoe," kicked it off. I stooped still lower and kissed her bare foot. As I looked up at her face adoringly, a blush swept over it and left her pale, but she did not flinch. Then I stood up, and she stepped down from her throne and into my arms. She laid her head against my shoulder, and for a few moments of ecstasy our hearts beat together. End of Section 34. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 35 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 35. The Pope's Treasure. "Now," said Marjory, at last disengaging herself from me, "let us get down to business. We've got to find the treasure, you know." So we set ourselves down to a systematic search. We explored, one after another, all the caves leading out of the main cavern. Some of them were narrow and tortuous. Some were wide and low, with roof dropping down until it was impossible for anything in the shape of humanity to pass. All of these, however, with one exception, ended in those fissure-like clefts, running somewhere to a point which characterized cavern formations. The exception was at the northwest side of the cavern, where a high, fairly wide passage extended, with an even floor, as though it too had been levelled by rolling pebbles. It kept on straight for a good length, and then curved round gently to the right, all the while fairly maintaining its proportions. Presently it grew so high that it was like a narrow way between tall houses. I lit a white light, and in the searching glare noticed that far overhead the rocky walls leaned together till they touched. This spot just above us was evidently the highest point. The roof thence fell rapidly till at last it was only some 10 feet high. A little further on it came to a sudden end. Here there was a great piled up mass of huge sharp-edged rocks, at the base of which were stones of all sizes, some round and some jagged. Scattered near and isolated were many stones rounded by constant friction. As I looked, the whole circumstances seemed to come to me. "See!" I cried to Marjory. This was evidently another entrance to the cave. The tides, ebbing or flowing, drove in through one way and out at the other, and the floor was worn level in process of countless years by rolling pebbles like these. Then came some upheaval or wearing away by water drift of supporting walls of rock, and this mouth of the cave fell in. We must be by now somewhere at the Cruden side of Whinnyfold. We are facing almost due north. As there was manifestly nothing to be done here, we took our way back to the main cavern. When we began to look around us for a new place to explore, Marjory said, "There doesn't seem to be any treasure cave at all here. We have now tried everywhere." Then it was that my mind went back again to the Don's description, black on the one hand and red on the other. "Come," I said, "let us go back till we find the joining of the gneiss and granite." As we went back, the floor was almost dry. Only a few pools of water here and there, lying in the depressions, called attention to the fact that we were under tidal influence. As we went we kept a careful lookout for the fusion of the rocks, and found it where the passage with the descending roof debouched into that which led from the blocked up entrance of the cave. There was here, however, no sign of another passage, and the main one outside was like that under my own house, entirely through the gneiss. I could not help feeling a little disappointed. For many weeks my mind had been set on finding the Pope's treasure, and though I believe it was not greed which controlled me, even to any great extent, I was deeply chagrined. I had a sort of unworthy fear that it might lower me in the eyes of Marjory. This feeling, however, was only momentary, and when it went for good. Drawing in my notebook a rough outline of Whinnyfold, I dotted lines where I took the various branches of the cave to lie, and then marked in the line of fusion of the gneiss and the granite as it was manifest on the cliffs and on the shore beyond. Marjory was at once convinced. Indeed, when I saw my surmise put down in black and white, it seemed to me quite apparent that it must be correct. The treasure cave must be within that space which lay between the dismantled entrance on the side of the Skares and that which had fallen in on the north side. The logical inference was that if there was an entrance to be found at all, it would be close to the debris from the Don's explosion. So we took in silence our way back to that point, and began at once to examine the debris for any sign of an opening in the rock to the north side. Marjory scrambled up to the top of the pile, whilst I explored the base. Turning my lantern on the rocky wall, I began to examine it foot by foot and inch by inch. Suddenly Marjory cried out. I raised my head and looked at her. Her face, lit by the rays of my own lamp which, with the habit of searching now familiar to me, I had turned as my eyes turned, was radiant with joy and excitement. "Look, look!" she cried. "Oh, Archie! There is the top of an opening here. The stones fill it up." As she spoke she pushed at a stone on the top of the pile. Under her hand it moved and disappeared with a hollow rattle. By this time I had scrambled up the slippery pile and was beside her. The disappearance of the stone had enlarged the opening, and something like a foot square was discovered. So we began to work at the heap of stones, only we pulled and threw them into the cave where we were, so as not to block the place we aimed at. The top layer of stones was easy to move, as they were comparatively small and were not interlocked, but below them we found a much more difficult task. Here the rocks were larger and more irregular in shape, and their points and edges interlocked. We did not mind, however, but toiled on. I could not but notice as we did so a trait of Marjory's coolness of head in the midst of all her excitement, when she took from her pocket a pair of heavy gloves and put them on. In some 15 or 20 minutes we had unmasked a hole sufficiently large to pass through comfortably. I found that the oil of my lamp was running low, so I refilled it and Marjory's also. Then, holding my own lamp carefully, whilst Marjory turned hers in the direction I was going, I passed over the top of the miniature moraine, and in a few seconds was on the floor of the other cave. Marjory threw me the ball of string, and scrambling down joined me at once. We went along carefully, for the roof of the cave dipped very low, and we had in more than one place to bend considerably. Even then we were walking in a couple of feet of water, as the floor dipped as well as the roof. When we had gone some distance, however, the roof rose as the cave turned sharp to the left, round a corner of very broken and jagged rock in which I could see signs of the fusion of the two geological formations. Our hearts beat high, and we took hands instinctively. We were now confident that we were in the treasure house at last. As we went up the cave, here running, so far as I could ascertain by the compass, straight in and from the sea, we could note, as we turned our lamps now and again to either side, that on our left was all black rock, whilst on the right was all red. The cave was not a long one, nothing to compare with those we had left. It was not very many seconds, though we had to go slow, as we did not know for certain as to the floor level, before the cave began to expand. When, however, it widened and became more lofty, the floor rose in all some 3 feet, and we went up a sharp incline, though not of very great magnitude. This dipped a little again, forming a pool which spread ahead of us so far as we could see by the dim light of our bicycle lamps. As we did not know the depth, I waded in, Marjory enjoining me anxiously to be careful. I found it deepened very slowly, so she joined me and we went on together. By my advice Marjory kept a few feet in the rear, so that in case I should stumble or meet with a deep hole and so lose my light, hers would still be safe. I was so intent on my feet, for I feared lest Marjory following so close might get into some trouble, that I hardly looked ahead, but kept cautiously on my way. Marjory, who was flashing her lamp all around as she went, suddenly called out: "Look, look! There to the right, the figure of the San Cristobal, with the golden Christ on his shoulder." I turned my lantern to the angles of the cave to the right, to which we were now close. The 2 lamps gave us light enough to see well. There, rising from the water under the shelf of rock, was the figure that Benvenuto had wrought, as Don Bernardino had left it 3 centuries ago. As I moved forwards I stumbled. In trying to save myself, the lamp was shaken from my hand and fell hissing in the dark water. As it fell, I saw by the flash of light the white bones of a skeleton under the San Cristobal. Instinctively I called out to Marjory: "Stand still and take care of your lamp. I've dropped mine." "All right," came back her answer coolly. She had quite command of herself. She turned the lamp downwards so that we could see into the water, and I found I had stumbled against an iron box, beside which in about 2 feet of water lay my lamp. I picked this up first, and shook the water from it and laid it on the shelf of the rock. "Wait here a moment," I said. "I shall run back and get a torch." For I had left the tin box on the top of the heap of debris when we had scrambled through the hole. I was starting back at once, when she said after me, and in that cave the voice came after me monotonous and hollow like a ghost's: Take my lamp with you, dear. How can you find the box or even the way to it in the dark?" "But I can't leave you alone here, all in the dark, too." "Oh, I'm all right," she answered gaily. "I don't mind a bit. And besides, it will be a new sensation to be here alone, with Olgareff and the treasure. You won't be long, will you, dear?" I felt her query almost belied her brave words, but I knew that behind the latter lay her pride, which I must not offend. So I took the lamp she was holding out to me, and hurried on. In a few minutes I had found the box and brought it back, but I could see that even those minutes had been a trying time to Marjory, who was deathly white. When I came close she clung to me. After a second or two she said, as she drew herself away, looking at me diffidently, as though to excuse herself, or rather to account for her perturbation, "The moment you had gone, and I was alone in the dark with the treasure, all the weird prophesying of Gormala came back to me. The very darkness itself made light patches, and I saw shrouds floating everywhere. But it's all right now that you are here. Light a torch, and we shall look at the Pope's treasure." I took a torch out of the box and lit it. She laid it so that the lighted end projected well beyond the shelf of rock, and gave a fine, if fitful, light to all around. We found water about 3 feet deep at its worst. In the glare of the torch, and because of its crystal purity, it did not look even so much. We stooped down to examine the box, which was only one of several lying in front of a great heap of something, all dark with rust and age, which filled up a whole corner of the cave. The hasp was eaten through with rust, as well it might be after 3 centuries in the water, and only retained its form. This was doubtless due to the stillness of the water, for even the shock of my striking the box with my boot had broken it across. When I pulled at it, it crumbled to pieces in my fingers. In the same way the iron of the box itself was rusted right through, and as I tried to lift the lid, which was annealed by corrosion to the sides of the box, it broke in my hands. I was able to tear it away like matchwood. The contents were not corroded, but were blackened by the sea. It was all money, but whether silver or gold we could not tell, and did not stop to see. Then we opened box after box in the same way, and in all but one found coins. This took a considerable time, but we did not in our excitement note its flying. The heap in the corner was composed of great ingots, to lift any of which took a distinct effort of strength. The one box unfilled with coins contained smaller boxes or caskets, which were uncorroded, and were, we presumed, of some superior metal, silver or gold. They were all locked. I lifted one of them and laid it on the shelf of rock whilst I searched for a key. It was a difficult matter to find any definite thing whilst stooping in the water, so I took my knife and tried with its point to prise open the casket. The lock must have been of iron and corroded. It gave way instantly under pressure, disclosing a glittering heap of stones which, even through all the cloudiness of the saline deposit of centuries, flashed red lights everywhere. "Rubies!" cried Marjory, who stood close to me, clapping her hands. "Oh, how lovely, darling!" she added, kissing me, for her expression of delight had to find a vent on something. "Next!" I said, as I bent to the iron chest to lift out another of the caskets. I drew back with a shudder. Marjory, looking anxiously at my face, divined the cause and cried in genuine alarm: "The tide! The tide is rising, and is shutting us in!" End of Section 35. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 36 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 36. The Rising Tide. I think there must be some provision of nature which in times of real danger keeps men's minds away from personal fears. I can honestly say that not a thought of danger for myself crossed my mind, though I was harrowed up and appalled by fears for Marjory. My mental excitement, however, took a practical shape, and thought after thought flashed through my brain as to how I could best serve my wife. The situation with its woeful possibilities came first, and afterwards, in quick succession, the efforts which might be made. But first I must see how we really stood. I did not know this cave and the lengths and levels of it well enough to be sure whether the tide could block us completely in. If there were but headroom, the actual distance was not far to swim. This I could soon settle. Taking Marjory's lamp, which stood on the ledge of the rock, I ran down the cave, calling out as I went, "Stay here a minute, dear. I want to see how far the tide is in." The double winding of the cave made it hard for me to judge at a glance. It was only when I came to the piece of straight passage leading up from the sea that I could judge. From the time I left the treasure chamber of the cave, the water got deeper and deeper as I went, but the difficulty was not in this way. I knew that so long as there was headway I could swim for it and take Marjory with me. But when I came down the strait, my hopes were altogether dashed. As the floor dipped towards the sea, so did the roof in much greater degree. I knew that there was one place where at low water there was only barely headway even when we stooped low, but I was not prepared for what I saw. The water had already risen so far that this place was, from where I stood waist high in water, obliterated. The rocky roof sank into the still level water. For a moment I considered whether it would not be best to dive through it. I had the cord to guide me, and I knew that towards its mouth the cave roof rose again. But then there was Marjory. She was not like myself, an accomplished diver. It might be possible, if the worst should come to the worst, to draw her through the water-choked piece of tunnel by the guiding cord. But if the cord should break, or anything go wrong, the thought was too dreadful. I hurried back to Marjory to see how far it might be advisable to make the attempt, however dangerous, rather than be drowned in the deepening water of the cave, or asphyxiated if the space left were too small to allow us breathing till the falling of the tide. I found Marjory standing on the shelf of rock to which she had climbed by the aid of the San Cristobal figurehead. She was holding up the torch and examining carefully the walls and roof of the cave. When she heard the splash of my coming through the water she turned. I could see that though her face was pale, she was very calm and self-possessed. She said quietly, "I have been looking for high water mark, but I can hardly see any sign of it. I suppose in this dark cave, where neither seaweed nor zoophyte exists, there is no such thing. Unless, of course, it be that the whole cave is under the water line, in which case we must be ready for the worst." As she spoke she was raising the torch till its light illuminated, so far as possible, the extreme angle of the cavern where it ran up to a sort of point. I scrambled up beside her, and making use of my greater height, took the torch, and keeping it away at arm's length, put my hand into the narrowing angle. I had a sort of secret hope that there might be some long crack or rift, which, though it might be impossible for our bodies, might still give us air. Any such half-formed hope was soon shattered. The angle of the cave was in the solid rock, and there was no fissure or even crack beyond. As there was no clue to the level reached by the tide, I tried back on the possibility of gauging it by measuring from low water, so far as my memory of the tides might serve. Judging by the depth of the water, so far as I had gone, the fall of the floor level must here have been some 3 feet. The floor level of the cave was almost that of low water, except where it dipped under the overhanging roof, or where was the ascending grade up to the pool in which the treasure boxes lay. As here on the border of the North Sea, with no estuary to increase tidage, the normal rise of the tide is between 11 and 12 feet, we had to account for another 8 or 9 feet for the rise of the tide. The ledge was about a foot above the surface of the water. If my calculations were correct, there was headroom and breathing space, for as I stood on the ledge the top of my head was still about 2 feet from the highest point of roof over us. I could not, however, be certain of my calculations within a couple of feet. If therefore we could keep our place on the shelf of rock and endure the cold, we might yet win through. The cold was a serious matter. At Cruden, where the full sweep of the icy current from the North Sea runs inshore, the water is grievously cold, even in the hottest summer time. Already we were feeling the effects of our wet clothes, even in this silent cavern where the heat seemed to be much more than outside. When we had been looking at the jewels I had myself felt the chill, and could feel Marjory shiver now and again. Indeed, I had been about to suggest our returning when I made the discovery of the rising tide. It was no use regretting, however. We were caged in the cavern, and our only chance was to hold on somehow till the tide should fall again. The practical side of Marjory's mind was all awake. It was she who quietly refilled the 2 lamps, and, with much spluttering of the wick at first, lighted again the one which I had let fall into the water. When both lamps were ready, she put out the torch and placed it in the tin box which she handed to me, saying, "We may need all the air we can get for our breathing, and the torches would burn it up. We must have 2 lamps, lest one should fail. Shove the box as far as it will go into the corner of the cave. It will be safe there, as safe as us at any rate, for it will be over our heads." As she spoke, a new idea occurred to me. I might raise the level of the ledge by piling the ingots on it. I did not lose any time, but jumping down began at once to lift them one by one on the ledge. It was heavy work, and no one but a very strong man could have lifted them from off the ground, much less have placed them on a ledge over where he stood. Moreover, I had to bend into the water to reach them, and in the years which they had lain there in juxtaposition, some deposit of salt or sea lime of some kind had glued them together. After the separation of the first, however, this difficulty grew less. Marjory aided me in placing the bars in position. When they were once fixed, their great weight kept them in place. It was odd how little these moments the treasure counted for. The little heap of rubies lay on the shelf of rock unnoticed, and when in the strain of placing the ingots some of them were brushed off into the water, neither Marjory nor I took the trouble even to sweep them with a brush of the hand into a safer place. One of the metal caskets was tumbled bodily into the water without a thought. When the ingots were all in place and shaken into steady position, we got on the ledge together and began to test the security of our platform. It would be too late to find out any flaw of construction when the tide should have risen. We had made a foothold nearly 2 feet above the surface of the ledge, and this might give us at the last an additional chance. At any rate, even if we should not be so hard pressed as to have to raise our heads so high, it would give us a longer period of comparative dryness. We were already beginning to feel the chill of the tide. In those caves the air is all right, and we had not felt chilled, although we were more or less wet through. But I dreaded lest it might numb either of us so much as to prevent our taking every chance. When we stood together on the pile of gold and silver, our heads were so close to the roof that I felt safe, so far as actually drowning or asphyxiation were concerned, if the tide did not rise higher than I had computed. If we could only hold out till the tide had fallen sufficiently, we might get back. And then we began the long dreary wait for the rising tide. The time seemed endless, for our apprehension and suspense multiplied the real danger whatever it might be. We stood on the cave floor till the water had reached our waists, and all this time tried to keep moving, to dance up and down, to throw about arms and legs so as to maintain the circulation of the blood. Then we climbed up and sat on the platform of bullion till the water rose round our knees again. Then we stood on the ledge and took what exercise we could till the water climbed up over our feet and knees. It was a terrible trial to feel the icy still water creep up and up and up. There was not a sound, no drip or ripple of water anywhere, only silence as deadly as death itself. Then came the time when we had to stand together on the pile of bullion which we had built up. We stood close, for there was merely foothold. I held Marjory up as well as I could, so as to lessen for her the strain of standing still. Our hearts beat together. We felt it, and we knew it. It was only the expression of both our thoughts when Marjory said, "Thank God, dear!" At the worst we can die together." In turn we held the lamp well over the water, and as we looked in aching suspense we saw the dark flood rise up to the sloping roof of the cave and steal towards us with such slow, relentless precision that for my own part I felt I must scream. I felt Marjory tremble. The little morsel of hysterics which goes to make up the sum total of every woman was beginning to assert itself. Indeed, there was something hypnotic in that silent line of death creeping slowly towards us. At this time, too, the air began to feel less fresh. Our own breaths and the exhalations of the lamp was visiting our breathing space. I whispered to Marjory, "We must pull out the light." She shuddered, but said with as brave a voice as she could, "All right, I suppose it is necessary. But, darling, hold me tight and do not let me away from you, or I shall die." I let the lantern fall into the water. Its hissing for a moment drowned my own murmur of grief and Marjory's suppressed groan. And now, in the darkness, the terror of the rising flood grew worse and worse. The chill water crept up and up and up, till at last it was only by raising her head that Marjory could breathe. I leaned back against the rock and bending my legs outward lifted her so that she rested her feet upon my knees. Up and up rose the chill water till it reached my chin, and I feared that the last moments had come. There was one chance more for Marjory, and though it cut me to the soul to speak it, for I knew it would tear at her very heartstrings, I had to try it. "Marjory, my wife, the end is close. I fear we may not both live. In a few minutes more, at most, the water will be over my mouth. When that time comes I shall sink over the pile of treasure on which we rest. You must then stand on me. It will raise you sufficiently to let you hold out longer." A dreadful groan broke from her. "Oh, my God!" was all she said, but every nerve in her body seemed to quiver. Then, without a word, she seemed to become limp and was sliding out of my arms. I held her up strongly, for I feared she had swooned. She groaned out, "Let me go! Let me go! Either of us can rest on the other's body. I shall never leave this if you die." "Dear one," I said, "do as I wish, and I shall feel that even death will be a happy thing, since it can help you." She said nothing, but clung to me, and our mouths met. I knew what she meant. If die we must, we should die together in a kiss. In that lover's kiss our very souls seemed to meet. We felt that the gates of the unknown world were being unbarred to us, and all its glorious mysteries were about to be unveiled. In the impassive stillness of that rising tide, where never a wave or ripple broke the dreadful silent calm, there was no accidental fall or rise which might give added uneasiness or sudden hope. We had by this time become so far accustomed to its deadly perfection as to accept its conditions. This recognition of inevitable force made for resignation, and I think that in those moments both Marjory and I realized the last limitations of humanity. When one has accepted the inevitable, the mere act of dying is easy of accomplishment. But there is a contra to everything in the great ledgers of the books of life and death, and it is only a final balance which counts for gain or loss. The very resignation which makes the thought of death easy to bear is but a balance of power which may not be gainsayed. In the struggle of hope and despair the winged one submits, and that is all. His wings are immortal. Out of fire or water or pestilence or famine or the red mist of battle they ever rise again when once there is light of any kind to animate them. Even when Marjory's mouth was bent to mine in a fond kiss of love and death, the wings of hope fluttered around her head. For an instant or two she paused, as if listening or waiting, and then with a glad cry, which in that narrow space seemed to ring exultingly, she said, "You are saved! You are saved! The water is falling. It has sunk below your lips." Even in that dread moment of life and death, I could not but be touched by her way of rejoicing in the possibility of our common safety. Her only thought was for me. But her words were true. The tide had reached its full. The waters were falling. Minute by minute we waited in breathless suspense, clinging to each other in an ecstasy of hope and love. The chill which had been upon us for so long, numbing every sense and seeming to make any idea of effort impossible, seemed to have lost its power. In the new quickening of hope our hearts seemed to beat more warmly, till the blood tingled in our veins. Oh, but the time was long, there in the dark, with the silent waters receding inch by inch with a slowness which was inconceivable. The strain of waiting became, after a while, almost unbearable. I felt that I must speak to Marjory, and make her speak and keep speaking, lest we should both break down, even at the very last. In the time of our waiting for death we had held on to our determination, blindly resolute to struggle to the last, even though we had accepted the inevitable. But now there was impatience added to our apprehension. We did not know the measure of our own endurance, and terror seemed to brood over us with flapping wings. Truly, the moments of coming life are longer than hours of coming death. End of section 36. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 37 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 37. Round the Clock. When the water had fallen so far that we could sit on the ledge, we rested for a few minutes to relieve the long and terrible strain of standing, cramped and chilled as we were. But we soon felt the chill of the water, and stood again till the rocky ledge was quite free. Then we enjoyed a rest, if the word enjoyment could be applied to our wearied, teeth-chattering, exhausted condition. I made Marjory sit on my lap, so that we could get some warmth together, and that she might be saved from the benumbing coldness of the rock. We wrung out our clothes as well as we could, and with braver hearts set ourselves down to the second spell of our dark captivity. Well we knew that the tide had risen higher than the tin box in the corner of the cave, and tacitly put off the moment of assured knowledge. Presently, when the chill had somewhat passed from her, and she shivered less, she stood up and tried to get down the box. She could not reach it, so I rose and took it down. Then we resumed our places on the ledge, and with the box beside us, began to investigate. It was a sadly helpless performance. In the dark everything seemed strange, with regard to size as well as to shape. Our wet hands could not themselves discriminate as to whether anything was wet or dry. It was only when we found that the box was quite full of water that we realized that there was no hope of light in this quarter, and that we must have patience through the darkness as well as we could. I think that Marjory cried a little. She covered it up for me in some womanly way, but there are eyes in the soul that can see even through Cimmerian gloom, and I knew that she cried, though my senses could detect no sign. When I touched her face, my wet hands and my own wet face could tell me nothing. Still we were happy in a way. The fear of death had passed, and we were only waiting for light and warmth. We knew that every minute, every breath we drew, the tide was falling, and we knew too that we could grope our way through the cavern. We rejoiced, now that there was no labyrinth of offshoots of the cave, and we were additionally glad that our clue, the cord which we had taken with us, remained. We could easily pick it up when we should begin to move, for there was no stir of water to shift it and draw it away. When we thought that a sufficient time must have elapsed, even at the deadly slow pace at which it crawled, we kissed each other and began our first effort to escape. We easily found the cord, and keeping hold of it, felt our way slowly along the rugged wall. I made Marjory keep close behind me, a little to the right, for I was feeling way by the left hand alone. I feared lest she should get bruised by the jagged rock which protruded here and there. It was well I did so, for in the first dozen yards I got some severe knocks that might have permanently scarred her tender skin. The experience made me careful, however, and after it I took care to feel my way all round before advancing a step. I found by experience that it was the cord which had misled me by straining where there was a curve or an angle, and so taking me close to the rock instead of in the middle of the passage where we had originally dropped it as we went along. When we had passed the first two bends, the anxious time came. It was here that the roof dropped, and we did not know if the tide had fallen low enough to let us through. We pushed on, however, into the deepening water, Marjory still keeping close behind me, though I wished to go on alone and explore. We found that the rock dipped below the water level when we had gone some way into the tunnel, so we came back and waited a good while. It seemed a long, long time. Then we essayed again and found that though the water was still high, there were some inches of space between rock and water. Joyfully we pushed on slowly. Our hearts beat gladly when we could raise our heads from the stooping position and raise them freely in the air. It only took us a few minutes to reach the pile of rocks. Then, holding the cord as a clue to the narrow opening, we scrambled up as well as we could. I helped Marjory as much as possible, but in this matter she was as good as I was, nay, better, for all her woman's instinct came to aid, and it was she who first got through the narrow hole. Then very carefully we climbed down the other side, and still holding our guiding cord, came at last to the tackle by which we had lowered ourselves into the cave. It was rather a surprise to us when we reached it, for we had expected to see the welcome light through the opening before we had come under it. At first, in the whirl of thoughts, I imagined that something had gone wrong, a rock fallen in, or some sort of general collapse. Then I fancied that we had been tracked down, and that someone had tried to bury us in the cave. It is wonderful what strange thoughts come to one in a prolonged spell of absolute darkness. No wonder that even low-grade, violent, unimaginative criminals break down in the black hole. Marjory said nothing, but when she spoke, it was evident from her words that she had some of the same ideas herself. There was a tone of relief in her voice which was unmistakable, and which must have followed some disconcerting thought. "Of course not. It is only that the lamps and candles have burned out. We have forgotten the long time which has passed, but the lights haven't." It was evident enough now. We had been so many hours in the cave that the lights were exhausted, and at no time was there a gleam of natural light in the cellar. I found it a little difficult to work the tackle in the dark with my numbed hands. Hope, however, is a paramount force, and very soon Marjory was swinging up through the hole in the rock. I called to her to get light as soon as she could, but she refused point blank to do anything until I was beside her. When I got the rope around me, we both pulled, and in a very few seconds I too was up through the hole and in the cellar. I found the matches easily enough, and oh, the glorious sight of the light even in this spluttering form! We did not linger an instant, but moved to the door, which I unlocked, and we stepped out and ran up the steps. The lantern on the roof which lit the staircase was all ablaze with sunshine, and we felt bathed in light. For a second or two we could not realize it, and blinked under the too magnificent glare. And then, with inconceivable rapidity, we came back to the serenity and confidence which comes with daylight. In less than a second we were again in the realities of life, and the whole long night of darkness and fear was behind us like a dream. I hurried Marjory into the room where she had dressed, and where were a store of her clothes, and then I proceeded to make up a fire. The chimney place in the dining room was made after the old fashion, wide and deep, and had in the back a beautiful old steel rack with brackets on which to hang pots and kettles. I thought this would be the best place for a fire, as it was the biggest in the house. So I got from the fuel house off the kitchen an armful of dry furze, and another of cut billets of pine which I dumped on top of it. A single match was sufficient, and in an instant there was a large fire roaring up the chimney. I filled a great copper kettle with water and slung it in the blaze, and then, when I found myself in a cloud of steam from my wet clothes, ran into my own room. After a hard rub down which made my skin glow, and a wash which was exquisite, I put myself into dry clothes. When I came back to the dining room I found Marjory busy getting ready a meal. Supper, breakfast, dinner, we did not know what to call it. One glad moment in each other's arms, and then kneeling together we thanked God for the great mercy which He had shown us. Then we resumed preparations to eat, for we were ravenous. The kettle was beginning to sing, and we soon had hot delicious tea, which sent a glow through us. There were plenty of cooked provisions, and we did not wait to warm them. Such luxuries as hot food would come into our lives later. It was only when we had satisfied our appetites that we thought of looking at the time. My own watch had stopped when I had first tried the entrance to the great cave, and had been waist high in water, but Marjory had left hers in her room when she had changed her dress for the expedition. It was now 1 o'clock, and as the sun was high in the heavens it was P.M. Allowing for the time of dressing and eating, we must have been in all, in the caves, some 12 hours. I looked amongst my books and found Whitaker's Almanac, from which I gathered that as the tide was full at 6:30 o'clock, we must, as the normal rise of the tide was between 11 and 12 feet, have been immersed in the water some 4 hours. The very thought of it made us shudder. With an instinctive remembrance of our danger and misery we drew close together. Then a heavy sleepiness seemed all at once to settle on us. Marjory would not leave me, and I did not wish her to. I felt as she did, that we could not sleep easily if separated. So I got great armloads of rugs and cushions, and made 2 nests close to the fire, which I built up with solid logs. I wrapped her in a great warm plaid, and myself in another, and we sank down on our couches, holding hands, and with her head upon my shoulder. When I woke it was almost pitch dark. Only for a slight glow which came from the mass of red embers on the hearth, the darkness would have been as complete as that of the cave. It is true that the sunblinds were down and the curtains drawn, but even so, when there was light outside, some gleams of it even, if only reflected, found their way in. Marjory was still sleeping as I stole softly to the window and looked out. All was dark. The moon was hidden behind a bank of clouds, only the edges of which, tinged with light, showed its place in the heavens. I looked at Marjory's watch, which she had laid upon the table, having wound it up instinctively before the sleepiness had come upon her. It was now a few minutes past 1. We had slept right round the clock. I began to make up the fire as softly as I could, for I did not wish to wake Marjory. I felt that sleep, and plenty of it, was the best thing for her, after the prolonged strain and trial which she had undergone. I got ready clean plates and knives and forks, and put on the kettle again. Whilst I was moving about she woke. For an instant or two she looked round in a dazed, uncomprehending way, and then all at once the whole remembrance of the night swept across her. In a single bound, with the agility of a young panther, she sprang to her feet, and in an instant her arms were around me, half protectingly and whole lovingly. We had another hearty meal. It was picnicking in excelsis, and I doubt if the whole world held 2 happier beings. Presently we began to talk of the cave and of the treasure, and I was rejoiced to find that all the trial and anxiety had left no trace on Marjory's courage. It was she herself who suggested that we should go back to the cave and take out what she called those dear little boxes. We put on once more our cave clothes, which were dry again, but which had shrunk lamentably, and laughing at each other's grotesque appearance, we went down into the cellar again. Having renewed the lamps and made all safe for our return, we took lamps and torches and matches and set out on our quest. I think we both felt a little awed. We were certainly silent, as we crept through the hole over the moraine, and took our way up the treasure cave. I confess that my own heart sank within me when we saw the ledge, with the San Cristobal and the infant Christ seeming to keep guard upon it, and I felt a pity, which I had not felt before, for the would-be thief Olgaref. Marjory, I think, felt the same way as I did, for she kept very close to me, and now and again held on to me. but she said nothing. We lit a torch and renewed our search. Whilst I stooped over the box and took out other caskets containing gems, Marjory held the light with one hand while she gathered the little heap of rubies from the first box and put them in the pocket of my jacket. Her feminine care was shown in her searching for the box and the rubies, which had fallen into the water, so that none might be lost. There were not many of the little caskets. It is astounding what a small space will contain a many precious gems. They easily fitted into the bag which I had brought for the purpose. Then we took our way back to the house. When we had ascended, we put out the lights and locked the cellar. We changed our clothes again, Marjory putting on her livery. It was now nearly 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was time to be getting back to Crom. End of section 37. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 38 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 38. The Duty of a Wife. Just as we were about to start, Marjory said to me, half in jest but wholly in earnest, "I wonder what has become of Gormala these times. If she knew of the last 2 nights, she would simply become desperate, and there is no knowing what she might prophesy." Strangely enough, I had been myself thinking of the witch woman. I suppose it was that the memory of the finding of the treasure and of the hovering near us of death had recalled her weirds. With the thought of her came once more that strange feeling which I had before experienced, a feeling as if she were present. Motioning to Marjory to put out the light, I stole to the window. The heavy curtains, when I had passed through them, shut out the glimmer of the firelight. Marjory came and joined me, and we looked out together. There were drifting clouds, and thus moments of light and shadow. In one of the former I saw a dark mass on the edge of the deep grass that crowns the rock just over the entrance of Whitsunnon Point. If it was a woman, it was probably Gormala, and if it was Gormala, she was probably watching me, for of course she could not know that Marjory was with me. I determined to find out if I could, so I told Marjory to slip out by the back door whilst I went to the point. We arranged to join at the upper village of Old Whinnyfold. Having placed my bicycle ready to start and shut the door behind me softly, I stole over to the cliff. Lying just below the edge, but so that her head was at the top, lay Gormala asleep. At first I thought it was pretence, for I knew the wily nature of the old woman, but on examining closely I found her sleep was real. She looked worn and tired out, and I concluded that it was the second night of watching on end which had finished her. It was well she slept, for had she been awake she must have seen us. The place she had chosen commanded both paths away from the house left and right. Only by stealing back over the hill and keeping the house all the time between us and herself could we have avoided her prying eyes. Even then, were there light enough, she might have seen us debouching on the roadway had we gone inland by Whinnyfold. I could not but be sorry for her. She looked so old and feeble, and yet with such purpose in her strong, stern face. I could afford to be pitiful now. My life was running on happy lines. I had won Marjory, and we had found the treasure. I left her undisturbed. I would have put some rug or covering over her, but I was afraid lest I should awake her and so make discovery of our plans. Besides, it would be hard to account for my being awake myself, and about at that hour of the night, or morning, I hardly knew which it was. Almost as hard as it would have been for Gormala to explain why she was in similar case. When I joined Marjory, we took our way as quickly as possible to Crom. We were both anxious that she should get into the castle before daylight. It was with a certain dread, for the experiences of the night were not yet hardened in memory, that I saw Marjory descend into the cave when we rolled away the stone. She too was not free from misgiving. I knew it from the emphasis with which she impressed on me that I was not to fear for her. She was to wave a white handkerchief from the roof when she had got in safely. Looking over the stone towards the castle whence must come her signal, I waited with an anxiety which I could not conceal from myself. The grey dawn grew paler and paler as I looked, and the sky began to quicken. Here and there around me came every now and again the solitary pipe of an awakening bird. I could just see the top of the castle looking bare and cold through the vista between the tree tops. In a short time, almost shorter than I could have anticipated, I saw on the roof the flutter of a white handkerchief. My heart leaped. Marjory was safe. I waved my own handkerchief. She answered again, and there was no more sign. I came away satisfied and wheeled back to Cruden with what speed I could. It was still very early morning when I reached Whinnyfold. Not a soul was up as I passed on my way, and I crept in secretly by the back of the house. When I looked carefully out of a window in front, I could see in the growing light of morning that Gormala still lay on the edge of the cliff, motionless and manifestly asleep. I lay down for a while and dozed till the morning was sufficiently advanced. Then, after a cold bath and a cup of hot tea, took my way to Crom, timing myself so as to arrive for an early breakfast. Mrs. Jack met me, beaming. She was so hearty and so manifestly glad to see me that I bent over and kissed her. She was not a bit displeased. She seemed a little touched by the act, and smiled at me. Then Marjory came in, looking radiant. She greeted me with a smile, and went over and kissed Mrs. Jack affectionately. Then she kissed me too, and there was a glad look in her eyes which made my heart thrill. After breakfast she sat in the window with Mrs. Jack, and I went to the fireplace to light a cigarette. I stood with my back to the fire and looked over at Marjory. It was always a joy to me when she was in my sight. Presently she said to Mrs. Jack, "Weren't you frightened when I didn't come back the night before last?" The elderly lady smiled complacently as she answered, "Not a bit, my dear." Marjory was astonished into an exclamation. "Why not?" The affectionate old woman looked at her gravely and tenderly. "Because I knew you were with your husband, the safest place where a young woman can be. And oh, my dear, I was rejoiced that it was so, for I was beginning to be anxious and almost unhappy about you. It didn't seem right or natural for two young people like you and your husband to be living one in one place and one in another." As she spoke she took Marjory's hand in hers and stroked it lovingly. Marjory turned her head away from her, and after one swift glance at me from under her eyelashes, from me also. Mrs. Jack went on in a grave, sweet way, lecturing the girl she loved and that she had mothered, not as a woman lectures a child, but as an old woman advises her junior. "For oh, Marjory, my dear one, when a woman takes a husband, she gives up herself. It is right that she should, and it is better too for us women. How can we look after our mankind if we're thinking of ourselves all the time? And they want a lot of looking after too, let me tell you. They're only men, after all, the dears. Your bringing up, my child, has not made you need them. But you would well understand it, if when you was a child you was out on the plains and among the mountains like I was, if you didn't know when you saw your daddy or your brother or your husband go out in the morning whether you'd ever see 'em come back at night, or would see 'em brought back. And then, when the work was over, or the fight, or whatever it might be, to see them come home all dirty and ragged and hungry, and maybe sick or wounded, for the Indians made a lot of harm in my time with their good old bows and their bad new guns. Where would we women and girls have been? Or what sort of women at all, if we didn't have things ready for them? My dear, as I suppose you know now, a man is a mighty good sort of thing after all. He may be cross, or masterful, or ugly to deal with when he has got his shirt out, but after all he's a man, and that's what we loved him for. I was beginning to wonder if you was a girl at all when I see you let your husband go away from you day after day,
and you not either holding 'em back or going off with 'em, way the girls did in my time. I tell you, it would have been a queer kind of girl in Arizona that'd have let a man go like that, when once they had said the word together. Why, my dear, I lay awake half the night saying my prayers for the both of you, and blessing God that He had sent you such a happiness as true love, when there might have been them that would have been running after your fortune, and getting on your weak side enough to throw dust in your eyes. And when in the gray of the dawn I looked into your room and found you hadn't come, why, I just tiptoed back to my bed and went to sleep happy. And I was happy, all day, knowing you were happy too. And last night I just went to sleep at once, and didn't bother my head about listening for your coming, for well I knew you wouldn't be home then. Ah, my dear, you've done the right thing. At the least, your husband's wishes is as much as your own, seeing as how there's two of you. But a woman only learns her true happiness when she gives up all her own wishes, and thinks only for her husband. And mind you, child, it isn't giving up much after all. At least we didn't think so in my time, when she pleases her husband that she loves by going off to share his home.
I listened, full of deep emotion, as the old lady spoke. I felt that every word she said was crystallized truth, and there was no questioning the deep, earnest, loving kindness of her intent. I was half afraid to look at Marjorie, lest I should disconcert her, so I turned round quietly till I faced the fireplace, and leaning on the plinth of it, stole a glance in the old oval mirror above. Marjorie sat there with her hand in Mrs. Jack's. Her head was bent, and there was a flush on her neck and arms which told its own story. I felt that she was silently crying, or very near it, and a lump rose in my throat. This was one of the crises in her life. It was so borne in upon me, and I knew its truth. We have all, as the Scotch say, to dree our own weird. This was a battle with her own soul which Marjorie must fight alone. The old woman's wise words sounded a trumpet note of duty. She was face to face with it, and must judge for herself. Even with all my love I could not help her. I stood silent, scarcely daring to breathe, lest I should disturb or distract her. I tried to efface myself, and for a few minutes did not even look in the mirror. The old woman, too, knew the value of silence, for she sat still. There was not even the rustle of her dress. At last I could hear Marjorie's indrawn breath, and looked in the mirror. Her attitude had not changed, except that she had raised her head. I could tell by its proud poise that she was her own woman again. She still kept her face away, and there was the veil of recent tears over her sweet voice as she spoke tenderly. "Thank you, dear. I am so glad you have spoken to me so freely and so lovingly." I could see from the motion of the two hands and her own whitening knuckles that she was squeezing her companion's fingers. Then, after a few moments, she rose quietly, and still keeping her head averted, sailed quietly out of the room in her own graceful manner. I did not stir. I felt that I could please her best by keeping quiet, but oh, how my heart went with her in her course. End of section 38. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 39 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 39. An Unexpected Visitor. I chatted with Mrs. Jack for a few minutes with what nonchalance I could muster, for I wanted to cover up Marjorie's retreat. I have not the faintest idea what we talked about. I only know that the dear old lady sat and beamed on me, with her lips pursed up in thought, and went on with her knitting. She agreed with everything I said, whatever it was. I longed to follow Marjorie and comfort her. I could see that she was distressed, though I did not know the measure of it. I waited patiently, however, for I knew that she would either come to me or send me word to join her when she wanted me. She must have come back very quietly, almost tiptoe, for I had not heard a sound when I saw her in the doorway. She was beckoning to me, but in such a manner that Mrs. Jack could not see her. I was about to go quietly, but she held up a warning hand with 5 fingers outspread, from which I took it that I was to follow in 5 minutes. I stole away quietly, priding myself on the fact that Mrs. Jack did not notice my departure. But on thinking the matter over later, I came to the conclusion that the quiet old lady knew a good deal more of what was going on round her than appeared on the surface. Her little homily to Marjory on a wife's duty has set me thinking many a time since. I found Marjory, as I expected, in the ladies' room. She was looking out of the window when I came in. I took her in my arms for an instant, and she laid her head on my shoulder. Then she drew herself away, and pointed to a great chair close by for me to sit down. When I was seated, she took a little stool, and placing it beside me, she sat at my feet. From our position I had to look down at her, and she had to look up at me. Often and often since then I have recalled the picture she made, sitting there in her sweet graceful simplicity. Well may I remember it, for through many and many an aching hour has every incident of that day, however trivial, been burned into my brain. Marjory leant one elbow on the arm of my chair, and put the other hand in mine with a sweet confiding gesture which touched me to the heart. Since our peril of 2 nights before, she was very, very dear to me. All the selfishness seemed to have disappeared from my affection for her, and I was her true lover as purely as it is given to a man to be. She wanted to speak. I could see that it was an effort to do so, for her breast heaved a few times, as a diver breathes before making his downward leap. Then she mastered herself, and with infinite grace and tenderness spoke. "I'm afraid I have been very selfish and inconsiderate. Oh yes, I have, for I was commencing a protest. I know it now. Mrs. Jack was quite right. It never occurred to me what a brute I have been. And you so good to me and so patient. Well, dear, that's all over now. I want to tell you right here that if you like, I'll go away with you. Tomorrow, today if you wish. And we'll let everyone know that we are married, and go and live together." She stopped, and we sat hand in hand with our fingers clasping. I remained quite still with a calm that amazed me, for my brain was in a whirl. But somehow there came to me, even as it had come to her, a sense of duty. How could I accept such a sweet sacrifice? The very gravity of her preparation for thought and speech showed me that she was loath to leave the course on which she had entered. That she loved me I had no doubt. Was it not for me that she was willing to give it all up? And then my course of action rose clear before me. Instinctively I stood up as I spoke to her, and I felt that big stalwart man as I was. The pretty self-denying girl at my feet ruled me, for she was more to me than my own wishes, my own hopes, my own soul. "Marjory, do you remember when you sat on the throne in the cave and gave me the accolade?" She bowed her head in acquiescence. Her eyes fell, and her face and ears grew rosy pink. "Well, when you dubbed me your knight, and I took the vow, I meant all I said. Your touch on my shoulder was more to me than if it had come from the Queen on her throne, with all the glory of 1,000 years behind her. Oh, my dear, I was in earnest then as I am in earnest now. I was and am your true knight. You are my lady, to serve and make her feet walk in easy ways. It is a terrible temptation to me to take what you have offered as done, and walk straight ways into paradise in our new life. But, my dear, I too can be selfish, if I am tempted too far, and I must not think of my own wishes alone. Since I first saw your face I have dreamt a dream, that a time would come when you, with all the world to choose from, would come to me of your own free will, when you wouldn't want to look back with regret at anything done or undone. I want you to be happy, to look forward only, unless the backward thought is of happiness. Now, if you give up your purpose and come to me with the feeling that you have only made a choice, the regret that you did not have the opportunity you longed for may grow and grow till it may become an unhappiness. Let me be sententious for a moment. Remember, Lot's wife was not merely the warning of a fact. It touched a great allegory. You and I are young. We are both happy. We have all the world before us, and numberless good things to thank God for. I want you to enjoy them to the full. And, my dear, I will not stand in your way, in anything you may wish. Be free, Marjorie, be quite free. The girl I want beside my hearth is one who would rather be there than anywhere else in the wide world. Isn't that worth wishing for? Isn't it worth waiting for? It may be selfish in the highest plane of selfishness. I suppose it is. But anyhow, it is my dream, and I love you so truly and so steadfastly that I'm not afraid to wait. As I spoke, Marjorie looked at me lovingly, more and more. Then all at once she broke down and began to sob and cry as if her heart would break. That swept away in a moment all my self-command. I took her in my arms and tried to comfort her. Kisses and sweet words fairly rained upon her. Presently she grew calm, and said as she gently disengaged herself, "You don't know how well you argue. I'm nearer at this moment to giving up all my plans than I ever thought I should be in my life. Wait a little longer, dear. Only a little. The time may be shorter than you think. But this you may take for your comfort now, and your remembrance later, that in all my life, whatever may come, I shall never forget your goodness to me, your generosity, your love, your sympathy, your— But there, you are indeed my knight, and I love you with all my heart and soul." And she threw herself into my arms. When I left Crom after lunch, the weather seemed to have changed. There was a coldness in the air which emphasized the rustling of the dry leaves as they were swept by intermittent puffs of wind. Altogether there was a sense of some presage of gloom, or disaster, of discontent, I knew not what. I was loath to part with Marjorie, but we both felt it was necessary I should go. I had not had my letters for 3 days, and besides there were 1,000 things to be attended to about the house at Whinnyfold. Moreover, we began to think of the treasure, the portable part of which, the jewels, was left almost open in the dining room. I did not want to alarm Marjorie by any dim fears of my own. I knew that in any case there might be a reaction from her present high spirits. The remembrance of the trials and anxieties of the past few days would come back to her in the silence of the night. She saw, however, with the new eyes of her wifely love, that I was anxious about something. Justly inferring that it was about her, she said to me quietly, "You do not need to be alarmed about me, darling. I promise you I shall not stir out of the house till you come. But you will come as early as you can to-morrow, won't you? Somehow I don't like your leaving me now. I used not to mind it, but to-day it all seems different. We don't seem to be the same to each other, do we, since we felt that water creep up us in the dark? However, I shall be very good. I have a lot of work to do, and letters to write, and the time may not go so very slowly or seem so very long till I see my husband again." Oh, it was sweet to look in her eyes, and see the love that shone from them, to hear the delicate cooing music of her voice. My heart seemed to fly back to her as I moved away, and every step I took, its strings seemed nearer and nearer to the breaking point. When I looked back at the turn of the winding avenue between the fir trees, the last I saw through my dimming eyes was the wave of her hand and the shining of her eyes blending into one mass of white light. In my rooms at the hotel I found a lot of letters about business and a few from friends. There was one, however, which made me think. It was in the writing of Adams, and was as follows, no place or date being given: "The people at Crom had better be careful of their servants. There is a footman who often goes out after dark, and returns just before morning. He may be in league with enemies. Anyhow, where he gets out and in, and how, others may do the same. Verb. Sap. Suff. A." We had been watched then, and by the Secret Service detectives. I was glad that Marjorie had promised not to go out till I came. If Mac's men had seen her, others might also, and the eyes of the others might have been more penetrating, or their reasoning powers more keen. However, I thought it well to send her a word of warning. I copied Adam's letter into mine, with just a word or two of love added. I was amazed to find that altogether it ran to several pages. The gillie of the hotel took it over in a pony cart, with instructions to bring me back an answer to Whinnyfold. For safety I enclosed it in an envelope to Mrs. Jack. Then, when I had written a few notes and telegrams, I biked over to my house on the cliff. It was a bleak afternoon, and everything seemed grey, sky and sea alike. Even the rocks, with their crowning of black seaweed, swept with the foam of lapping waves. Inside the house nothing had of course been stirred, but it seemed so bleak without a fire, and with the curtains wide, that I made up a fire of billets and drew the heavy curtains close. As I stood in the great bay window and looked out on the fretting sea, and listened to the soughing of the rising wind, a great melancholy seemed to steal over me, so that I became in a way lost in a mist of gloom. So far as I remember, my thoughts were back with the time when I had seen the procession of the dead coming up out of the sea from the Skares beyond, and of the fierce-looking Spaniard who walked alone in their ranks and looked at me with living eyes. I must have been in a sort of daydream, and unconscious of all around me, for though I had not noticed anyone approaching, I was startled by a knocking at the door. The house was not quite finished. There were electric bells in position, but they had not yet been charged, and there was no knocker on the door. The knocking was that of bare knuckles on a panel. I thought of course that it was the gillie back from Crom, for I did not expect anyone else. So I went at once and opened the door. I recoiled with pure wonder. There, looking grave and dignified, an incarnation of the word gentleman, stood Don Bernardino. His eyes, though now serene, and even kindly, were the eyes of the dead man from the sea. Behind him, a few yards off, stood Gormala MacNeill, with an eager look on her face, half concealed by such a grin as made me feel as though I had been trapped, or in some way brought to book. The Spaniard at once spoke. "Sir, your pardon. I wish much that I may speak with you in private, and soon. Forgive me if that I trouble you, but it is on a matter of such moment, to me at the least, that I have ventured an intrusion. I learned at the hotel that you had hither come. So, with the guidance of this good lady, who did me much inform, I have found." As he spoke of Gormala he half turned and made a gesture towards her. She had been watching our every movement with cat-like eagerness. But when she saw that we were speaking of her, a dark look swept her face, and she moved away scowling. The Spaniard went on. "What I have to say is secret, and I would be alone with you. May it be that I enter your house, or will you come to mine? I do not mean my castle of Crom, but the house of Ellen which I have taken, until such time as the Senora Jack and that so fair patriot of hers shall wish to leave it." His manner was so gravely courteous, and his bearing so noble, that I found it almost impossible to mistrust him, even when there flashed across my memory that dark red-eyed look of his at Crom, which recalled so vividly the dead Spaniard with the living eyes of hate in the procession of ghosts from the Skares. I felt that, in any case, it could not do any harm to hear what he had to say. "Forewarned is forearmed," is a good apothegm in dealing with an enemy. I motioned him into the house. He bowed gravely and entered. As I shut the door behind us, I caught sight of Gormala with an eager look on her face, stealing swiftly towards the house. She evidently wanted to be near enough to watch and to hear if she could. As I was opening the door of the drawing room for Don Bernardino to enter, a sudden glimpse of its interior, seen in the dim light through the chinks of the shutters, changed my plans. This was the room improvised as a dressing room for Marjory, and the clothes which she had worn in the cave were scattered about the room, hung over the backs of chairs to dry. Her toilette matters also were on the table. Altogether I felt that to bring the stranger into the room would not only be an indelicacy towards my wife, but might in some way give a clue to our enemy to guess our secret. With a hasty excuse I closed the door, and motioned my guest into the dining room across the hall. I asked him to be seated, and then went over to the window and pulled aside the curtains to give us light. I felt that somehow I was safer in the light, and that it might enable me to learn more than I could have done in the dim twilight of the curtained room. When I turned round, the Spaniard was still standing facing me. He appeared to be studiously keeping himself still, but I could see that under his long black lashes his eyes were roaming round the room. Unconsciously to myself, as I know now, my eyes followed his and took in the frightful untidiness of the place. The great hearth was piled with extinct ashes, the table was littered with unwashed cups and plates and dishes, for we had not cleaned up anything after our night in the cave. Rugs and pillows were massed untidily on the floor, and the stale provisions on the table made themselves manifest in the close atmosphere of the room. I was moving over to throw up the window so as to let in a little fresh air, when I remembered that Gormala was probably outside with her ears strained close to the wall to hear anything that we might say. So, instead, I apologized for the disorder, saying that I had camped me there for some days whilst working at my book, the excuse I had given at the hotel for my spells of solitary life. The Spaniard bowed low with grave courtesy, and implored that I would make no apology. If there were anything not perfect, and for himself he did not see it, such deficiencies were swept away and lost in the tide of honour with which I had overwhelmed him in the permission to enter my house, and much more to the same effect. Then he came to the serious side of things, and began to speak to the point. End of chapter 39. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 40 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 40. The Redemption of a Trust. Señor, you may wonder why I am here, and why I would speak with you alone and in secret. You have seen me only in a place which, though my own by birthright, was dominated by the presence of ladies, who, alas, by their nationality and the stress of war, were mine enemies. From you is not such. Our nations are at peace, and there is no personal reason why we should not be the most friendly. I come to you, Señor, because it is borne to me that you are cavalier. You can be secret if you will, and you will recognize the claims of honour and duty of the highest. The common people know it not, and for the dear ladies who have their own honour, our duties and such are not a part of their lives. Nay, they are beyond and above the life as it is to us. I need not tell you of a secret duty of my family, for it is known to me that all of such is already with you. The secret of the Pope's treasure and of the duty of my house to guard and restore it has been in your mind. Oh yes, this I know, for he saw I was about to speak. Have I not seen in your hands that portion of the book so long lost? Here he stopped, and his eyes narrowed. Some thought of danger necessitating caution had come to him. I, too, was silent. I wanted to think. Unless I had utterly misconceived him, he had made an extraordinary admission, one which had given him away completely. The only occasion on which I had seen him was when he had pointed out to us that the pages which I had found belonged to the book in the library. It is true that we had suggested to him that there was a cipher in the marking of the letters, but he had not acknowledged it. At the time he certainly did not convey the idea to us that he believed we had grasped the secret. How then did he know, or on what assumption did he venture to state that I knew his secret? Here was a difficult point to pass. If I were silent, he would take all for granted. In such case I might not learn anything of his purpose. So I spoke. Your pardon, sir, but you presume a knowledge on my part of some secret history of your family and of a treasure of the Pope, and then account for it that you have seen in my hand the book, a part of which was long lost. Am I to take it that because there is, or may be, a secret, anyone who suspects that there is one must know it? The steady eyes of the Spaniard closed, narrower and narrower still, till the pupils looked like those of a cat in the dark, a narrow slit with a cavern of fire within. For fully half a minute he continued to look at me steadily, and I own that I felt disconcerted. In this matter he had the advantage of me. I knew that what he said was true. I did know the secret of the buried treasure. He had some way of knowing the extent of my knowledge of the matter. He was, so far, all truth. I was prevaricating, and we both knew it. All at once he spoke, as though his mind were made up, and he would speak openly and frankly. The frankness of a Latin was a fell and strange affair. "Why shall we beat about the bush? I know, you know, and we both know that the other knows. I have read what you have written of the secret which you have drawn from those marked pages of the law book." As he spoke, the whole detail of his visit to Crom rose before me. At that time he had only seen the printed pages of the cipher. He had not seen my transcript, which had lain face down upon the table. We had turned it on hearing someone coming in. "Then you have been to the castle again," I said suddenly. My object was to disconcert him, but it did not succeed. In his saturnine frankness had been a complete intention, which was now his protection against surprise. "Yes," he said slowly, and with a smile which showed his teeth like the wolf's to Red Riding Hood. "Strange they did not tell me at Crom," I said, as though to myself. "They did not know," he answered. "When next I visited my own house it was at night, and by a way not known save to myself." As he spoke, the canine teeth began to show. He knew that what he had to tell was wrong, and being determined to brazen it out, the cruelty which lay behind his strength became manifest at once. Somehow at that moment the racial instinct manifested itself. Spain was once the possession of the Moors, and the noblest of the old families had some black blood in them. In Spain such is not, as in the West, a taint. The old diabolism whence sprung Fantee and Hoodoo seemed to gleam out in the grim smile of incarnate rebellious purpose. It was my cue to throw my antagonist off his guard, to attack the composite character in such way that one part would betray the other. "Strange," I said, as though to myself again. "To come in secret into a house occupied by another is amongst civilized people regarded as an offence." "The house is my own," he retorted quickly, with a swarthy flush. "Strange again," I said. "When Mrs. Jack rented the castle there was no clause in her agreement of a right to the owner to enter by a secret way. On the contrary, such rights as the owner reserved were exactly specified. A man has a right to enter his own house, when and how he will, and to protect the property which is being filched from him by strangers." He said the last words with such manifest intention of offence that I stood on guard. Evidently he wanted to anger me, as I had angered him. I determined that thenceforward I should not let anything which he might say ruffle me. I replied with deliberate exasperation: "The law provides remedies for any wrongs done. It does not, that I know of, allow a man to enter secretly into a house that he has let to another. There is an implied contract of peaceful possession, unless entry be specified in the agreement." He answered disdainfully: "My agent had no right to let without protecting such a right." "Ah, but he did, and in law we are bound by the acts of our agents. Facit per alium is a maxim of law. And as to filching, let me tell you that all your property at Crom is intact. The pieces of paper that you claimed were left in the book, and the book has remained as you yourself placed it on the shelf. I have Mrs. Jack's word that it would be so." He was silent. So, as it was necessary that the facts as they existed should be spoken of between us, I went on: "Am I to take it that you read the private papers on the table of the library during your nocturnal visit? By the way, I suppose it was nocturnal." "It was." "Then, sir," I spoke sharply now, "who has done the filching?" "We, Miss Drake and I, by chance discovered those papers. As a matter of fact, They were in an oaken chest which I bought at an auction in the streets of Peterhead. We suspected a cipher, and worked at it till we laid bare the mystery. This is what we have done, we who were even ignorant of your name. Now what have you done? You come as an admitted guest by permission into a house taken in all good faith by strangers. When there you recognized some papers which had been lost. We restored them to you. Honor demanded that you should have been open with us after this. Did you ask if we had discovered the secret of the trust? No. You went away openly, and came back like a thief in the night and filched our secret. Yes, sir, you did." He had raised his hand in indignant protest. "It was our secret then, not yours. Had you interpreted the secret cipher for yourself, you would have been within your rights, and I should have had nothing to say. We offered to let you take the book with you, but you refused. It is evident that you did not know the whole secret of the treasure. That you knew there was a treasure and a secret I admit, but the key of it, which we had won through toil, you stole from us." "Señor." The voice was peremptory, and full of all that was best and noblest in the man. "A de Escoban is not wont to hear such an allegation, and he who makes such shall in the end have his own death to answer for." He stopped suddenly, and at his stopping I exulted secretly. Though I wished to punish him for his insinuation that Marjory had filched from him, I had no desire to become entangled in a duel. I was determined to go on, however, for I would not, at any hazard, pass a slight upon my peerless wife. I think that his sudden pause meant thought, and thought meant a peaceful solution of things on my own lines. Nevertheless, I went on forcing the issue. "I rejoice, sir, that you are not accustomed to hear such allegations. I trust that you are also not accustomed to deserve them." By this time he was calm again, icily calm. It was wonderful with what rapidity and how widely the pendulum of his nature swung between pride and passion. All at once he smiled again, the same deadly dreadful smile which he imagined to be the expression of frankness. "I see I am punished. 'Twas I that first spoke of stealing. Señor, you have shown me that I was wrong. My pardon to that so good lady who is guest of my house, and also to that other patriotic one who so adorns it. Now let me say, since to defend myself is thrust upon me, that you, who have with so much skill made clear the hidden mystery of that law book, which I have only lately read, know best of all men how I am bound to do all things to protect my trust. I am bound, despite myself, even if it were not a duty gladly undertaken for the sake of the dead. It was not I who so undertook, but still I am bound even more than he who did. I stand between law and honour, between life and death, helpless. Señor, were you in my place, would you not too have acted as I did? Would you not do so, knowing that there was a secret which you could not even try to unravel, since long ago that in which it was hidden had been stolen or lost? Would you not do so, knowing too that some other, in all good faith and innocence let us say, had already made discovery which might mock your hopes and nullify the force of that long vigil, to which 10 generations of men, giving up all else, had sacrificed themselves? Would not you too have come in secret and made what discovery you could, discovery of your own, mark you? Would not also that lady so patriotic, to whom all things come after that devotion to her country, which so great she holds?" Whilst he was speaking I had been thinking. The pretence of ignorance was all over to both of us. He knew our knowledge of the secret trust, and we knew that he knew. The only thing of which he was yet ignorant was that we had discovered the treasure itself. There was nothing to be gained by disputing points of conjectural morals. Of course he was right. Had either Marjory or myself considered ourselves bound by such a duty as lay so heavy on him, we should have done the same. I bowed as I answered, "Sir, you are right. Any man who held to such a duty would have done the same." "Señor," he answered quickly, I thank you with all my heart." Poor fellow! At that moment I pitied him. The sudden flash of joy that leaped to his face showed by reaction in what a hell he must have of late been living. This momentary episode seemed to have wiped away all his bitterness. It was in quite a different way that he spoke again. "And now, Senor, since your engaging frankness has made my heart so glad, may I ask further of your kindness? Believe me that it is not of my own will, but from an unbending sense of duty, that I do, and may have to do, such things. My life till lately has been otherwise, oh, so much so. You have the feelings of honour yourself. Like me, you are also man of the world, and as such we can sacrifice all things save honour. Is there no way in which you can aid me to fulfil my trust, and let there be peace between us?" He looked at me anxiously. I said, "I fear I hardly understand." With manifest embarrassment he went on, "You will forgive me if I err again, but this time I must make myself clear. It is manifest to me that in these days of science nothing can long remain hidden, when once a clue has been found. You already know so much that I am placed almost as though the treasure has already been found. Thereafter, where am I? What am I? One who has failed in his trust, who has allowed another to step in, and so dishonour him. A moment, Senor, and I am done," for he saw that I was about to speak. "It is not the treasure itself that I value, but the trust. If I could make it safe by the sacrifice of all my possessions, I would gladly do so. Senor, you are still free. You have but to abandon your quest. It is not to you a duty, and therefore you sacrifice naught of honour should you abandon it. Here I pledge to you, and oh, Senor, I pray have patience that you take no affront that I do so, that in such case I shall give to you all that I have. Give it gladly. So I may redeem the trust of my house, and go out into the wide world, though it may be as a beggar, yet free, free. Oh, pause, Senor, and think. I am rich in the world's goods. My ancestors were of vast wealth, even at that time when the great Bernardino did give his ship to the king. And for 3 centuries all have been prudent, and all their possessions have grown. There are vast lands of corn, great forests, many castles, whole ranges of mountains as yet untouched for their varied treasures which are vast. There are seaports and villages, and in all the dwellers are happy and content. I am the last of my race. There is none to inherit, so I am free to pledge myself." He did not bow or bend. There was no persistence of request in his voice, or tone, or manner. In all there was no feeling of a bargain. It was an offer based on the fulfilment of his own desires, given in such a lordly way that there could be no offence in it. He recognized so thoroughly the strength of my own position that the base side of barter became obliterated. It was an exchange of goods between gentlemen. Such, at least, I recognized was his intellectual position. My own remained the same. How could I, or any man, take advantage of such an offer? After thinking a few seconds, I said to him, "Sir, you have honoured me by grouping us as men of honour. What would you do in my place?" His eye brightened, and his breath came more quickly as he replied, "Were it my case, I should say, Senor, your duty is one of honour, mine is one of gain. There can be no comparisons. Fulfil your debt to your forefathers, redeem the pledge that they have made in your name, discover your treasure, and be free." There was infinite pride in his voice and manner. I think he really meant what he said. I went on with my questioning. "And what about the taking of your estate as a reward for forbearance?" He shrugged his shoulders. "For that," he said, "it matters not." "Ah, for you to give, you mean?" He nodded. "But what for me to take? Would you do so in my place?" He was manifestly in a dilemma. I could see something of the working of his mind in his face. If he said he would himself take it, he would manifestly lower himself in his own eyes, and to such pride as his own self-respect was more than the respect of others, in proportion to his self-value. If he said he would not, then he might peril his chance of getting what he desired. The temptation was a cruel one. With all my heart I honored him for his answer, given with the fullness of his mighty pride. "Señor, I can die. I cannot stoop. But what avails my own idea? The answer is not for me. I have offered all I have. I will, in addition, pledge myself to hold my life at your service when this great trust is relieved. To this my honour is guardian. You need not fear it shall be redeemed. Now, Señor, you have my answer. To redeem the trust of my sires, I give all I have in the world, except my honour. The answer rests with you." End of chapter 40. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Chapter 41 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Knight. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 41. Treasure Trove. There was no doubt that the Spaniard's devotion to his cause placed me in considerable difficulty. I could not disguise from myself that he put forward a very strong claim for the consideration of one gentleman by another. It was only on hurriedly thinking the matter over that the weakness of his cause was apparent. Had the whole affair been a private one or personal one, had the treasure belonged to his ancestors, I should have found it in my own heart a very difficult matter to gainsay him, and be subsequently at ease with myself. I remembered, however, that the matter was a public one. The treasure was collected by enemies of England for the purpose of destroying England's liberty, and so the liberty of the whole human race for which it made. It was sent in charge of a personal enemy of the country in a ship of war, one of many built for the purpose of invading and conquering England. In time of national stress, when the guns were actually thundering along our coast from the Thames to the Tyne, the treasure had been hidden so as to preserve it for future use in its destined way. Though centuries had passed, it was still held in mind, and the very men who had guarded it were, whilst professing to be Britons, secret enemies of the country, and devoted to her ultimate undoing. Beyond this again, there was another reason for not giving it up which appealed to me more strongly than the claim of my own duty, because it came to me through Marjorie. Though Spain was at peace with my country, it was at war with hers. The treasure collected to harm England might, nay, would be used to harm America. Spain was impoverished to the last degree. Her treasuries were empty, her unpaid soldiers clamorous for their arrears. Owing to want at home, there was in places something like anarchy. Abroad there was such lack of all things, ships, men, stores, cannon, ammunition, that the evil of want came across the seas to the statesmen of the Quirinal with heartbreaking persistence. America, unprepared for war at first, was day by day becoming better equipped. The panic had abated, which had set in on the seaboard towns from Maine to California, when each found itself at the mercy of a Spanish fleet sweeping the seas no man knew where. Now, if ever, money would be of value to impoverished Spain. This great treasure, piled up by the Latin for the conquering of the Anglo-Saxon and rescued from its burial of 3 centuries, would come in the nick of time to fulfill its racial mission, though that mission might be against a new branch of the ancient foe of Spain, whose roots only had been laid when the great Armada swept out in all its pride and glory on its conquering essay. I needed no angel to tell me what would be Marjorie's answer, were such a proposition made to her. I could see in my mind's eye the uprearing of her tall figure in all its pride and beauty, the flashing of her eyes with that light of patriotic fire which I knew so well, the set of that mouth, the widening of her nostril, the wrinkling of her ivory forehead, as the brows were raised in scorn. "Sir," said I, with what dignity I had, "the matter is not for you or me to decide. Not for both of us. This is an affair of two nations, or rather of three, the Papacy, the Spaniard, the Briton. Nay, it touches another also, for the lady who shares the secret with me represents the country with which your nation is at war." The Spaniard was manifestly baffled. The red, hellish light shone in his eyes again. His anger found expression in a sneer. "Ah, so I suppose you do not propose to deal with the treasure when found as a private matter, but shall hand it over to your government to deal with it." The best answer to his scorn was complacency, so I said quietly, "There again we are in a difficulty. You see, my dear fellow, no one exactly knows how we stand in this matter. The law of treasure trove, as we call it in this country, is in a most chaotic state. I have been looking it up since I undertook this quest, and I am rather surprised that in all the years that have elapsed since our practical law-making began, nothing has been done to put such matters on an exact basis. The law, such as it is, seems to rest on royal prerogative, but what the base of that prerogative is, no one seems to exactly know. And besides, in the various constitutional changes and the customs of different dynasties there are, or certainly there may be, barriers to the assertion of any crown right, certainly to the fulfillment of such." He seemed staggered. He had manifestly never regarded the matter as other than the recovery of property entrusted to him through his ancestors. I took advantage of his mental disturbance, and as myself wanted time to think, so that I might fix on some course of action which would suit Marjorie's wishes as well as my own, I began to tell him the impression left on my mind by such study of the subject of treasure trove as I had been able to achieve. I quoted now and again from notes made in my pocket-book. "The Scotch law is much the same as the English, and as we are in Scotland, we are of course governed by the former. The great point of difference, seen with the eyes of a finder, is that in Scotland the fraudulent concealment of treasure trove is not a criminal offence, as it is in England. Thus, from my point of view, I have nothing to fear as to results, for though by the General Police Act the finder is bound to report the find to the Chief Constable, the statute only applies to things found on roads or in public places. So far as this treasure is concerned, it may turn out that it can, in a sense, be no treasure trove at all. According to Blackstone, treasure trove is where any money or coin, gold, silver, plate, or bullion is found hidden in the earth or other private place, the owner thereof being unknown. If found upon the earth or in the sea, it belongs not to the crown but to the finder, if no owner appears. It is the hiding, not the abandoning, which gives the crown the property. Coin or bullion found at the bottom of a lake or in the bed of a river is not treasure trove. It is not hidden in the earth. The right of the crown is limited to gold or silver, bullion or coin. It extends to nothing else. When I had got thus far, the Spaniard interrupted me. "But, sir, in all these that you say, the rights of the owner seems to be recognized even in your law." "Ah, but there comes in again a fresh difficulty, or rather a fresh series of difficulties, beginning with what is, in the eye of the law, the owner. Let us for a moment take your case. You claim this treasure, if it can be found, as held by you for the original possessor. The original possessor was, I take it, the Pope, who sent it with the Armada to be used for the conversion or subduing of England. We will take the purpose later, but in the meantime we are agreed that the original owner was Pope Sixtus V. Now, the popedom is an office, and on the death of one incumbent his successor takes over all his rights and powers and privileges, whatever they may be. Thus the Pope of today stands in exactly the same position as did Pope Sixtus V. When he sent through King Philip, and in trust of Bernardino de Escoban, the aforesaid treasure, I felt that the words aforesaid treasure sounded very legal. It helped to consolidate even my own ideas as I went along. So, to you, as the representative of your own family, are in the same position of original trustee as was your great ancestor, of which the record takes cognizance. This, too, was convincingly legal in sound. I do not think that the British law would recognize your position or that of your predecessors in the trust in the same way as it would the continuation of the ownership, if any, on the part of the succession of the popes. However, for the sake of the argument, let us take it they would be of equal force. If this be so, the claim of ownership and guardianship would be complete. As I paused, the Spaniard, who had been listening to me with pent-up breath, breathed more freely. With a graceful movement, which was almost a bow, he said, "If so that you recognize the continued ownership, and if you speak as the exponent of the British law, wherein then is the difficulty of ownership at all, should it be that the treasure may be found?" Here was the real difficulty of both my own argument and Don Bernardino's. For my own part, I had not the faintest idea what the law might be, but I could see easily enough that great issues might be raised for the British side against the Spanish. As I had to bluff my opponent to a certain extent, I added the impressions of personal conviction to my manner as I answered. "Have you considered what you, or rather your predecessors in title and trust, have done to forfeit any rights which you may have had?" He paled and was visibly staggered. It was evident that this view of the question had not entered his mind. The mere suggestion of the matter now opened up for him grave possibilities. His lips grew dry, and it was with a voice hoarser than hitherto that, after a pause, he said, "Go on." "This treasure was sent in time of war by the enemies of England for the purpose of her undoing. That is her undoing from the point of view of the established government of the time. It was in itself an act of war. The very documents that could or can prove the original ownership would serve to prove the hostile intent of such owners in sending it. Remember that it came in a warship, one of the great armada built and brought together to attack this country. The owner of the treasure, the Pope, gave it in trust for the Ces de que trust, the King of Spain, to your ancestor Bernardino de Escoban as hereditary trustee. Your ancestor himself had the battleship San Cristobal built at his own cost for the king's service in the war against England. You see, they were all, the individual as well as the nation, hostile to England, and the intention of evil towards that country, what British law calls malice prepense, or the mens rea, was manifest in all. The Spaniard watched me intently. I could see by the darkening of his swarthy face and the agonized contraction of his brows that the argument was striking home to his very heart. The man was so distressed that, enemy as I felt him to be, it was with a pang that I went on. "It remains to be seen what view the British law would take of your action, or what is the same, that of your predecessor in the trust, in hiding the treasure in the domains of Britain. As a foreigner, you would not have, I take it, a right in any case, and certainly as a foreigner in arms against this country you could have, no right in either domestic or international law. The right was forfeit on landing from your warship in time of war on Britain's shores." There was a long pause, now that I came to piece out into an argument the scattered fragments of such legal matters as I had been able to learn, and my own ideas on the subject. The resulting argument was stronger than I had first imagined. A whole host of collateral matters also cropped up. As I was expounding the law as I saw it, the subject took me away with it. This question would then naturally arise: if the forfeiture of the rights of the original owner would confer a right upon the crown of Britain, standing as it does in such a matter as the remainder man; also whether the forfeited treasure, having been hidden, being what the law calls bona vacantia, can be acquired by the finder, subject to the law relating to the royal prerogative. In both the above cases there would arise points of law. In either, for instance, the nature of the treasure might limit the crown claim as over against an individual claiming rights as finder. "How so?" asked Don Bernardino. He was recovering his sang-froid, and manifestly was wishful to reassert himself. According to the statement of Don Bernardino, which would assuredly be adduced in evidence on either side, the treasure was, or is, of various classes: coined money, bullion, gems, and jewel work. By one of the extracts which I have read to you, the crown prerogative only applies to precious metals or bullion. Gems or jewelry are therefore necessarily excluded, for it could not, I think, be claimed that such baubles were contraband of war. Again, the place of hiding may make a bar to crown claim as treasure trove. According to the cipher narrative, the place of hiding was a sea cave. This would not be either on the ground, which would give title to the finder, or in the ground, which would give crown claim. But beyond this again, there might arise the question as to whether the treasure should in any way come into the purview of the law at all. You will remember in one of my excerpts, Blackstone accepts the sea from the conditions of treasure trove. It might have to be fought out in the law courts, right up to the House of Lords, which is our final court of appeal, whether the definition of sea would include a cave into which the tide ran. Here I stopped. My argument was exhausted of present possibilities. The Spaniard's thought now found a voice. But still, ownership might be proved. Our nations have been at peace ever since the unhappy time of the Invincible Armada. Nay, more, have not the nations fought side by side in the peninsula? Besides, at no time has there been war between England and the Pope, even when his priests were proscribed and hunted and imprisoned when captured. The friendship of these countries would surely give a base for the favorable consideration of an international claim. Even if there may have been a constructive forfeiture, such was never actually exacted. England might, in her wisdom, yield the point to a friendly nation when 300 years had elapsed. Here another idea struck me. Of course, I said, such might be so. England is rich and need not enforce her right to a treasure, however acquired. But let me remind you that lawyers are very tenacious of points of law, and this would have to be decided by lawyers who are the servants of the state and the advisers of the government. Such would, no doubt, be guided by existing principles of law, even if the specific case were not on all fours with precedents. I learned that in India, which is governed by laws made by Britons and consonant with the scheme of British law, there is actually an act in existence which governs treasure trove. By this, the magisterial decision can be held over to allow the making of a claim of previous ownership within 100 years. So you see that, by your analogy, your claim of 300 years of peace would put you clean out of court. We both remained silent. Then the Spaniard, with a long sigh, rose up and said courteously, "I thank you, Senor, for the audience you have given to me. As there is to be no reproachment to us, what I can say may not avail. I must now take my own course. I am sad for what that course may have to be. I know not. I would have given my fortune and my life to have acquitted me honorably of the trust imposed on me, but such happiness may not, alas, be mine, Senor." This he said very sternly. I trust that you will always remember that I tried all ways that I know of peace and honor, to fulfill my duty. Should I have to take means other to discharge my duty, even to the point of life and death, you will understand that I have no alternative. Would you take life? I said impulsively, half incredulous. I would not scruple regarding my own life. Why should I, regarding that of another? He said simply. Then he went on. But oh, Senor, it is not the taking of life, my own or another's, which I dread. It is that I may have to walk in devious ways where honor is not. Have I not already tasted of its bitterness? Understand me that this duty of guardianship of the trust is not of my choosing. It was set to me and mine by other and greater powers than ourselves, by the vicegerent of God himself, and what is ordained by him I shall do in all ways that are demanded of me. I was sorry for him, very sorry, but his words made a new fear. Hitherto I had been dealing with a gentleman, and there is much protection in this thought to any opponent. Now, however, he calmly announced that he would act without scruple. I was in future to dread, not fair fighting alone, but crooked ways and base acts, so I spoke out. Am I not then to look on you as a man of honor? His face darkened dangerously, but all its haughty pride was obliterated by a look of despair and grief as he said sadly, "Alas, I know not. I am in the hands of God." He may deal mercifully with me, and allow me to pass to my grave, not dishonored. But for myself my path has been set in ways that may lead I know not whither. Somehow his words made me feel like a cad. I didn't mind fighting a man fair, or indeed fighting him anyway, so long as we understood the matters from the first, but this was against the grain. The man had shown himself willing to give up everything he had, so as to fulfill his trust and be free, and for me now to have a part in forcing him into ways of dishonor seemed too bad. It didn't seem altogether fair to me either. I had always tried to act honorably and mercifully, so that to have my own hand forced to acquiesce in the downfall of another man was in its way hard lines on me too. Truly the ways of wealth are full of thorns, and when war and politics and intrigue are joined in the chase for gold, there is much suffering for all who are so unhappy as to be drawn within the spell. I was weakening in my resolve regarding the treasure, and would, I am sure, in a moment of impulse have made some rash proffer to the Spaniard, when once more there came back to me the purpose of the treasure, and what Marjorie might think if I allowed it to go back where it might be used against her country. Whatever I might do, there was no hope of compromise on the part of Don Bernardino. His one purpose, blind and set, was to fulfill the obligation set by his forefather, and to restore the treasure to Spain, by whom it might or might not be restored to the Pope. The intensity of my thought had concentrated my interest to such an extent that I did not consciously notice what was going on around me. Only in a sort of dim way did I know that the Spaniard's eyes were roving round the room, seeking, in the blind agony of the despair which was upon his soul, for a clue or opening somewhere. All at once I became broad awake to the situation of things which had happened in those few seconds. He was gazing with eyes of amazement on the heap of metal caskets, dimmed with 3 centuries of sea water, which were piled on the side table amongst the scattered heaps of odds and ends of various kinds, made manifest by some trick of light. Then there came a light into his eyes as he raised his hand and pointed, saying, "So, the treasure has been found." End of chapter 41. Recording by Sandra Knight. Chapter 42. Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Knight. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 42. A Struggle. I think that at first sheer amazement had controlled the Spaniard's thoughts, but whatever the cause of the control was, it soon passed away. Then the whole fiery nature of the man seemed to sweep from him like a torrent. "And so all the learned arguments with which you have overwhelmed me were but a cloak to cover your possession of the treasure which it was given to me and mine to guard. I might have guessed that without the certainty of possession you would not have been so obdurate to offer, given in all sincerity as it was. From other things, too, I might have known. That woman, so old, who watches you with eyes that see more than is to see, and who have reason of her own to mistrust you. She told to me that nightly she was heard you dig in the rock as though you make a grave. Take care it is not so. I am guardian of that treasure, and I am desperate. Already have I told you that all things are to me, all ways to fulfill the trust of my fathers. We are here alone. I am armed, and already my life is forfeit to this cause. Yield yourself then to me." Like a flash of light, he had drawn a dagger from his breast, and with an upward sweep of his hand held it poised, either to strike or throw. But already I had taken warning from his eyes. Ever since danger had threatened Marjorie, I had carried my revolver with me. Even at night it rested under my pillow. The practice which Marjorie and I had often had, till she had taught me the old trick which her father had taught her of getting the drop on an adversary, stood me now in good stead. Whilst he had been drawing his dagger, I had already covered him. He finished the words of his command straight into the muzzle of my 6-shooter. I said as quietly as I could, for it was with a mighty effort I kept approximately calm under stress of such a sudden attack. "Drop that dagger! Quick, or I shall shoot it from your hands!" He recognized his helplessness in the matter. With a despairing sigh, he opened his fingers. The dagger fell jingling to the floor. I went on. "Now hold up your hands, well above your head. Move back to the wall." He did so, and stood facing me with a disdainful smile. I stooped, and with my right hand picked up the dagger, still keeping him covered with my left. I put the weapon on the far side of the table and approached him. He did not move, but I could see that he was sizing me up. This gave me no anxiety, for I knew my own strength, and I had also a shrewd idea that if he had any other arm about him, he would not be calculating his chances for a physical struggle. Cautioning him that his life depended on his stillness, for I still held my revolver to his breast, I passed my hand lightly over him. He had manifestly no other weapon. The only sign of one was the sheath of his dagger. This I took from him. I placed the dagger in it and put it in my own pocket. Then I drew a chair to the middle of the room and motioned him to sit down. He obeyed sullenly. Having by the time regained something of my serenity of mind, I spoke. "Your pardon, sir, for the indignity to which I have been obliged to submit you, but I am sure you will remember that it was not I who began the question of force. When you thought it right to draw arms upon me in my own house, you made it necessary that I should protect myself. Now, let me say something in answer to your charge against me. The finding of the treasure has nothing whatever to do with my theory of action. I should hold my present view just as strongly had we not made the discovery. Indeed, I may say that since we had actual possession of the treasure, it seems not nearly so desirable as it had been. So far as I am concerned, I don't care a straw whether I have ultimate possession of it or not, but I am so fixed up that if I waive my rights, that is, if I have any to waive, that I may aid in doing a repugnant thing to a very dear friend, that I shall not do. I shall oppose it, doing by any means in my power." The Spaniard saw a chance and spoke. "But if I undertake?" I cut him short. "Sir, in this matter you are not in a position to undertake. By your own showing, you are simply bound to fulfill your trust and to restore the treasure to the king, who will restore it to the Pope, or to restore it to the Pope direct," he answered quickly. "But I can stipulate—" Again I interrupted him, for this was a useless road to travel. "How can you stipulate? You would, or might, be told to simply fulfill the duty that had been undertaken for you. Did you refuse, from whatever motive, no matter how justly founded, on ground of right or honor, you would not be holding to the simple terms of your trust. No, sir. This is not a private affair to be settled by you or me, or by us both together. It belongs to politics, and international politics at that. The government of Spain is so desperately in want of money. How do you know to what shift or to what spacious argument it will condescend in its straits? I have no doubt at all that, should anything be done contrary to your idea of fair play, you would be grievously pained, but that is not to the point. Your government would not take thought for any wish of yours any more than it ought of mine. Your king is a minor, his regent is a woman, and his councillors and governors are all men chosen to do what they can to save their country. Sir, but a few minutes ago you professed it your duty to take any step, even to crime and dishonor, to carry out your duty. Indeed, you drew a weapon upon me, a presumably unarmed man, in my own house, in which you are a self-invited guest. Suppose some of the government of Spain hold ideas of their duty equally strong and equally unscrupulous, who then is to answer for what they do? Why, in such case, they would undertake anything until they had gotten possession of the treasure, and would then act entirely upon what they would call their better judgment. His native pride awoke in an instant, and he said hotly, "I would have you know, senor, and remember always when you talk with a Spaniard, that our statesmen are not criminals, but men of honor." I bowed instinctively as I answered him. "Sir, I have no doubt whatever, and I speak in all sincerity, that you yourself are, under normal circumstances, a man of the highest honor. Your self-sacrificing offer has shown me that, and I have added to that knowledge by seeing the pain you have suffered at even the thought of dishonor." Here he bowed low, and there was a look of gratitude in his eyes which touched me to the quick. "And yet even you have openly told me that all your belief in honor, all your lifelong adherence to its behest, will not keep you from fulfilling a duty should these things clash. Nay, more, you have already done things which I take it are at variance with your principles. How then can you or I believe that other men of less lofty lineage and less delicate sense of honor will forego an advantage for their country in distress, yielding to a theoretical point of right or wrong? No, sir," I went on piteously, for I felt that it would be a kindness to him to shut absolutely this door of hope. "We must take no step which will place in the hands of others the guardianship of that treasure, of which you have hitherto conceived yourself trustee, and of which I now believe myself to be the owner." For fully several minutes we faced each other in silence. His face grew more and more fixed and stern. At last he stood up, with such a look of resolution that instinctively my fingers tightened round the butt of my revolver. I thought that he might be about to throw himself upon me and attempt, even at such odds as were against him, a struggle for present mastery. Then, without moving from his place, he spoke. "When I have done all I can to fulfill my trust in its completeness and have failed, I shall ask the government of my country to make representation to her friend England of a friendly claim, so that we may get even a part of the treasure, and then I will devote myself to the avenging of my honor on those who have foiled me in my duty." This was a sort of speech which braced me up again. It was a promise of war, man to man, and I could understand it better than the subtleties which now enmeshed us. I put my pistol back in my pocket and bowed to my opponent as I answered. "And when that time comes, sir, you will find me at your service, how you will, where you will, and when you will. In the meantime, when first you place the matter on the international plane, I shall take care that the American government, in which dear friends of mine are interested, shall make friendly demand of her friend England that she shall take no step with regard to the particular treasure, if indeed it be then in her possession, which may be used to the detriment of the transatlantic power. Thus, you see, sir, that time must in any case elapse before a final settlement. Nothing can be done till the close of the present war, when I take it that immediate need of the sinews of war shall have ceased to exist. Be very careful then how you take any steps to bring upon the scene other powers than ourselves, powers vastly more strong and vastly less scrupulous, perhaps." He answered nothing, but looked at me a long time in silent, cold disdain. Then he said quietly, "Have I your permission, Senor, to depart?" I bowed and brought him to the door. When outside he turned and lifted his hat high in an old-fashioned, stately way, bowed. He passed up the laneway towards Whinnyfold without once glancing back. As I stood looking at him, I saw in the dusk Gormala's head now and again showing above the low green bank which guarded the edge of the cliff. She was bent double, and was in secret following the Spaniard. I went back to the house to think over matters. Altogether we were getting so complicated that there did not seem any straight road to take. In the back of my mind I had a firm idea that the best thing I could do would be to hand over the treasure to the custody of the police, inform the sheriff, and get my solicitor to enter a formal claim of ownership, wherever the claim should be made. Then I should get Marjorie to come upon our honeymoon. I could see that her mind was almost, if not quite, made up to accept this step, and for a while I lost myself in a daydream. I came back to the reality of things by dimly and gradually realizing that it had grown dark. So I made preparation for the night, bearing in mind that I had a vast treasure in my possession, and that a desperate man who claimed to represent its ownership was aware that I had it in the house. It was not till I had seen to the fastenings of every window and door that I began to prepare a meal. By this time I was exceedingly hungry. When I had eaten, I seated myself before a rousing fire of pine logs, lit my pipe, and began to think, without the wind rising. I could hear it whilst along the roof, and now and again it roared and boomed down the chimney. The leaping fire seemed to answer its call. I could not think definitely. My thoughts kept whirling in a circle from the Spaniard to the treasure, from the treasure to Gormala, from Gormala to Marjorie, and from Marjorie back to the Spaniard again. Every time the cycle became complete and my thoughts came back to Marjorie, my rapture as I thought of her and of our future became clouded by a vague uneasiness. It was out of this that the thought of Don Bernardino came to commence the next round of thought. In all my mental wanderings he became a dominant character. His pride, his sense of duty which subordinated even honor, his desperation, his grief, all seemed to be with me and around me. Now and again I trembled when I thought that such self-sacrificing forces might be turned against Marjorie. Little by little, despite all my anxiety, stole over me the disposition of sleep. I was indeed almost worn out. The events of the past few days had crowded together so quickly that I had had no time for pause. Even the long sleep which had crowned the vigil in the water cave had not enabled me to lay in, so to speak, a provision of sleep. It had been the payment of a debt to nature rather than the putting by of capital. I had the consoling thought that Marjorie had promised me she would not leave Crom Castle till I came. Safe in this thought, I rolled myself in rugs, choosing those that she had used, and fell asleep. I think that even in sleep I did not lose the sense of my surroundings, for in dreams my thoughts ran in their waking channel. Here again, all the disturbing elements of my life of late became jumbled together, and a sort of anxiety regarding something unknown seemed to brood over me. So far as I remember, I slept fitfully, waking often in a sort of agony of indefinite apprehension. A couple of times I made up the fire which was falling low, for there was a sort of companionship in it. Without, the wind howled more loudly, and each time as I sank back to rest I pulled the rugs more closely around me. Once I started broad awake. I thought I had heard a cry, and naturally, in my present frame of mind, my thoughts flew to Marjorie in some danger. She was calling me. Whatever the cause was, it reached my brain through a thick veil of sleep. My body answered, and before I had time to think of why or wherefore, I was standing on the floor, broad awake, alert and panting. Again there came a sharp cry outside, which threw me in an instant into a cold sweat. Marjorie was in danger and was calling me. Instinctively I ran to the window, and pulling open the shutters threw up the sash. All was dark outside, with just that cold line on the far eastern horizon which told of coming dawn. The wind had risen high and swept past me into the room, rustling papers and making the flames dance. Every now and again a bird swept by me on the wings of the wind, screaming as it flew, for the house was so close to the sea that the birds took no note of it, as they would ordinarily do of a human habitation. One of them came so close that its screams seemed to sound loudly in my ears. It was doubtless just such a cry as this which had torn me from my sleep. For a while I hesitated whether I should go right away to Crom, but second thoughts prevailed. I could not get into the house at such an hour without creating alarm and causing comment. So I went back to the chimney corner, and, piling on fresh logs and snuggling into my nest of rugs, soon found sleep again descending on me. The serenity of thought which comes with the day was using its force. This time I woke more slowly. The knocking was continuous and imperative, but it was not a terrifying sound. We are all more or less used to such sounds. I listened, and gradually consciousness of my surroundings came back to me. The knocking was certainly persistent. I put on my shoes and went to the door. Outside was Mrs. Jack, looking troubled and hot, in spite of the cold of the wind which seemed to sing around the house. As I opened the door, she slipped past me and closed it behind her. Her first words made my heart sink, and my blood run cold with vague terror. "Is Marjorie here?" End of Chapter 42. Recording by Sandra Knight. Chapter 43. The Honor of a Spaniard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 43. Of Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. The Honor of a Spaniard. Mrs. Jack saw the answer in my eyes before speech came, and staggered back against the wall. "No," I said. "Why do you ask?" "She is not here. Then there is something wrong. She was not in her room this morning." This morning. The words set my thoughts working. I looked at my watch. It was past 10 o'clock. In a dazed kind of way, I heard Mrs. Jack go on. I did not say a word to any of the servants at first, for I didn't want to set them talking. I went all over the house myself. Her bed had not been slept in. I pulled the clothes off it and threw them on again roughly so that the maid might not suspect. Then I asked quietly if any of the maids had seen her, but none had. So I said as quietly as I could that she must have gone out for an early walk, and I took my breakfast. Then I had the cart got ready and drove over here myself. What can it be? She told me last night that she was not going out until you came, and she is always so exact when she says a thing that there must be something wrong. Come back with me at once. I am so anxious that I don't know what to do. 2 minutes sufficed for my toilet, then shutting the door behind us, we got into the cart and drove to Crom. At the first and at the last we went quietly, so as not to arouse attention by our speed, but in the middle space we flew. During the journey Mrs. Jack had told me that last night she had gone to bed as usual, leaving in the drawing-room Marjorie, who had told her that she was going to presently into the library to write, as she had a lot of letters to get through, and that no one was to wait up for her. This was her usual habit when she sat late. It therefore excited no extra attention. Mrs. Jack, who was an early riser, had been dressed for an hour before she went to Marjorie's room. In the course of her inquiries amongst the servants, one of them, whose business it was to open the hall door, told her that she had found it locked and chained as usual. Within the house at Crom we found all quiet. I went at once into the library, as that was presumably the last place where Marjorie had been. As we went, I asked Mrs. Jack if any letters had been left out to post. She said no, that the usual habit was to put such in the box on the hall table, but she had herself looked when she came down to put in a letter for America. I went over at once to the table near the fire where Marjorie usually sat at night. There were plenty of writing materials and blank paper and envelopes, but not a sign of a letter or anything written. I looked all around the room, but could see nothing to attract my attention. Once more I asked Mrs. Jack what Marjorie had said to her about her intention of not leaving the castle till I had come. With some hesitation at first, as though she were fearful of breaking confidence, but afterwards more freely, as if glad to be able to speak, she told me all. The dear child took to heart what I said yesterday about her living with her husband. After you had gone, she came to me and laid her head on my breast, as she used to do as a little child, and began to cry, and told me that I had been very good to her, the darling, and that her mind was made up. She realized now her duty to her husband, and that as he wished her to stay in the house, nothing in the world would induce her to leave it until he came. That was the first act of her new duty. And oh, my dear, that is why I was so concerned when I found that after all she was not in the house. I don't understand it. There must be something on foot that I don't know, and I am full of fear. Here the old lady quite broke down. I felt that any self-control now was precious. It would not do to leave Mrs. Jack in ignorance of the danger, so I told her in as few words as I could of the blackmailing going on and of the watch set by the United States Secret Service. At first she was overwhelmed, but her early apprenticeship to dangers of all kinds stood her in good stead. Very soon her agitation took practical shape. I told her I was off to seek for help, and that she must keep the house till I returned. I would have tried the secret tunnel, but from what Mrs. Jack had said, I was convinced that Marjorie had never left the house of her own accord. If she had been captured, she was doubtless far away by this time. It was possible that the blackmailers had found the secret passage into the castle by which Don Bernardino had come. Here the thought came to me in full force. That was how they had discovered it. They had seen and watched the Don. I felt that another debt for our day of reckoning had been piled up against him. I got into the cart again and went to Cruden, as hard as the mare could go. As I went, I formed my plans and had my telegrams made up in my mind, ready to write them out at once. For a while I doubted whether I should go to another telegraph office, lest the Cruden people might come to know too much. But there was no need of concealment now. I was not afraid of anyone knowing, though I determined to be discreet and secret if possible. The circuit was occupied, so I found the use of the priority telegraph forms Adams had sent me. There was not a moment lost. One was being dispatched while I was writing the next. To Adams I said, "They have succeeded. Wire men see me at Crom right away. Come if you can. Want all help can get. Time vital." To Cathcart I wired at his house in Inverness-shire, "Come to me without moment's delay. Vital. Want every kind of help." I knew he would understand, and would come armed. As it would be some little time before anything could be done, I determined to find Don Bernardino, if possible, and induce him to show me the secret exit. Without knowledge of this, we would be powerless. With it, we might find some clue. I did not make up my mind as to what I would do if he refused, but to myself the instinctive grinding of my teeth and clenching of my fingers seemed to answer my question. Of one thing I was glad: he was a gentleman. In such a matter as that in which I was engaged, there were possibilities, if even there were not definite hope. I drove to Elon, and from the agent there got his address. I soon found it, an old-fashioned house near the town, in a tiny park surrounded with great trees. I left the cart on the road, with the mare tethered to the gate-post, there being no lodge-keeper or no lodge. Before I rang the hall door-bell, I saw that my revolver was ready to my hand. The instant the door was opened, I stepped in and said to the old woman who opened it, "Mr. Bernard is in the study, I suppose?" "I have pressing business with him." She was so taken aback by the suddenness of my entry and speech that she pointed to a door, saying, "He's in there." As I entered the room, closing the door behind me, the Don, who had been seated in a large chair with his back to the door, turned unconcernedly. He had evidently not expected any disturbing visitor. The instant he saw me, however, he leapt to his feet, all his hostility awake. As he scanned my face, his concern grew, and he glanced around as though seeking for some weapon. I put my hand on my revolver and said as quietly as I could, remembering his own precision of manner, "Forgive my intrusion, sir, but I have urgent need of speech with you." I suppose there was something in my tone which bore home to his brain the idea that I had changed in some way since we had met. Do what I would, I could not conceal the anxiety of my voice. After a pause, he said, "Regarding the treasure?" "No," I said. "Since last night I have not even given it a thought." A strange new look came over his face, a look in which hope and concern seemed to have equal parts. He paused again. I could see he was thinking. Mechanically I tapped my foot on the floor with impatience. The golden moments were flying by. He realized my gravity of purpose, and manifestly turning his attention to me, said, "Speak, Senor." By this time I had well in my mind what I intended to say. It was not my purpose to further antagonize the Spaniard, at the outset at any rate. Later on that might be necessary, but I should exhaust other means first. "I've come, sir, to ask your aid, the help of a gentleman, and I feel at a loss how to ask it." Through the high-bred courtesy of the Spaniard's manner came a note of bitterness as he answered, "Alas, Senor, I know the feeling. Have not I myself asked on such a plea, and stooped in vain?" I had nothing to say in reply to this, so went on, "Sir, I am aware that you can make much sacrifice. I ask not for myself, but for a lady in peril." He answered quickly, "A lady in peril? Say on, Senor." There was such hope and purpose in his quick tone that my heart instinctively leapt as I went on. "In peril, sir, of life, of honor. To you I appeal to lay aside your feelings of hate towards me, however just they may be, and come like a true gentleman to her aid. I am emboldened to ask this because it was, I think, by your act that the peril, the immediate peril, has come to her." He flushed at once. "Through me? Peril to a lady's honor through me? Have a care, sir, have a care." With a rush I went on. "By your going into the castle through a secret passage, other enemies of the lady, low, base, and unscrupulous, who have been plotting to carry her off for ransom, have doubtless made an entry otherwise impossible to them. Now we must find a clue, and at once. Tell me, I implore you, of the secret way, that thus we may at once begin our search." For a few moments he looked me through and through. I think he suspected some plot or trap, for he said slowly, "And the treasure? Can you leave it?" I answered hotly, "The treasure! I have not even thought of it since the news came of Marjory's disappearance." Here I took it that he was beginning his unscrupulous purpose, and I was playing my loss against his own; and a thought came to me that had not even crossed my mind before. Had he been the abductor for the purpose of just such a bargain? I took from my pocket the key of the house in Whinnyfold, and held it out to him. "Here, sir," I said, "is the key of my house. Take it with all it contains and all it leads to. The treasure is as you left it last night. Only help me in my need." He waved my hand aside with an impatient gesture, as he said simply, "I do not bargain with a woman's honour. Such comes before all the treasures of popes or kings, before the oath and duty of de Escoban. Come, Senor, there is no time to lose. Let us settle this affair at once. Later we can arrange matters that rest between thee and me." "Your hand, sir," was all I could say. In such trouble as mine there is no help like that of a gentleman. But will you not honour me by keeping the key? This other is a trust which you have won by honour, as your great ancestor won his glorious duty long ago." He did not hesitate. All he said as he took the key was, "It is a part of my duty which I must not forego." As we left the house he looked like a new man, a man born again. There was such joyous gladness in his face and voice and movements that I wondered. I could not help saying when we had got into the cart and were on our way, "You seem happy, sir. I would that I could feel the same." "Ah, Senor, I am happy beyond belief. I am happy as one raised from hell to heaven. For now my honour is no more perilled. God has been good to me to show me a way, even to death, without dishonour." As we flew along to Crom, I told him that I knew of the secret passage between the chapel and the monument. He wondered at my having discovered the secret, but when I told him of how the blackmailing gang had used the way to evade the Secret Service men, he suddenly cried out. There was but one who ever knew the secret of that passage. My kinsman, with whom I stayed in Crom when young, told me of him. He tried much to find the entrance to the castle, and finally, under threat, he went away to America. He was a base-born and a thief. It must be he who has come back after these years and has told of the secret way. Alas, they must have watched me when I went, all unsuspicious, and so discovered the other secret. Then he tried to explain where the entrance was. It was not in the chamber where we had expected it would be, but in a narrow corner of the stair, the whole corner being one stone and forming the entrance. When we arrived at Crom we found that the Secret Service men were waiting for me, having been instructed from London. There were also telegrams from Adams and Cathcart saying that they were on the way to join me. Adams wired from Aberdeen and Cathcart from Kingussie. Mrs. Jack was with the detectives and had taken them through the rooms which Marjory had used. They had had up the servants one by one and examined them as to what they knew. The chief man had insisted on this. He said matters were now too serious to play the fool any longer. The servants were not told anything, even that Marjory was missing, but of course they had their suspicions. A peremptory order was given that no one should leave the house without permission. The chief confided to me that Mrs. Jack had quite broken down when she was telling him that Marjory knew all along about the blackmailers and had never told her. "But she's all right now, sir," he concluded. "That old lady is just full of sand, and I tell you her head is level. She's been thinking of everything which could possibly be of use to us. I guess I've heard more of this racket within the last half hour than I had done in the last 2 weeks." By the instructions of Don Bernardino we went into the library. I asked Mrs. Jack to send for lamps and candles, and these were brought shortly. In the meantime I asked that one of the detectives should be sent into the old chapel and another to the monument on the hill. Both were warned to have their guns ready, and to allow no one to pass at any hazard. To each before going I explained the secret mode of entry. The Don went over to one of the bookcases, the very section containing the shelf in which I had placed the old law book. Taking out the particular volume, he put his hand in and pressed a spring. There was a faint click. He replaced the book and pressed against the bookcase with slow, level pressure. Very slowly it seemed to give way before him, and then, turning on a hinge at one side, left an open cavity through which a man could easily pass. I was about to rush in, and was quite ready, with a lamp in one hand and a revolver in the other, when the chief of the detectives laid a restraining hand on my arm, as he said: "Wait a moment. If you go too fast you may obliterate some sign which would give us a clue." The wisdom of his speech was not to be gainsaid. Instinctively I fell back. Two of the trained observers drew close to the doorway, and holding their lamp in such wise as to throw light all round the opening, began an exact scrutiny. One of them knelt down and examined the flooring. The other confined his attention to roof and walls. After a silence, lasting perhaps a minute, the man kneeling stood up and said: "Not a doubt about it. There has been a violent struggle here at the doorway." End of chapter 43. Recording by Sandra Knight.
Chapter 44 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Oldfield. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 44. The Voice in the Dust. One of the men produced his notebook and began taking down in shorthand the rapid utterances of the chief, repeating it so as to check the accuracy as he went on.
"Easy to see the marks. The floor is deep in dust, and the walls are thick with it. On floor, mark of several feet, confused in struggle. May articulate separately later on. One woman's, also trailing of long skirts. On walls, marks of hands, fingers outspread, as if trying to grasp. Some of the long marks down the wall, others across."
The speaker here raised his lamp and held it in the opening as far as his arm would go. Then he went on.
"Steps wind downwards to right. Struggle seems to have stopped. Footmarks more clear."
Then the chief turned to us.
"I think, gentlemen, we may follow in now. The footmarks may be discriminated and identified later. We must chance destroying them, or we cannot pass in this narrow passage."
Here I spoke. A thought had been surging up in my brain ever since the detective had pointed out the finger marks on the wall, down and across. "Stop a moment, please. Let me see the marks on the wall before anyone enters. The passage is narrow and they may be rubbed off." A glance was enough, just time enough to formulate which was the symbol of A and which of B. The perpendicular strokes were A and the horizontal B. Marjorie had kept her head, even at this trying time, and was leaving a message for me as she was forced along. I understood why the struggle had ceased. Seized and forced through the narrow doorway, she had at first struggled hard. Then, when she realized that she could leave a clue behind her, she had evidently agreed to go quietly, for so she might have her hands free. It would be a hard job to carry or force along an unwilling captive through that narrow, uneven passage. Doubtless the captives were as willing as she was that she should go quietly. I said to the detectives, "These marks on the wall are in cipher, but I can read. Give me the best lamp we have, and let me go first." So, in an orderly procession, leaving two men in the library with Mrs. Jack to guard the entrance, we passed into the secret passage. As I read off the words written on the wall, the man with the notebook took them down, his companion holding a candle so as to enable him to do so. How my heart beat as I read my dear girl's message. Marks on the wall on the inner side, whichever way the curves ran. Obviously it would create less attention by guiding herself in this wise as she passed. She had kept her hand well down so that her sign should not be confused with the marks made by the men who, guiding themselves likewise, had held their hands at a natural height. Her sign marks ran continuously. Even after we had passed into the passage between the chapel and the monument, the writing ran as follows: 4 men came in 2, waiting in passage through bookcase, late, striking 1, struggled, then quiet, hands free, same voice we heard in chapel, Feather's thin voice. Small man, dark, all masked, Whiskey Tommy hoarse voice. Big man, sandy, large hands. Dago, deep voice, swarthy, little finger missing left hand. Max, silent, nods for speech, think dumb. 2 others on ahead, too far to see, here. In a pause I heard the chief detective murmur,
"That girl's a peach. We'll get her yet."
The spot at which we were pausing was where the way out to the reservoir branched off. Here Marjorie probably stood with her back to the wall and used her hands behind her back, for the strokes were smaller and more uneven. There were faults which put me out, and I could only read a few words. Whispering. Only word could hear manse. There was evidently some conversation going on between her captors, and she was making use of her opportunities. Then we went on and found the signs renewed. It cut me in the heart when I saw a smear of blood on one of the marks. The rough uncertain movement and sharp edges of the rock had told on her delicate skin. But later on, the blood marks were continued, and I could not but think that she had cut her finger on purpose to make a more apparent clue. When I mentioned my surmise to the detective, his instincts, having been trained in such matters, showed a keener insight than my own.
More likely she is preparing to leave a mark which we can see when we get her out of the tunnel. They may not suspect intention if her fingers are bleeding already.
The words following the stop where I read manse were boat, ready seagull, coffin, hearse, bury, isl. Here the next mark, instead of being horizontal, took a sudden angle down, and the blood was roughly rubbed off. It was as though her hand had been struck in the act of making the mark. Her captors had suspected her. There were no more marks on the wall. I could not imagine, however, that Marjorie would be entirely baffled. She had infinite resource, and would doubtless find some other means of leaving a clue. Telling the others, therefore, to keep back, I threw the rays of the lamp over the roof and walls and floor as we proceeded. It was a strange scene, the candles and lamp showing up but patches of light in the inky black darkness, the moving figures projected against the lights as I looked back, the silence broken by the shuffling tread of stumbling feet on the rock floor, the eager, intense faces, when a change in the light flashed them into view. It all moved me at moments, for there was a gleam of hope in its earnestness. I tried to put myself in Marjorie's position. If her hands were useless, as they would be if she could not use them without suspicion, even were they not tied now as was probable, her next effort would be with her feet. I therefore looked out carefully for any sign made this way. Presently I came across a mark which I suspected. It was only a few steps beyond the last mark on the wall. It was a big sort of drag of the foot, where there was a slight accumulation of dust, or rubbish, or sand. There were more such traces ahead, so monitoring to the others to keep back, I followed them up, taking care not to disturb any of them. They were but the rough marks made during a stumbling progress, and for a time I was baffled, though I could distinguish the traces of Marjorie's little feet among the great ones. Then I went back and looked at them afresh from the beginning, and a light burst upon me. They were made with the right or left foot as required. Thus she could reproduce the biliteral symbol. Interpretation was now easy enough, and hence on, to the exit from the tunnel, I could tell almost every word written, there being only a few cases where the sign was not sufficiently marked for me to read it. Suspicious, hands tied, gagged, find seagull, find manse. It was sadly slow work, and my heart at times sank within me at the exasperating delay in our progress. However, it was progress after all, and that sustained us. All along, as we worked our way towards the monument, I had been thinking of the word manse, and now its repetition showed its importance. It would be necessary that the abductors have some place in which to conceal their captive, before they should be able to get her out of the country. That this latter would be a necessary step towards their object was manifest, but the word seagull settled it. When we got to the entrance of the tunnel we examined every inch of the way. This was the wish of the detective, rather than my own. Marjorie would, it seemed to me, go quietly through the entrance. She would know that she was being watched here with extra carefulness, and would reserve herself for a less suspicious opportunity. She would also know that if I were on her track at all, I would be able to follow through the secret entrance. Outside, on the ground beside the monument, there were no unusual signs of passage. The patch of bare earth and gravel, which we had before noticed, left no trace of footsteps. Those who had used it had evidently taken care that there should be no sign. We went slowly along the route, which, by my former experiments with the thread, I had found was habitually used. Presently one of the Americans asked me to stop, as he had seen a trace of feet. For my life I could distinguish nothing in the seemingly undisturbed mass of pine needles. But the man, who had in his youth been in an Indian country, had learned something of tracking. He could interpret signs unseen to others with less highly developed instincts. He went down on his knees and examined the ground, inch by inch, using a microscope. For some 10 yards he crawled along on hands and knees, engaged in this way. Then he stood up and said, "There's no error about it now. There are 6 men and a woman. They have been carrying her and have let her down here." We did not challenge his report, or even ask how he had arrived at it. We were all well content to accept it. We then moved on to the manifest direction in which the ground trended. We were working towards the high ground road, which ran past the gates of Crom. I asked the others to let me go first now, for I knew this would be Marjorie's choice to continue her warning. Surely enough, I saw presently a slight disturbance in the pine needles, and then another, and another. I spelled out the word manse, and again manse, and later on, try all manses near. and the sign writing ceased. We had come out of the wood onto a grass field which ran down the high road. Here, outside a gap at the bottom of the field, were the marks in the dust of several feet, the treading of horses and the ruts of wheels. A little further on, the wheel marks, some four-wheeled vehicle, were heavy, and from the backwards propulsion of the dust and gravel in the hoof tracks we could easily see that the horses were galloping. We stopped and held a council of war. It was, of course, understood by us all that someone should follow on the track of the carriage and try to reach the quarry this way. For my own part, I felt that to depend on a wheel mark in such a country of cross roads was only the off chance. In any case, this stern chase must be a long one, whereas time was vital, every moment being precious. I determined to try and follow out Marjorie's clue. Try every man's near. To do this we should get to some centre where we would obtain a list of all the churches in the neighbourhood. Ellen was naturally the place, as it was the centre of the district. They all acquiesced in my view, so we hurried back to Crom, leaving 2 men, the tracker and another, to follow the fugitives. Hitherto Don Bernardio had hardly said a word. He was alert, and the eager light of his eye was helpful. But after he had shown us the secret way, and found that already I knew the outer passage as well as he did, or better, he had contented himself with watchfulness. Now, he suggested,
"There is also the boat. May it not be well that someone should follow up that side of the matter? Thus we shall be doubly armed."
His advice commended itself to the chief of the detectives, though I could see that he took it suspiciously from the Spaniard. It was with this manifest purpose of caution that he answered,
"Quite right, but that we shall see to ourselves. When Mr. Adams comes, he will work that racket."
The Spaniard bowed, and the American returned the courtesy with a stiff back. Even in such a time of stress, racial matters were not to be altogether forgotten. In the hall at Crom we found, when we came back through the old chapel, Sam Adams. He had arrived just after we had set out on our search, but was afraid to follow over ground lest he should miss us. Wisely he did not attempt the underground way, as he had no proper lights. His coming had been a great comfort to Mrs. Jack, who, always glad to see a countryman of her own, now almost clung to him. He had brought with him 2 young men, the very sight of whom made my heart warmer. One of them he introduced as Lieutenant Jackson of West Point, and the other as Lieutenant Montgomery of Annapolis. "These boys are all right," he added, laying a hand affectionately on the shoulder of each. "I'm sure they are. Gentlemen, I thank you with all my heart for coming," I said as I wrung their hands. They were both fine specimens of the 2 war academies from the United States, clean built from top to toe, bright-eyed, resolute and alert, the very type of highly bred and trained gentleman. Young soldier Jackson answered me. "I was too delighted to come when Adams was good enough to get leave for me." "Me too," echoed the sailor. "When I heard that Miss Drake was in trouble, and I was told I might come, I think I danced. Why, sir, if you want them, we've only to pass the word, and we can get you a man of war's crew, if every man of them has to desert." Whilst we were speaking there was a sound of rapid wheels, and a carriage from Ellen drew up at the door. Out jumped Cathcart, followed by a tall, resolute-looking young man who moved with the freedom of an athlete. "Am I in time?" was Cathcart's greeting as he rushed towards me. I told him exactly how we stood. "Thank God," he said fervently. "We may be in time yet." Then he introduced his friend, Macrae of Strathspiel. This was the host with whom he had been staying, and who had volunteered to come on hearing of his summons. "You may trust Donald," was his simple evidence of the worth of his friend. This addition to our forces gave us great hope. We now had a sufficiently intelligent, resolute men to follow up several clues at once, and in a brief council we marked out the various duties of each. Cathcart was to go to Ellen and get a list of all the manses in the region of Butchen, try to find out if any of them had been let to strangers. We took it for granted that none of the clergy of the place were themselves concerned in the plot. Macrae was to go with Cathcart and get all the saddle horses he could without attracting public attention, and bring them, or have them brought, to Crom as soon as possible. Secrecy of movement was insisted on with almost agonized fervour by Adams and his secret servicemen. "You don't know these wretches," said the chief of the latter. "They are the most remorseless and cruel villains in the world, and if they are driven to bay will do anything cruel or base. They are well plucked too, and don't know what fear means. They will take any chances, and do anything to get their way and protect themselves. If we don't get right in this matter, we may regret it to the last of our days." The silence in the room was only broken by the grinding of teeth and by Mrs. Jack's suppressed sobs. Adams was to go to Aberdeen as a working centre, and was to look after the nautical side of the adventure. He was to have Montgomery in this work with him. Before he left Crom, he wrote some cipher telegrams to the embassy. He explained to me that one of the suggestions was that an American warship which was cruising in the North Sea should, if possible, be allowed to lie off the coast of Aberdeen, ready for any emergency. When Montgomery heard this, he asked if possible a message should be sent from him to the first officer in Keystone.
"Tell the men privately that they are helping Marjorie Drake. There will be 1,000 pair of eyes on the watch then,"
he added by way of explanation. I was to wait with the detectives till we should get word from any of our sources as to what could be done. For there were several possibilities. The trackers might mark down the locality where the prisoner was hidden. Cathcart might, before this, come with the list of manses and their occupants. Adams or Montgomery might get wind of the Seagull, for Montgomery had already orders to go to Petershead and Fairsborough, where the smacks for the summer fishing were gathered. Don Bernardio remained with me at Crom. End of chapter 44. The Voice in the Dust.
Chapter 45 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 45. Danger. The time of waiting was inconceivably long and dreary. When Marjorie and I had been waiting for death in the water cave, we thought that nothing could be so protracted. But now I knew better. Then we had been together, and whatever came, even death itself, would be shared by us. But now I was alone, and Marjorie away, and in danger. In what danger I knew not, I could only imagine, and at every new thought of fear and horror I ground my teeth afresh and longed for action. Fortunately there was something to do. The detectives wanted to know all I could tell them. At the first, the chief had asked that Mrs. Jack would get all the servants of the house together, so that he might see them. She had so arranged matters that they would be together in the servants' hall, and he went down to inspect. He did not stay long, but came back to me at once with an important look on his face. He closed the door, and coming close to me, said, "I knew there was something wrong below stairs. That footman has skipped." For a few seconds I did not realize what he meant, and asked him to explain. "That footman that went out gallivanting at nights, he's in it, sure. Why isn't he in the hall where the others are? Just you ask the old lady about him. It'll be less suspicious than me doing it." Then it dawned on me what he meant. "There is no footman in the house," I said. "That's so, mister. That's just what I'm telling. Where is he?" "There is none. They don't have any male servants in the house. The only men are in the stables in the village." "Then that makes it worse still. There is a man who I've seen myself steal out of the house after dark, or in the dusk, and sneak back again out of the wood in the grey of the dawn. Why, I've reported it to Mr. Adams. Didn't he warn you about it? He said he would." "He did that. And didn't you take his tip?" "No." Here from the annoyed expression of his face I took warning. It would never do to chagrin the man and set him against me by any suspicion of ridicule. So I went on, "The fact is, my friend, that this was a disguise. It was Miss Drake who used it." He was veritably surprised. His amazement was manifest in his words. "Miss Drake? And did she put on the John Thomas livery? In the name of thunder, why?" "To escape you." "To escape me? Well, I'm damned. That elegant young lady to put on livery, and to escape me?" "Yes, you and the others. She knew you were watching her. Of course she was grateful for it," I added, for his face fell. "But she couldn't bear it all the same. You know what girls are," I went on apologetically. "They don't like to be cornered or forced to do anything. She knew you were all clever fellows at your work, and didn't take any chances." I was trying to conciliate him, but I need not have feared. He was of the right sort. He broke into a laugh, slapping his thigh loudly with his open hand, as he said heartily, "Well, that girl's a daisy. She's a peach. She's it. To think of her walking out under our noses, and us not having an idea that it might be her, just because we didn't think she'd condescend to put on the breeches, and the footman's at that. Well, it's a pity we didn't get on to her curves, for it might have been different. Never mind. We'll take her out of her trouble before long. and Mr. Whisky Tommy and his push will have to look out for their skins." This little episode passed some of the time, but the reaction to the dreary waiting was worse than ever. As I began again an endless chain of surmises and misgivings, it occurred to me that Don Bernardino might be made of some use. The blackmailers had evidently watched him. It might be that they would watch him again. If so, he could be the means of a trap being laid. I turned the matter over in my mind, but at present could see no way to realize the idea. It gave me another thought, however. The Don had been very noble in his attitude to me, and I might repay some of his goodness. Although he was so quiet and silent, I knew well that he must be full of his own anxiety regarding the treasure, now exposed as it might be to other eyes than his own. I could ask him to go to see after it. With some diffidence I broached the matter to him, for I did not want in any way to wound him. Since I had determined to relinquish the treasure if necessary, I was loath to make the doing so seem like an ungracious act. At first he almost took offence, reminding me with overt haughtiness that he had already assured me that all the treasures of Spain or of the popedom were secondary to a woman's honour. I liked him all the better for his attitude, and tried to persuade him that it was his duty to guard this trust, as otherwise it might fall into bad hands. Then a brilliant idea struck me, one which at once met the case and made the possibility of a trap. I told him, as the blackmailers had watched him once, they might have done so again, and have even followed him to my house. As I was speaking, the thought struck me of how well Providence arranges all for the best. If Don Bernardino had not taken from the library the typescript of the secret writing, it might have fallen into the hands of the gang. When I mentioned the idea to him, he said in surprise, "But I did not take the papers. I read them on the table, but did not think of moving them. Why, had I done so, I should have at once made suspicion, and it was my purpose to keep the secret if I could." An idea struck me, and I ran over to the table to look where the papers usually were. There was not a sign of them about. Somebody had secured them. It could hardly have been Marjorie, who lacked any possible motive for doing so. The Spaniard, eagerly following my face, saw the amazement which I felt. He cried out, "Then they have taken them. The treasure may yet prove a lure through which we may catch them. If it be that they have followed me to your house, and if they have any suspicions that came to me on reading that paper, then they will surely make some attempt." If anything were to be tried on this line, there was no time to lose. I had to carry out the matter privately, for on mentioning to Don Bernardino that I should ask one of the detectives to go with him, he at once drew back. "No," he said, "I have no right to imperil further this trust. The discovery was yours, and you knew of the hiding place before I did. But I could not with my consent allow any other person to know the secret. Moreover, these men are enemies of my country, and it is not well that they should know, lest they should use their knowledge for their country's aid. You and I, señor, are caballero. To us there is, somewhere, a high rule of honour, but to these people there is only law." "Well," I said, "if you are going, you had better lose no time. These people have had nearly 6 hours already. I left the house with Mrs. Jack a little after 10, but you had better go carefully. The men are desperate, and if they find you alone, you may have a bad time." For answer he pulled a revolver from his pocket. "Since yesterday," he said, "I go armed, till these unhappy businesses are all over." I then told him of the entrance to the caves, and gave him the key of the cellar. "Be sure you have a light," I cautioned him, "plenty of light and matches. It will be towards low water when you get there. The rope which we used as a clue is still in its place. We did not take it away." I could see that this thought was a new source of anxiety to him. If the gang were before him, it would have served to lead them to the treasure itself. As he was going, I bade him remember that if there was any sign of the men about, he was to return at once or send us word, so that we could come and catch them like rats in a trap. In any case, he was to send us word so that we might have knowledge of his movements, and inferentially of those of our enemies. In such a struggle as ours, knowledge was everything. Not long after he had gone, Cathcart and MacRae arrived on horseback. They said there were 3 other saddle horses coming after them. Cathcart had a list of all the churches, and the manses of all the clergy of all shades of doctrine, in Buchan, and a pretty formidable list it made. He also had a map of Aberdeen county, and a list of such houses as had been let for the summer, or at any period during it. Such was, of course, only an agent's list, and would not contain every letting privately. We set to work at once with the map and the lists, and soon marked the names which were likely to be of any use to us, those which had at any time lately been let to strangers. Then Cathcart and Gordon, and all the detectives except the chief, went off on horseback with a list of places to visit. They were all to return to report as soon as possible. The chief kept tab of the places to be visited by each. When the rest had gone, I asked him if he knew where any of those supposed to be of the gang lived in the neighbourhood. He said he felt awkward in answering the question, and he certainly looked it. The fact is, he said sheepishly, since that young lady kicked those names on the dirt, and so into my thick head, I know pretty well who they are. Had I known before, I could easily have got those who could identify them, for I never saw them myself. I take it that Feathers is none other than Featherstone, who was with Whisky Tommy, which was Tom Mason, in the A.T. Stewart ransom case. If those 2 are in it, most likely the one they call Dago is a half-bred Spaniard that comes from somewheres over here. That Max that she named, if he's the same man, is a Dutchman. He's about the worst of the bunch. Then for this game there's likely to be 2 Chicago bums from the levee, way-down politicians and healers. It's possible that there are 2 more, a man from Frisco that they call Sailor Ben, what they call a cosmopolite, for he doesn't come from nowhere in particular, and a buck nigger from New Orleans. A real bad 'un he is, of all the... But I hope he isn't in the gang. If he is, we haven't no time to lose." His words made my blood run cold. Was this the crowd within whose danger I had consented that Marjorie should stand? The worst kind of scoundrels from all over the earth. Oh, what it was to be powerless, and to know that she was in their hands! It took me all my strength of purpose not to weep, out of despair. I think the detective must have wished to cheer me a little, for he went on, "Of course, it's not their game to do her any harm, or let harm come to her. She's worth too many millions, alive and unharmed, for them to spoil their market by any foolishness. It's here that I trust Whisky Tommy to keep the rest straight. I suppose you know, sir, that criminals always work in the same way every time. We know that when the judge wouldn't pay up for old A.T., Featherstone threatened to burn up the stiff, but Whisky Tommy knew better than to kill the golden goose like that. Why, he went and stole it from Featherstone, and hid it somewhere about Trenton till the old lady coughed up about 25,000. Tommy's head's level, and if that black devil isn't in the squeeze, he'll keep them up to the collar every time." "Who is the negro?" I asked, for I wanted to know the worst. "What has he done?" "What hasn't he done that's vile, is what I'd like to know. They're a hard crowd in the darky side of New Orleans, and a man doesn't get a bad name there easily, I tell you. There are dens there that'd make God Almighty blush, or the devil either. A darky that is bred in them and gets to the top of the push doesn't stick to no trifles. But you be easy in your mind as yet, sir. At present there's naught to fear, and if once they get safe away, they will try to put the screw on. God knows then what may happen. In the meantime, the only fear is lest, if they're in a tight place, they may kill her." My heart turned to ice at his words. What horrible possibilities were there, when death for my darling was the only fear! it was in a faint enough voice I asked him, would they really kill her? Of course they would, if it was their best course. But don't you be downhearted, sir. There's not much fear of killing, as yet at all events. These men are out for dough, and for a good heap of it too. They're not going to throw away a chance till the game's up. If we get on to their curves quick, they'll have to think of their own skins. It's only when all's up that they'll act, when they themselves must croak if she doesn't. Oh, if I had known, if I had had any suspicion of the dangerous nature of the game we were playing, that I had consented that Marjorie should play, I'd have cut my tongue out before I'd have agreed. I might have known that a great nation like the United States would not have concerned itself as to any danger of an individual unless there had been good cause. Oh, fool, fool that I had been! If I had been able to do anything, it might not have been so bad. It was necessary, however, that I should be at the very heart and centre of action, for I alone knew the different ramifications of things, and there was always something cropping up of which I had better knowledge than the others, and so I had to wait in what patience I could pray for. Patience and coolness of head were what were demanded of me for the present. Later on the time might come when there would be action, and I never doubted that when the time did come it would not find me wanting, even in the issues of life and death. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 46. A Different Men's. In the dreary time of waiting, I talked with the detective chief. Everything which he told me seemed to torture me, but there was a weird fascination in his experience as it bore on our own matter. I was face to face for the first time in my life with that callousness which is the outcome of the hard side of the wicked world. Criminal hunters as well as criminals achieve it. So, I suppose, do all whose fortunes bring them against the sterner sides of life. Now and again it amazes me to hear this man, unmistakably a good fellow and an upright one, weighing up crime and criminals in a matter-of-fact way, without malice, without anger, without vindictiveness. He did seem to exercise in his habitual thought of his clientele that constructive condemnation which sways the rest of us in matters of moral judgment. The whole of his world and attitude and purpose seemed to be only integral parts of a game which was being played. At that time I thought light of this, and consequently of him, but looking back with judgment and better perspective, I am able to realize the value of just such things. There was certainly more chance of cooler thought and better judgment under these conditions than when the ordinary passions and motives of human life held sway. This man did not seem to be chagrined or put out personally in any way by the failure of his task, or to have any rancor from this course in his heart for those to whom the failure was due. On the contrary, he, like a good sportsman, valued his opponent more on account of the cleverness which had baffled him. I imagined that at first he would have been angry when he learned how all the time in which he and his companions had been watching Crom Castle and were exulting in the security which their presence caused, their enemies had been coming and going as they wished by a safe way, unknown, and had themselves been watchers. But there was nothing of the kind. I really believe that, leaving out, of course, the possibly terrible consequence of his failure, he enjoyed the defeat which had come to him. In his own way he put it cleverly. Those ducks knew their work well. I tell you this, in spite of the softies we have been, it isn't easy to play any of us for a sucker. Just fancy, the lot of us on sentry go, day and night, round the castle, for, mind you, we never neglected the job for 1/2 hour, and all the time 3 lots of people. This Push, you and the girl, and this Dago lord of yours, all going and coming like rabbits in a warren. What puzzles me is how you and Miss Drake managed to escape the observation of Whiskey Tommy's lot, even if you went through us." It had been after 5 o'clock when the party set out to visit the manses. At 6 o'clock the reports began to come in. The first was a message scribbled on a leaf torn from a notebook, and sent in one of the envelopes taken from the purpose. "All right at O'Corney." From this on, messengers kept arriving, some on foot, some on horseback, some in carts, but each bearing a similar message, though couched in different terms. They came from Auchlanchreis, Hela, Mulanachie, Ardenjoud, Invercomery, Skelmer, and O'Corrican. At 9 o'clock the first of the searchers returned. This was Donald MacRae. Knowing the country, he had been able to get about quicker than any of the others who had to keep to the main roads. His report was altogether satisfactory. He had been to 6 places, and in each one of them there was no ground for even suspicion. It was nearly 3 hours before the rest were in, but all with the same story. In none of the manses let to visitors through an agent, and in none, if occupied by the incumbents, could the fugitives have hidden. The last to come in were the 2 trackers, disappointed and weary. They had lost the track several times, but had found it again on some crossroad. They had finally lost it in a dusty road near Ardiffery, and had only given up when the light had altogether gone. They themselves thought their loss was final, for they could not take up the track within a quarter of a mile of either side of the spot where they had lost it. It was now too late to do anything more for this night, so after a meal all the men, except one who remained on watch, went to sleep for a few hours. We must start again before dawn. For myself, I could not rest. I should have gone mad, I think, if I had to remain the night without doing something. So I determined to wheel over to Whinnyfold and see how Don Bernardino had progressed. I was anxious, as I had not heard from him. At Whinnyfold all was still, and there was no sign of light in the house. I had brought with me the duplicate key which I had given to Marjorie, and which Mrs. Jack found for me on her dressing table. But when I inserted it, it would not turn. It was a Yale lock, and it was not likely that it should have got out of order without the use of some force or clumsiness. I put it down in the first instance to the inexperience of the Don in such mechanism. Anyhow, there was nothing to be done as to entry by that way. So I went round to the back to see if I could make the entry there. It was all safe, however. I had taken care to fasten every door and window on the previous night. As the front door was closed to me, it was only by force that I could effect entrance to my own house. I knocked softly at the door, and then louder. I thought, perhaps, for some reason to be explained, the Don had remained in the house and might not be asleep. There was no sound, however, and I began to have grave doubts in my own mind as to whether something serious might have happened. If so, there was no time to lose. Anything having gone wrong meant that the blackmailers had been there. If I had to break open the door, I might as well do it myself, for if I should get help from the village, discussion and gossip would at once begin, if only from the fact that I could not wait till morning. I got a scaffold pole from the yard, where some of the builder's material still remained, and managed by raising it on my shoulder and making a quick run forward to strike the door with it just over the lock. The blow was most efficacious. The door flew open so quickly that the handle broke against the wall of the passage. For a few seconds I paused, looking carefully round to see if the sound had brought anyone to the spot, but all was still. Then, carefully, and with my revolver ready in my right hand and the lamp of my bicycle in my left, I entered the house. A glance into each of the 2 sitting rooms of the ground floor showed me that there was no one there, so I closed the hall door again and propped it shut with the scaffold pole. Quickly I ran over the house from top to bottom, looking into every room and space where anyone could hide. The cellar door was locked. It was odd indeed, there was not a sign of Don Bernardino anywhere. With a sudden suspicion I turned into the dining room and looked on the table, where the several caskets which we had taken from the cave had lain. There was not a sign of them. Someone had carried them off. For a while I thought it must have been Don Bernardino. There came back to me very vividly the conversation which we had had in that very room only a day before. I seemed to see the red light of his eyes blaze again, as when he had told me that he would not stop at anything to gain possession of the treasure. It must have been that when he had found himself in possession, the desire overcame to take away the treasure to where he could himself control it. But this belief was only momentary. Hard upon its heels came the remembrance of his noble attitude when I had come to ask his help for a woman in distress. I, who had refused his own appeal of my chivalry only a few hours before. No, I would not believe that he could act so now. In strength of my belief I spoke aloud. No, I will not believe it. Was it an echo to my words? Or was it some mysterious sound from the sea beneath? Sound there certainly was, a hollow, feeble sound that seemed to come from anywhere or nowhere. I could not locate it at all. There was but one part of the house unsearched, so I got a great piece of wood and broke open the door of the cellar. There was no one in it, but the square hole in the center of it seemed like a mystery itself. I listened a moment, and the hollow sound came again, this time through the hole. There was someone in the cave below, and the sound was a groan. I lit a torch and leaning over the hole looked down. The floor below was covered with water, but it was only a few inches deep, and out of it came the face of the Spaniard, looking strangely white despite its natural swarthiness. I called to him. He evidently heard me, for he tried to answer, but I could distinguish nothing. I could only hear a groan of agony. I rigged up the windlass, and taking with me a spare piece of rope, lowering myself into the cave. I found Don Bernardino just conscious. He was unable, seemingly, to either understand my questions or to make articulate reply. I tied the spare rope round him, there being no time or opportunity to examine him as he lay in the water, and taking the spare end with me, pulled myself up again. Then, putting the rope to which he was attached on the windlass, I easily drew him up to the cellar. A short time sufficed to give him some brandy, and to undress him and wrap him up in rugs. He shivered at first, but the warmth soon began to affect him. He got drowsy, and seemed all at once to drop asleep. I lit a fire and made some tea and got provisions ready. In less than half an hour he awoke, refreshed and quite coherent. Then he told me all that had passed. He had opened the door without trouble, and had looked into the dining room, where he had found the caskets still on the table. He did not think of searching the house. He got a light and went into the cellar, leaving the door open, and set about examining the winch, so as to know the mechanism sufficiently well as to be able to raise and lower himself. Whilst stooping over the hole, he had got a violent blow on the back of the head, which deprived him of his senses. When he became conscious again, there were 4 men in the cellar, all masked. He himself was tied up with ropes and gagged. The men lowered each other till only one remained on guard. He heard them calling to each other. After a long wait, they had come back, all of them carrying heavy burdens, which they began to haul up by the windlass. He said that it creaked loudly with the weight as they worked it. He had the unutterable chagrin of seeing them pack up in sacks and bags, extemporized from the material in the house, the bouillon of the treasure which his ancestor had undertaken to guard, and to which he had committed his descendants until the trust should have been fulfilled. When all was ready for departure, which was not for many hours, and when 2 of the men had returned with a cart of some sort, whose wheels he heard rumbling, they consulted as to what they should do with him. There was no disguise made of their intent. All was spoken in his hearing with the most brutal frankness. One man, whom he described as with grey lips of terrific thickness, and whose hands were black, was for knifing him at once or cutting his throat, and announced his own readiness to do the job. He was overruled, however, by another, presumably the leader of the gang, who said there was no use taking extra risks. "Let us put him into the cave," he said. "He may break his neck, but anyhow it does not matter, for the tide is rising fast, and if anyone should come, they will find that he met his death by an accident." This suggestion was carried out. He was, after the ropes and gag were removed with the utmost care, but with the utmost brutality, lowered into the cave. He remembered no more till the deadly silence around him was broken by the sound, seemingly far away, of a heavy blow on wood which reverberated. I examined him all over carefully, but could find no definite harm done to him. This knowledge in itself cheered him up, and his strength and nerve began to come back. With his strength came determination. He could, however, tell me nothing of the men who had attacked him. He said he would know their voices again, but what with their masks and his cramped position, he could not see enough to distinguish anything. Whilst he was recovering himself, I looked carefully round the room and house. From the marks in one of the windows at the back, I gathered that this was the means by which they had gained admission. They were expert housebreakers, and as I gathered from the detective that Whiskey Tommy was a bank burglar, most scientific and difficult of all criminal trades, except perhaps banknote forgery, I was not surprised that they had been able to gain admittance. None of the jewels which Marjorie and I had taken from the cave were left behind. The robbers had evidently made accurate search. Even the rubies which I had left in the pocket of the shooting coat which I had worn in the cave had disappeared. One thing I gathered from their visit: they evidently felt secure as to themselves. They dared not risk so long delay had not their preparations been complete. They must have been satisfied as to the mechanism of their escape, since they could burden themselves with such weight of treasure. Moreover, their hiding place, wherever it was, could not be far off. There were engaged in this job 4 men. Besides, there were probably watchers. Marjorie had only recorded in her cipher 6 engaged in her abduction, when presumably their full strength would have been needed in case of unexpected difficulties or obstacles. The Secret Service chief presumed at least 8. I determined, therefore, that I would get back to Crom as soon as possible, and, with the aid of this new light, consult as to what was the best to be done. I wanted to take Don Bernardino with me, or to try to get a trap to take him on, but he said he would be better remaining where he was. "I can be of no use to anyone till I get over this shock," he said. "The rest here, if I remain longer, will do me good, and in the morning I may be able to help." I asked him if he was not afraid to be left alone in his present helpless condition. His reply showed great common sense. "The only people whom I have to fear are the last who will come to this place." I made him as comfortable as I could, and fixed the catch of the door so that the lock would snap behind me. Then I got on my bicycle and rode to Crom as quickly as I could. As it was now nearly early morning, the men were getting ready for their day's work. Cathcart and I discussed the new development with the detective chief. I did not tell him of the treasure. It was gone, and all I could do was to spare the Spaniards' feelings. It was enough that they knew of the attack on Don Bernardino, and that they had taken from my house whatever was of value in it. As I went over the practical side of the work before us, I had an idea. It was evident that these men had some secret hiding place not far away. Why should it not be an empty house? I made the suggestion to my 2 companions, who agreed with me that we should at once make search for such a place. Accordingly, we arranged that 1 man of the force should go into Ellon as soon as it was possible to find anyone up, and another into Aberdeen to try to find out from various agents what houses in the district were at present unoccupied. In the meantime, I looked over the list of manses and found that there were 2 which were open for letting, but had not yet been occupied: Orcheries and a Differy. We determined to visit the latter first, as it was nearer, amid a network of crossroads on the higher road to Fraserburgh. When we were arranging plans of the movement, the two trackers who wanted to resume their work said that we might put them down on our way, as the spot they aimed for lay in the same direction. We left 2 men behind. The rest of us kept together. As we drove along in the brake, the trackers showed us how they had followed the carriage. It brought an agonizing hope to me to think that we were actually traveling on the same road as Marjorie had gone. I had a secret conviction that they were going right. Something within me told me so. I had in former days that now seemed so long ago, when I realized that I had the second sight, come to have such confidence in my own intuition that now something of the same feeling came back to me as a reality. Oh, how I had longed that the mysterious gift might now be used on behalf of her I loved. What would I not have given for one such glimpse of her in her present situation, as I had before seen of Launchlin Macleod, or of the spirits of the dead from the Skares? But it is one of the essence of such supernatural powers that it will not work to command, to present need, or to the voice of suffering or of prayer, but only in such mysterious way and time as none can predict. Whilst I thought thus, and hoped thus, and prayed with all the intensity of my poor breaking heart, I seemed to feel in me something of the mood in which the previous visions had come. I became lost to all surroundings, and it was with surprise that I became conscious that the carriage had stopped and that the trackers were getting off. We arranged with them that after our visit at the manse at Ardiffery we should return for them, or to see how they had got on with their task. They were not hopeful of following a 2-day-old trail of a carriage on these dusty roads. The crossroad to Ardiffery branched off to our left, and then to left again, so that when we came near the place we were still within easy distance, as the crow flies, from where we had left our men. The manse at Ardiffery is a lonely spot, close to the church but quite away from the little clachan. The church stands in its own graveyard, in a hollow surrounded with a wall of considerable dimensions. The garden and policies of the house seemed as though carved out of the woodland growth. There is a narrow iron gate, sheer in the roadway, and a straight path up to the front of the house. One arm branches to the right in a curved laneway through fir trees, leading to the stable and farm offices at the back of the house. At the gateway was a board with a printed notice that the house, with grounds, gardens, and policies, was to be let until Christmas. The key could be had from, and details supplied by, Mrs. McFly, merchant at the Ardiffery crossroads. The whole place had a deserted air. Weeds were growing everywhere, and, even from the roadway, one could see that the windows were fouled from disuse. As we drew near, the odd feeling of satisfaction, I can hardly describe it more fully, seemed to grow in me. I was not exultant, I was scarcely hopeful, but somehow the veil seemed to be lifting from my soul. We left the brake on the road, and went up the little avenue to the front of the house. For form's sake we knocked, though we knew well that if those we sought should be within, there would be little chance of their responding to our call. We left one man at the door in case by any chance anyone should come. The rest of us took the other way round to the back of the house. We had got about halfway along it, where there was an opening into the fields, when the detective chief, who was in front of us, held up his hand to stop. I saw at a glance what had struck him. Whilst the rest of the rough roadway was unkempt and weed-grown, the gravel from this on to the back of the house had been lately raked. Why? The only answer to the unspoken query of each of us was that Marjorie had made some marks, intentionally or unintentionally, or someone had, and the gang had tried to efface them. Fools! Their very effort to obliterate the trace was a help to us. End of chapter 46 of Mystery of the Sea. Recording by Tabea.
Chapter 47 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Schnell. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 47. The Dumb Can Speak. The Secret Service men spread round the house, moving off silently right and left in accordance with the nods of their chief in answer to their looks of query. As they moved, keeping instinctively in shelter from any possible view from the house so far as the ground afforded opportunity, I could see that each felt that his gun was in its place. They all knew the gang they had to deal with, and they were not going to take any chances. MacRae said to me, "I'll go and get the key. I know this country better than any of you. I can run over to the crossroads in a few minutes, and it will be less marked than driving there." As he went out at the gate, he told the driver to pull down the road till the curve shut him out of sight. Whilst he was gone, the men surrounded the house, keeping guard at such points that nothing coming from it could escape our notice. The chief tried the back door, but it was shut. From its rigidity, it was manifestly bolted top and bottom. In less than a quarter of an hour, MacRae returned and told us that Mrs. McPhee was coming with the key as quickly as she could. He offered to take it, telling her who he was, but she said she would come herself and make her service, as it would not be respectful to him and the other gentlemen to let them go alone. In a few minutes she was with us. The Chief Detective Cathcart and I stayed with MacRae, the rest of the men remaining on watch and hidden. There was a little difficulty with the lock, but we shortly got in, Mrs. McPhee leading the way. Whilst she was opening the shutters of the back room, which was evidently the minister's study, Cathcart and the chief left the room, and made a hurried though thorough search of the house. They came back before the old lady was well through her task, and shook their heads. When the light was let in, the room presented a scene of considerable disorder. It was evident that it had been lately inhabited, for there were scattered about a good many things which did not belong to it. These included a washing jug, a bowl full of dirty water, a rug and pillows on the sofa, and a soiled cup and plate on the table. On the mantelpiece was a guttered-out candle. When the old woman saw the state of the room, she lifted her hands in horrified amazement as she spoke. "Keep aside! The tramps must have been here, in the minister's own study too, and turning the whole place topsy-turvy. Even his bukes all jumbled up together. Me certes, but won't he be upset by yon?" Whilst she had been speaking, my eyes had been taking in everything. All along one side of the room was a bookcase, rough shelves graduated up in height to suit the various sizes of books. There were in the room more than enough books to fill them, but still some of the shelves toward the right-hand end were vacant, and a great quantity of books lay on the floor. These were not tumbled about as if thrown down recklessly, but were laid upon the floor in even rows. It looked as if they had been taken down in masses and laid out in the same order as though ready to put back. But the books on the shelves! It was no wonder that the old woman, who did not understand the full meaning, was shocked, for never was seen such seeming disorder in any library. Seldom did a volume of a series seem to be alongside its fellow. Even when several were grouped together, the rest of the selection would be missing, or seen in another part of the shelf. Some of the volumes were upside down. Others had the fronts turned out instead of the back. Altogether there was such disorder as I had never seen, and yet the whole was planned by a clever and resolute woman, fighting for her life, her honor. Marjorie, evidently deprived of any means of writing, there was neither pen nor ink nor pencil in the room, and probably forbidden under hideous threats to leave any message, had yet under the very eyes of her captors left a veritable writing on the wall, full and open for all to read, did they but know how. The arrangement of the books was but another variant of our bilateral cipher. Books as they should be represented A, all others B. I signed to the man with the notebook, who took down the words wrought in the cipher as I read them off. Oh, how my heart beat with fear and love and pride as I realized in the message of my dear girl the inner purpose of her words. Tomorrow, off northeast of Banff, Seagull to meet whaler Wilhelmina. To be shanghaied, whatever that means. Frightful threats to give me to the negro if any trouble or letters to friends. Don't fear, dear, shall die first. Have sure means. God with us. Remember the cave. Just heard Gardant. Here the message ended. The shelf was empty, and the heap of books, from which she had selected so many items, remained as they had been placed ready to her hand. She had been coerced, or else she feared interruption in her task, and did not want to cause suspicion. Coerced! I felt as though choking. There was nothing further to be gained here, so we told the old lady that we should write regarding the rental if we decided to take the house. When we went back to our wagonette, we picked up our 2 trackers, there was no use for them now, and went back to Crom as fast as the horses could gallop. It was necessary that we should arrange from our headquarters our future plans. Such maps and papers as we had were at Crom, where also any telegrams might await us. In the carriage I asked the detective chief what was meant by shanghaied, for it was evidently a criminal class word. "Don't you know the word?" he said, surprised. "Why, I thought everyone knew that." "It isn't altogether a criminal class word, for it belongs partly to a class that call themselves traders. The whalers and others do it when they find it hard to get men. As a rule, men nowadays don't like shipping on long whaling voyages. They get such men delivered on board by the crimps, drunk or, more generally, hocussed. Then, when they get near a port, they make them drunk again, which isn't much of a job after all, and they don't make no kick. Or if things are serious, they hocuss them a bit again. So they keep them one way or another out of sight for months or perhaps years. Sometimes, when those that are not too particular want to get rid of an inconvenient relative, or mayhap a witness, or a creditor, or an inconvenient husband, they just square some crimp. When he gets his hooks on the proper party, there ain't no more jamboree for him, except between the bulwarks, till the time is up, or the money spent, or whatever he's put away for is fixed as they want it. This was a new and enlightening horror to me. It opened up fresh possibilities of distress for both Marjorie and myself. As I thought of this, I could not be grateful to Montgomery for his message to the man-of-war's men. If once they succeeded in getting Marjorie on board the Seagull, we should, in the blindness of our ignorance as to her whereabouts, be powerless to help her. The last word of her message through the books might be a clue. It was some place, and was east of Banff. I got the big map out at once and began to search. Surely enough, there it was. Some 7 or 8 miles east of Banff was a little port in a landlocked bay called Gardentown. At once I sent off a wire to Adams at Aberdeen, and another to Montgomery to Peterhead, on chance that it might reach him even before that which Adams, whom he kept posted as to his every movement, would be sure to send him. It was above all things necessary that we should locate first the Seagull and then the Wilhelmina. If we could get hold of either vessel, we might frustrate the plans of the miscreants. I asked Adams to have the touching of the Wilhelmina at any port telegraphed to him at once from Lloyd's. He was quite awake at his end of the wire. I got back an answer in an incredibly short time. Wilhelmina left Lerwick for Arctic seas yesterday. Very shortly afterwards another telegram came from him. Montgomery reports Seagull fishing this summer at Fraserburgh. Went out with fleet 2 days ago. Almost immediately after this came a third telegram from him. Keystone notified, I'm coming to join you. After a consultation we agreed that it was better that some of us should wait at Crom for the arrival of Adams, who had manifestly some additional knowledge. In the meantime we dispatched 2 of the Secret Service men up to the north of Buchan. One was to go to Fraserburgh, and the other to Banff. Both were to follow the cliffs or the shore to Gardentown. On their way they would get a personal survey of the coast and might pick up some information. McRae went off himself to send a telegram ordering his yacht, which was at Inverness, to be taken to Peterhead, where he would join her. "It may be handy to have her at the mouth of the Firth," he said. "She's a clipper, and if we should want to overhaul the Seagull or the Wilhelmina, she can easily do it." It was a long, long wait till Adams arrived. I did not think that a man could endure such misery as I suffered, and live. Every minute, every second was filled with some vague terror. Omne ignotum pro mirifico. When fear and fancy join hands, there is surely woe and pain to some poor human soul. When Adams at last arrived, he had much to tell, but it was the amplification of what we had heard rather than fresh news. The U.S. cruiser Keystone had been reached from Hamburg and was now on her way to a point outside the 3-mile limit off Peterhead, and a private watch had been set on every port and harbor between Wick and Aberdeen. The American embassy was doing its work quietly as befits such an arm of the state, but its eyes and ears were open, and I had no doubts its pockets too. Its hand was open now, but it would close did there be need. When Adams learned our purpose he became elated. He came over to me and laid his hand tenderly on my shoulder as he said, "I know how it is with you, old fellow. A man don't want more than 2 eyes for that. But there's a many men who would give all they have to stand in your shoes for all you suffer. Cheer up. At the worst now it's her death. For myself I feared at first there might be worse. But it's plain to me that Miss Drake is up to everything and ready for everything. My, but she's a noble girl. If anything goes wrong with her there's going to be some scrapping round before the thing's evened up." He then went on to tell me that Montgomery would be joined at Peterhead by 2 other naval fellows who were qualified in all ways to do whatever might be required. "Those boys won't stop at much, I can tell you," he said. "They're full of sand, the lot, and I guess that when this thing is over it won't harm them at Washington to know that they've done men's work of one kind or another." It was comfort to me to hear him talk. Sam Adams knew what he meant when he wanted to help a friend. Thinking it all over, I don't see what better he could have said to me, things being as they were. He went back to Aberdeen to look out for news or instructions, but was to join us later at Banff. We left 2 men at Crom, one to be always on the spot, and the other to be free to move about and send telegrams, etc. Then the rest of us drove over to Fyvie and caught the train to Macduff. When we arrived, we sent 1 man to the hotel in Banff, in case we should want to communicate, and the rest of us drove over in a carriage to Gardentown. It is a lovely coast, this between Banff and Gardentown, but we should have preferred it to be less picturesque and more easy to watch. When our man met us, which he did with exceeding caution, he at once began, "They've got off some of them, but I think the rest of the gang's ashore still. That's why I'm so particular. They may be watching us now for all I can tell." Then he proceeded to give us all the information he had gleaned. The Seagull was here until yesterday, when she went out into the Firth to run down to Fifeshire, as the fish were reported going south. She had more than her complement of men, and her skipper volunteered the information that 2 of them were friends whom they were taking to join their own boat which was waiting for them at Burnt Island. "From all accounts I gather," he went on, "that they wasn't anything extra high-toned. Most of them were drunk or getting a jag on them, and it took the 2 sober ones and the skipper to keep them in order. The skipper was mighty angry. He seemed somehow ashamed of them, and hurried out of port as quick as he could when he made his mind up. They say he swore at them frightful, though that was not to be wondered at when he himself had to help bring the nets on board. One of the men on the quay told me that he said if that was the effect of his men of waiting round for weeks doing nothing, he would see that another time their double-dashed noses were kept to the grindstone. I've been thinking since I heard of the trouble they had in carrying on the nets that there was something under them that they meant to hide. The men here tell me that the hand barrow they carried would have been a job for 6 men, not 3, for it was piled shoulder high with nets. That's why the skipper was so wrathy with them. They say he's a sort of giant, a Dutchman with an evil cunning face, and that all the time he was carrying the back handles he never stopped swearing at the 2 in front, though they was nigh speechless with the effort of carrying, and their faces as red as blazes. If I'm right, we've missed them this time. They've got the girl on the fishing boat, and they are off to the whaler. She's the one we'll have to find next." As he spoke, my heart kept sinking deeper and deeper down. My poor girl, if alive, was in the hands of her enemies. In all the thoughts which filled me with anguish unspeakable, there was but one gleam of consolation. The negro was not on board too. I had come to think of this miscreant as in some way the active principle of whatever evil might be. Here we were again at a fault in our pursuit. We must wait for the reports of Montgomery, who was making local inquiries. We had wired him to join us or send us word to Gardentown, and he had replied that he was on the way. End of chapter 47. Recording by Ernst Schnell.
Chapter 48 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Hall. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 48. Dunby Haven. We had today been so hot in the immediate pursuit of Marjorie that we had hardly been able to think of the other branches of our work. But all at once the turn of the wheel brought up as the most important matter before us what had been up to now only a collateral. Hitherto the Seagull had been our objective, but now it must be the Wilhelmina. Adams had been in charge of the general investigation as to these boats, whilst Montgomery had been attending to local matters. It was to the former, therefore, rather than the latter, that we had to look for enlightenment. Montgomery and McRae were the first to arrive, coming on horseback from Fraserburgh, the former with all the elan and abandonment of a sailor ashore. He was frightfully chagrined when he heard that the Seagull had got safely away. "Just like my luck," he said. "I might have got her in time if I had known enough. But I never even heard of Gardentown till your wire came to me. It isn't on the map." He was still full of lamentings, though I could tell from the way he was all nerved and braced up that we should hear of him when the time for action came. When we arrived at the station at Macduff to meet Adams, we hurried him at once into the carriage which we had waiting. He gave us his news as we hurried off to Gardentown. We felt that it might be a mistake our going there, for we should be out of the way of everything. But we had made arrangements for news to be sent there, and it was necessary we should go there before holding our council of war. Adams told us that the whaler Wilhelmina had been reported at Lerwick 2 days ago, but that she had suddenly left on receipt of a telegram, hurrying in the last of her stores at such a rate that some of them had actually been left behind. He had not been able to gain any specific information by wire. The master of the ship had said to the harbour master that he was going to Nova Zembla, but nothing more definite could be obtained. When we got together in the hotel at Gardentown, we were surprised by another arrival, none other than Don Bernardino, who had come by the same train as Adams, but had had to wait to get a carriage. We had got away so quickly that none of us had seen him. Things were now at such a stage that it would not do to have any concealment whatever, and so after a moment in private with the Don, I told my companions of the attack on the Spaniard in my house, and of the carrying off of the great treasure. I did not give any details of the treasure or its purpose, nor did I even mention the trust. This was now the Don's secret, and there was no need to mention it. We all agreed that if we should have any chance at all of finding Marjorie, it would be by finding and following the members of the gang left on shore. Sam Adams, who was, next to the Secret Service men, the coolest-headed of our party, summed up the situation. "Those fellows haven't got off yet. It is evident they only came to look for the treasure after Miss Drake had been shipped off from Gardentown, and I'm pretty sure that they are waiting somewhere round the coast for the Wilhelmina to pick them up, or for them to get aboard her somehow. They've got a cartload of stuff at the very least to get away, and you may bet your sweet life that they don't mean to leave it to chance. Moreover, you can't lay your hand at any minute on a whaler ready for shanghaiing anyone. This one has been fixed up on purpose and was waiting up at Lerwick for a long time, ready to go when told. I think myself that it's more than likely she has orders to take them off herself, for a fishing smack like the Seagull that has to be in and out of these ports all the time
doesn't want to multiply the chances of her discovery. Now that she has done a criminal thing and is pretty sure that it can't be proved against her, she'll take her share of the swag or whatever was promised her and clear out. If the Wilhelmina has to get off the gang, it'll have to be somewhere off this coast. They are nearly all strangers to start with and wouldn't know where else to go. If they go south, they get at once into more thickly peopled shores, where the chances of getting off in secret would be less. They daren't go anywhere along the shore of the Firth, for their ship might be cut off at the mouth, and they might be taken within the 3-mile limit and searched. Beyond the Firth they can know nothing. Therefore, we have got to hunt them along this shore, and from the lie of the land I should say that they will try to get off somewhere between Old Slains and Peterhead. And I'll say further that inasmuch as the shore dips in between Whinnyfold and Girdleness outside Aberdeen, the ship will prefer to keep up the north side so that she can beat out to sea at once when she has got her cargo aboard. Sam is about right, broke in Montgomery. I have been all along the coast since we met, surveying the ground for just this purpose. I tried to put myself in the place of that crowd, and to find a place just such as they would wish. They could get out at Peterhead or at Bottom, and so I have set up a watch at these places. Some of our sailors who were sent up to me from London are there now, and I'll stake my word that if the Wilhelmina tries to come in to either of these places, she won't get out again with Marjorie Drake on board. But it's not their game to come near a port. They've got to lie offshore, somewhere agreed on, and take off their friends in a boat. There are dozens of places between Cruden and Peterhead where a boat could lie hidden and slip out safely enough. When they got aboard, they could hoist in the boat or scuttle her, and then up sails and off before anyone was the wiser. What I propose, therefore, is this, for I take it I'm the naval expert here, such as it is. We must set a watch along this bit of coast, so as to be ready to jump on them when they start out. We can get the Keystone to lie off Buchan, and we can signal her when we get sign of our lot. She'll be well on the outside, and these scallywags don't know that she'll be there to watch them. When the time comes, she'll crowd them into shore, and we'll be ready for them there. If she can hunt the Wilhelmina into the Firth, it will be easy enough to get her. Fighting Dick Morgan isn't a man to stand on ceremony, and you can bet your bottom dollar that if he gets a sight of the Dutchman, he'll pretty well see that she hasn't any citizen of the United States aboard against her will. Dick wouldn't mind the people in Washington much, and he'd take on the Dutch tomorrow as well as the Spaniards. Now, if in addition this gentleman's yacht is to the fore, with any one of us here aboard to take responsibility, I guess we can overhaul the whaler without losing time. I'll be aboard, said Donald McRae quietly. The Sporran is due at Peterhead this afternoon. Just you fit me up with signals so that we'll know what to do when we get word, and I'll see to the rest. My men are of my own clan, and I'll answer for them. They'll not hang back in anything when I'm in front of them. I wrung the hands of the two young fellows. East and west it was all the same. The old fighting gallantry was in their hearts, and with the instinct of born captains they were ready to accept all responsibility. All they asked was that their men should follow them. They immediately sat down to arrange their signals. Montgomery was of course trained in this work, and easily fixed up a simple scheme by which certain orders could be given by either flags or lights or rockets. There was not need for much complication. It was understood that when the Wilhelmina should be sighted, she should be boarded at once, wherever and however she might be. We were, one and all of us, prepared to set at defiance every law, international, maritime, national, or local. Under the circumstances, we felt that given we could once get on track with our enemy, we held a great power in our hands. Before long, McRae was off to Peterhead to join his yacht, which would at once start on a sort of sentry go up and down the coast. The rest of us set about arranging to spread ourselves along the shore between Cruden and Peterhead. We did not arrange watches, for time was now precious to all on both sides of the encounter. If an attempt was to be made to take off the treasure, it would in all probability be made before morning. Every hour that passed multiplied the difficulties and dangers of the blackmailers. The weather was becoming misty, which was a source of inconvenience to us all. Thick patches of white fog began to drift in from the northeast, and there was ominous promise in the rising winds of there being danger on sea and shore before many hours had passed. We each took provision with us for the night, and a sufficiency of rockets and white and red lights for our signaling work, in case there might be need of such. In disposing of our forces, we had not, of course, a sufficiency of men to form a regular cordon, but we so arranged ourselves that there was no point at which a boat could land which was not in view of some of us. I was terribly anxious, for as the evening came on, the patches of white mist came driving in more quickly, and getting thicker and more dense. Between them the sea was clear, and there was no difficulty in keeping accurate observation. But as each fog belt came down on the rising wind, our hearts fell. It would come on like a white cloud, which would seem to strike the land and then close in on every side, as though wrapping the shore in a winding sheet. My own section for watching was between Slains Castle and Dunbuy, as wild and rocky a bit of coast as anyone could wish to see. Behind Slains runs in a long narrow inlet, with beetling cliffs sheer on either side, and at its entrance a wild turmoil of rocks are hurled together in titanic confusion. From this point northward the cliffs are sheer, to where the inlet of Dunbuy has its entrance guarded by the great rock, with its myriad of screaming wildfowl and the white crags marking their habitation. Midway between those parts of my sentry go is a spot which I could not but think would be eminently suited for their purpose, and on this for some time I centered my attention. It is a place where in old days the smugglers managed to get in many a cargo safe, almost within earshot of the coastguards. The modus operandi was simple. On a dark night, when it was known that the coastguards were, intentionally or by chance, elsewhere, a train of carts would gather quickly along the soft grass tracks or through the headlands of the fields. A crane was easily improvised of 2 crossed poles, with the longer one to rest on them. One end held inland, could be pushed forward or drawn back, so as to make the other end hang over the water or fall back over the inner edge of the cliff. A pulley at the end of this pole and a long rope with its shore end attached to the harness of a strong horse completed the equipment. Then, when the smugglers had come under the cliff, the rope was lowered and the load attached. The waiting horse was galloped inland, and in a few seconds the cluster of barrels or cases was swung up on the cliffs and distributed amongst the waiting carts. It would be an easy matter to invert the process. If all were ready, and I knew that the gang were too expert to have any failing in that respect, a few minutes would suffice to place the whole of the treasure in a waiting boat. The men, all save one, could be lowered the same way, and the last man could be let down by the rope held from below. I knew that the blackmailers had possession of at least one cart. In any case, to men so desperate and reckless to get temporary possession of a few carts in a farming country like this would be no difficult task. So I determined to watch this spot with extra care. It was pretty bare at top, but there was a low wall of stones and clay, one of those rough fences which are so often seen round cliff fields. I squatted down behind a corner of this wall, from which I could see almost the whole stretch of my division. No boat could get into Dunbuy or Langhaven, or close to the castle rocks without my seeing it. The cliff from there up to where I was sheer, and I could see well into the southern passage of the haven inside Dunbuy Rock. Sometimes, when the blanket of fog spread over the sea, I could hear the trumpeting of some steamer far out, and when the fog would lift, I would see her funnels spouting black smoke in her efforts to clear so dangerous a coast. Sometimes a fishing boat on its way up or down would run inshore, close hauled, or a big sailing vessel would move onward with that imperceptible slowness which marks the progress of a ship far out at sea. When any fishing boat came along, my heart beat as I scanned her with the field glass which I had brought with me. I was always hoping that the Seagull would appear, though why I know not, for there was now little chance indeed that Marjorie would be on board her. After a spell of waiting, which seemed endless and unendurable, in one of the spells of mist I thought I saw on the cliff a woman, taking shelter of every obstacle as one does who is watching another. At that moment the mist was thick, but when it began to thin and to stream away before the wind in trails like smoke, I saw that it was Gormala. Somehow the sight of her made my heart beat wildly. She had been a factor of so many strange incidents in my life of late years, incidents which seemed to have some connection or fatal sequence, that her presence seemed to foretell something fresh, and to have some kind of special significance. I crouched still lower behind the corner of the wall and watched with enhanced eagerness. A very short study of her movements showed me that she was not watching any specific individual. She was searching for someone or something, and was in terror of being seen rather than of missing the object of her search. She would peer carefully over the edge of the cliff, lying down on her face to do so, and putting her head forward with the most elaborate care. Then, when she had satisfied herself that what she sought was not within sight, she would pass on a little further and begin her survey all over again. Her attitude during the prevalence of a mist was so instructive that I found myself unconsciously imitating her. She would remain as still as if turned to stone, with one ear turned windward, listening with sharp, preternatural intentness. I wondered at first that I could not hear the things that she manifestly did, for the expression of her face was full of changes. When, however, I remembered that she was born and reared amongst the islands, and with fisher folk and sea folk of all kinds whose weather instincts are keener than is given to the inland born, her power was no longer a mystery. How I longed at that moment to have something of her skill! And then came the thought that she had long ago offered to place that very power at my disposal, and that I might still gain her help. Every instant, as past things crowded back to my memory, did that help seem more desirable. Was it not her whom I had seen watching Don Bernardino when he left my house? Mayhap she had guided him to it. Or might it not have been Gormala who had brought the blackmailers to my door? If she had no knowledge of them, what was she doing there now? Why had she sought this place of all places? Why at this time of all times? What or whom was she seeking amongst the cliffs? I determined not to lose sight of her at present, no matter what might happen. Later, when I had come at her purpose, either by guessing or by observation, I could try to gain her services. Though she had been enraged with me, I was still to her a seer, and she must believe, from what had passed, that I could read for her the mystery of the sea. As she worked along the cliff above Dunbuy Haven, where the rock overhung the water, she seemed to increase both her interest and her caution. I followed round the rude wall which ran parallel to the cliff, so that I might be as near to her as possible. Dunbuy Haven is a deep cleft in the granite rock in the shape of a Y, the arms of which run seaward, and are formed by the mother cliff on either hand, and the lofty crags of the island of Dunbuy. In both these arms there is deep water, but when there is a sea on, or when the winds blow strong, they are supremely dangerous. Even the scour of the tide running up or down makes a current difficult to stem. In fair weather, however, it is fairly good for boating, though the swell outside may be trying to those who are poor sailors. I had often tossed on that swell when I had been out with the salmon fishers, when they had been drawing their deep floating nets. Presently I saw Gormala bend, and then disappear out of sight. She had passed over the edge of the cliff. I went cautiously after her, and throwing myself on my face so that she could not see me, peered over. There was a sort of sheep track along the face of the cliff, leading downward in a zigzag. It was so steep, and showed so little foothold, that even in the state of super excitement in which I then was, it made me dizzy to look at it. But the old woman, trained on the crags of the western islands, passed along it as though it were the broad walk of a terraced garden. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 49. Gormala's Last Help. After Gormala had disappeared down the zigzag under the rock where I could no longer see her movements, I waited for her to return. At the end of the haven, where the little beach runs up the edge of the cliff, there is a steep path. Even this is so steep that it is impractical for ordinary persons. Only fisher folk, dalesmen, and hunters can use such ways. For myself, I dare not leave my post. From the end of the haven I could not see any part at all of the coast I had come to watch, except the narrow spot between great cliffs, where the channels ran right and left of the Rock of Dunby. So I crept back to my hiding place behind the angle of the wall, from which I could watch the entrance to the track down which she had passed. Time wore away slowly, slowly, and the mist kept coming in more frequent belts, heavier and more dank. After the sunset the fog seemed to come more heavily still, so that the promise of the night was darkness invincible. In Aberdeen, however, the twilight is long, and under ordinary conditions it is easy to see for hours after sunset. All at once, after the passing of a belt of mist, I was startled by a voice behind me. "And for what is it ye watch, the nicht? Is it the mystery, or the sea that holds ye to the dyke? Or maybe it is the treasure that ye seek?" Gormala had evidently come up the path at the end of the haven. For a while I did not say a word, but thought the matter over. Now, if ever, was there a need to use my wits, and I could best deal with Gormala if I should know something of her own wishes beforehand. So I tried to master her purpose and her difficulties. Firstly, she must have been in search of some hiding place herself, or she would not have come behind the wall. I am quite sure that she had not known of my presence before she went down the sheep track. If she wanted cover, what then was it she was watching? She had been down to the beach of the haven, and so must have known whether or no it was bare of interest. As she was choosing a corner whence she could watch the track, it was at least likely that she expected someone to go up or down by it. If she were looking for someone to go down, she would surely rather watch its approaches than the place itself. It was, therefore, for someone to come up for whom she wished to watch, as, instead of hurrying away or hiding herself from me when she had seen me without my seeing her, she had deliberately engaged with me in conversation. It was evident that she did not expect whomever she watched for to come up at once. In fine, I concluded, she intended to watch for someone who might come. With this knowledge, I drew a bow at a venture. "So your friend isn't coming up yet? Why didn't you fix matters when you were down below?" For an instant she was betrayed into showing astonishment. The surprise was in both her expression and in the tones of her voice as she replied, "How kent ye that I was doon to haven?" Then she saw her mistake, and went on with a scowl. "Var clever ye are with ye guesses, and a daft old wife am I, to no ken ye better. Why did you find him down below?" Even whilst I was speaking the conviction came to me, I scarcely know how, but it was there as though deep-rooted in my brain all of my life, that our enemies were down below, or that they had some hiding place there. Gormala must have seen the change in my face, for she exclaimed with jubilation, "It would have been better for ye that ye had taken my service. The een that watched others micht hae been watching to your will. But it's a hour to know. What secret there was is yours nae mair, and it may be waur for ye that ye flouted me in the days gone." As she spoke, the bitterness of her manner was beyond belief. The past rushed back on me so fiercely that I groaned. Then came again, but with oh what pain, the thought of my dear one in the hands of her enemies. Let no man question the working of the Almighty's hand. In that moment of the ecstasy of pain, something had spoken to the heart of the old woman beside me. For when I came back to myself, they were different eyes which looked into mine. They were soft and full of pity. All of the motherhood which ever had been, or might have been, in that lonely soul was full awake. It was with a tender voice that she questioned me. Ye are muckle sad, laddie. Do I no ken a look like that when I speir it, and know that the fates are to their work? What maks ye greet, laddie? What maks ye greet? For by this time the revulsion of tenderness had been too much for me, and I was openly weeping. Is it that lassie is gone frae ye? Weel, I ken that nane but a lassie can mek a man great. I felt that the woman's heart was open to me, and spoke with all the passion of my soul. Oh, Gormala, help me. Perhaps you can, and may not be too late. She is stolen away and is in the hands of her enemies, wicked and desperate men who have her prisoner on a ship somewhere out at sea. Her life, her honor are at stake. Help me if you can, and I will bless you to the last hour of my life. The old woman's face actually blazed as I spoke. She seemed to tower up in the full of her gaunt height to the stature of her woman's pride, as with her blazing eyes she answered me. What? A woman? A lassie? In the hands of wicked men? Aye, and sic a bonny grand lass as yon, though she did flout me in the pride of her youth and strength. Laddie, I'm with ye in all ye can dae, whether the strength of my heart and the breath of my body, for life or for death. Never mind the past. Bad or good, for me it is o'er, and frae this oot I'm to your work. Tell me what I can do, and the grass will no grow under my feet. A bonny bit lassie in the power of wicked men. I may have been eager to win your secret, but I'm no that bad to let aught sick come between me and the duty to which is pure and good. She seemed grand and noble in her self-surrender, such a figure as the poets of the old sagas may have seen in their dreams, when the type of noble old womanhood was in their hearts, in the times when the northern nations were dawning. I was quite overcome. I could not speak. I took her hand and kissed it. This seemed to touch her to the quick. With a queer little cry she gasped out, "Oh, laddie, laddie," and said no more. Then I told her of how Marjorie had been carried off by the blackmail gang. I felt that she was entitled to this confidence. When I had spoken, she beat with her shut hand on the top of a wall and said in a smothered way, "Och, if I but kent, to think that I might have been watching them instead of speering round yon hoose of yours, watching to wring your secret frae ye, and aiding your enemies in their work. First, the outland man with the dark hair, and then them along with the black man, with the evil face, that sought ye the nicht gone. Woe's me that I had done harm to in the frenzy of my lust, and greed, and curiosity." She took on so badly that I tried to comfort her. I succeeded to a measure, when I had pointed out that the carrying off of Marjorie was altogether a different matter from what had gone on in my house. Suddenly she stopped rocking herself to and fro, holding up one long gaunt arm, as I had seen her do several times before. She said, "But what matters it after a'? We are in the hands of fate, and there are voices that speak a' een that see. What is ordered of old will be done for true. No matter how we may try to work our own will, 'tis little use to kick against the pricks." Then all at once she became brisk and alert. In a most practical tone of voice she said, "Noo, tell me what I can do. Will I ken that ye hae a plan o' your own, and that you and others are working to an end that ye hae set. Ye hae one either with ye the nicht, for good or ill." She paused, and I asked her, "Why did you go down the sheep path to the haven? For what, or for whom, were you looking?" "I was looking for the treasure that I suspect was taken frae your hoose, and for them that took it. 'Twas I that guided them, after the dark man had gone, and watched whiles they were within. Then they sent me on a lang errand away to Ello, and when I got back there was nane there. I speered close, and saw the marks of a cart, heavy loaden. It was lost on the high road, and since then, nicht and day, how I sought for any trace, but all in vain. But I'm thinking that it's nigh to here they've hid it. I went down to Yo's Roady, and alang the rock, and up the bit beach, but ne'er a sign did I see. There's a many corners aboot the crags here, where a muckle treasure might lie hid, and nane the wiser save them that pit it there. While she was talking, I was scribbling a line in my pocketbook. I tore out the page and handed it to her. If you would help me, take that letter, for I must not leave here. Give it to the dark gentleman whom you know by sight. He is somewhere on the rocks beyond the castle. My message was to tell Don Bernardo that I believed the treasure was hidden somewhere near me, and that the bearer of the note would guide him if he thought wise to join me. Then I waited. The night grew darker and darker, and the fog belts came so thick and so heavy that they almost became one endless mass. Only now and again could I get a glimpse of the sea outside the great rock. Once, far off at sea, but floating in on the wind, I heard 8 bells sound from a ship. My heart beat at the thought, for if the Keystone were close at hand, it might be well for us later on. Then there was silence, long and continuous, a silence which was of the night alone. Every now and again, when some sound of life, from near or far, came to break its monotony, the reaction became so marked that silence seemed to be a positive quality. All at once I became conscious that Gormala was somewhere near me. I could not see her, I could not hear her, but it was no surprise to me when, through the darkness, I saw her coming close to me, followed by Don Bernardo. They both looked colossal through the mist. As quickly as I could, I told the Don of my suspicions and asked his advice. He agreed with me as to the probabilities of the attempt to escape, and announced his willingness to go down the path to Dunbyhaven and explore it thoroughly so far as was possible. Accordingly, with Gormala to guide him, he went to the end of the haven and descended the steep moraine. It was a declension rather than a path. For myself, I was not sanguine as to a search. The night was now well on us, and even had the weather been clear, it would have been a difficult task to make search in such a place, where the high cliffs all around shut out the possibilities of sidelight. Moreover, along the haven, as with other such openings on this iron-bound coast, there were patches of outlying rock under the cliffs. Occasionally these were continuous, so that at the proper state of the tide a fairly good climber can easily make way among them. Here, however, there was no such continuity. The rocks rising from the sea close under the cliffs were in patches. Without a boat it would be useless to attempt a complete exploration. I waited, however, calmly. I was gaining patience now out of my pain. A good while elapsed before the Don returned, still accompanied by Gormala. He told me that only the beach had been possible for examination, but as far as he could see out by either channel, there was no sign of anyone hiding, or any bulk which could be such as we sought. He considered it might be advisable if he went to warn the rest of our party of our belief as to the place appointed, and so took his way up north. Gormala remained with me, so as to be ready to take any message if occasion required. She looked tired, so tired and weary that I made her lie down behind the rough wall. For myself, sleep was an impossibility. I could not have slept had my life or sanity depended on it. To soothe her and put her mind at rest, I told her what she had always wanted to know, what I had seen that night at Whinnyfold when the dead came up from the sea. That quieted her, and she soon slept. So I waited and waited, and the time crept slowly away. All at once Gormala sat up beside me, broad awake, with all her instincts at her keenest. "Whish!" she said, holding a warning hand. At this moment the fog belt was upon us, and on the wind, now risen high, the white wreaths swept by like ghosts. She held her ear, as before, towards seaward, and listened intently. This time there could be no mistake. From far off through the dampness of the fog came the sound of a passing ship. I ran out from behind the wall, and threw myself face down at the top of the cliff. I was just at the angle of the opening of the haven, and I could see if a boat entered by either channel. Gormala came beside me and peered over. Then she whispered, I shall gang doon the Yowes roadie. It brings me to the haven's mouth, and frae thence I can warn ye if there be aught." Before I replied, she had flitted away, and I saw her pass over the edge of the cliff and proceed on her perilous way. I leaned over the edge of the cliff listening. Down below, I heard now and again the sound of a falling pebble dislodged from the path, but I could see nothing whatever. Below me the black water showed now and again in the lifting of the fog. The track outwards leads down to the sea at the southern corner of the opening of the haven, so I moved on here to see if I could get any glimpse of Gormala. The fog was now on in a dense mass, and I could see nothing a couple of feet from me. I heard, however, a sort of scramble, the rush and roll of stones tumbling, and the hollow, reverberating plash as they struck the water. My heart jumped, for I feared that some accident might have happened to Gormala. I listened intently, but heard no sound. I did not stay, however, for I knew that the whole effort of the woman engaged on such a task would be to avoid betraying herself. I was right in my surmise, for after a few minutes of waiting I heard a very faint groan. It was low and suppressed, but there was no mistaking it as it came up to me through the driving mist. It was evident that Gormala was in some way in peril, and common humanity demanded that I should go down to help her if I could. It was no use my attempting the sheep track. If she had failed on it, there would not be much chance of my succeeding. Besides, there had been a manifest slip or landslide, and more than probably the path, or some necessary portion of it, had been carried away. It would have been madness to attempt it, so I went to the southern side of the cliff, where the rock was broken, and where there was a sort of rugged path down to the sea. There was also an advantage about this way. I could see straight out to sea to the south of Dunbuy Rock. Thus I need not lose sight of any shore-coming boat, which might happen were I on the other path, which opened only in the haven. It was a hard task, and by daylight I might have found it even more difficult. In parts it actually overhung the water with an effect of dizziness, which was in itself dangerous. However, I persevered, and presently got down on the cluster of rocks overhung by the cliff. Here at the very corner of the opening to the haven, under the spot where the sheep track led down, I found Gormala almost unconscious. She revived a little when I lifted her and put my flask to her lips. For a few seconds she leaned gasping against my breast with her poor thin gray hair straggling against it. Then with a great effort she moaned out feebly, but of intention keeping her voice low, lest even in that lone spot, amid the darkness of the night and the mist, there might be listeners. "I'm doon this time, laddie. The rocks ha' broke me. When the roadie gae away, listen to me, I'm aboot to die, and the secrets and the mysteries'll be mine soon. When the end is coming, haud both my hands in ane of yours, and keep the ither o' my een. Then, when I'm passing, ye shall see what my dead eyes see, and hear with the power of my dead ears. Mayhap, too, laddie, you may ken the secrets and the wishes of my heart. Dinna lose your chance, laddie. God be with ye, and the bonny lass. Tell her, and ye will, that I forgie her flouting me, and that I bade the good God keep her frae all harm, and send peace and happiness to ye both till the end. God forgive me all my sins." As she was speaking, her life seemed slowly ebbing away. I could feel it, and I knew it in many ways. As I took her hand in mine, a glad smile was on her face, together with a look of eager curiosity. This was the last thing I saw in the dim light, as my hand covered her filming eyes, and then a strange and terrible thing began to happen. End of chapter 49. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Chapter 50 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Suzik. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 50. The Eyes of the Dead. As I knelt with the dead woman's hands in one of mine and the other over her eyes, I seemed to be floating high up in the air,
and with amazing vision to see all round for a great distance. The fog still hung thick over the water. Around, the vast of the air and the depths of the sea were as open as though sunshine was on them, and I was merely looking through bright water. In the general panorama of things, so far as the eye could range, all lay open. The ships on the sea, and the floor under it, the iron-bound coast, and the far-lying uplands were all as though marked on a picture chart. Far away, on the horizon, were several craft, small and large. A few miles out was a ship of war, and to the north of her, but much closer inshore, lay a graceful yacht, slowly moving with the tide and under shortened sail. The warship was all alert. On every top, and wherever there was a chance of seeing anything, was the head of a man on the lookout. The searchlight was on, and the sea and sky were lit alternately with its revolving rays. But that which drew my eyes, as the magnet draws the iron, was a clumsily rigged ship close inshore, seemingly only a few hundred yards beyond the Dunby rock. She was a whaler, I knew, for on her deck were the great boats for use in rough seas, and the furnace where the blubber was melted. With unconscious movement, as though my soul were winged as a bird, I hung poised over this vessel. It was strange indeed, but she seemed all as though composed of crystal. I could see through her and down into the deep below where her shadow lay, till my eyes rested on the patches of bare sand or the masses of giant seaweed which swayed with the tide above the rocks on which it grew. In and out amongst the seaweed the fishes darted, and the flower-like limpets moved ceaselessly outside their shells on the rocks. I could even see the streaks on the water which wind and current invariably leave on their course. Within the ship all was clear as though I were looking into a child's toy house, but a toy house wrought of glass. Every nook and cranny was laid bare, and the details, even when they did not interest me, sank into my mind. I could evermore, by closing my eyes, have seen again on which in those moments of spiritual vision the eyes of my soul had rested. All the time there was to me a dual consciousness. Whatever I saw before me was all plain and real, and yet I never lost for a moment the sense of my own identity. I knew I was on shore amid the rocks under the cliff, and that Gormala's dead body was beside me as I knelt. But there was some divine guiding principle which directed my thought. It must have been my thought, for my eyes followed as my wishes led, as though my whole being went too. They were guided from the very bow of the ship along the deck, and down the after hatchway. I went down, step by step, making accurate and careful scrutiny of all things around me. I passed the narrow cabin, which seemed even to me to smell evilly. The rank yellow light from the crude oil lamp with thick smoky wick made the gloom seem a reality, and the shadows as monstrous. From this I passed aft into a tiny cabin where on a bunk lay Marjorie asleep. She looked pale and wan. It made my heart sick to see the great black circles round her eyes. But there was resolution in her mouth and nostrils, resolution fixed and untamable. Knowing her as I did, and with her message, "I can die," burned into my heart, it did not need any guessing to know what was in the hand clenched inside the breast of her dress. The cabin door was locked. On the outside was a rough bolt, newly placed. The key was not in the lock. I would have lingered, for the lightning-like glimpses made me hungry for more, but the next compelling force moved me on. In the next cabin lay a man, also asleep. He was large of frame, with a rugged red beard streaked with grey. What hair remained on his head, which was all scarred with cicatrices, was a dull red turning white. On a rack above him, under the chronometer, which marked Greenwich time as 2:15, ready to his hand were two great 7-shooters. From his pocket peeped the hilt of a bowie knife. It was strange indeed to me that I could look without passion or vindictiveness on such a person so disposed. I suppose it was the impersonal spirit within me which was at the moment receptive, and that all human passion, being ultimately of the flesh, was latent. At the time, though I was conscious of it, it did not strike me as strange, no more strange than I could see far and near at the same glance, and take in great space and an impossible wilderness of detail. No more strange than that all things were for me resolved into their elements, that fog ceased to deaden or darkness to hide, that timber and iron, deck and panel and partition, Beam and door and bulkhead were as transparent as glass. In my mind was a vague intention of making examination of every detail which could bear on the danger of Marjorie. But even whilst such an idea was in its incipient stage, so swift is the mechanism of thought, my eyes beheld, as though it were through the sides of the ship, a boat pass out from a water cave in the cliffs behind the rock of Dunby. In it I saw, with the same seeing eye which gave me power in aught else, 7 men of whom I knew at a glance to be those Marjorie had described in the tunnel. All but one I surveyed calmly, and weighed up, as it were, with complacency, but this one was a huge coal-black negro, hideous and of repulsive aspect. A glimpse of him made my blood run cold, and filled my mind at once with hate and fear. As I looked, the boat came towards the ship with inconceivable rapidity. It was not that she moved fast through the water, for her progress was in reality slow and labored. The wind in the sea had risen, half a gale was blowing, and the seas were running so high that the ship rose and fell, pitched and rolled, and tossed about like a toy. It was that time, like distance, was in my mind obliterated. Truly, I was looking with spirit eyes, and under all spiritual conditions. The boat drew close to the whaler on the port side, and I saw, as if from the former, the faces of several men who, at the sound of oars, came rushing from the other side of the ship and leaned over the bulwarks. It was evident that they had expected arrival from the starboard. With some difficulty the boat got close, and for the sea was running wilder every moment, and one by one the men began to climb the ladder and disappear over the bulwark. With the extraordinary action of sight and mind and memory which was to me present, I followed each and all of them at the same time. They hurriedly rigged up a whip and began to raise from the boat parcels of great weight. In the doing of this, one of them, the negro, was officious and always trying to examine each parcel as it came on board, but he was ever and always repulsed. The others would not allow him to touch anything. At each rebuff he retired scowling. All this must, under ordinary conditions, have taken much time, but to my spirit-ruled eyes it all passed with wondrous rapidity. I became conscious that things around me were growing less clear. The fog seemed to be stealing over the sea, as I had seen it earlier in the evening, and to wrap up details from my sight. The great expanse of the sea and the ships upon it, and all the wonders of the sea became lost in the growing darkness. I found, quicker and quicker, my thoughts, like my eyes, centered on the deck of the ship. At a moment, when all others were engaged and did not notice, I saw the great negro, his face overmuch distorted with an evil smile, steal towards the after hatchway and disappear. With the growing of the fog and the dark, I was losing the power to see through things opaque and material, and it came to me as an actual shock that the negro passed beyond my vision. With his going, the fear in my heart grew and grew, till, in my frantic human passion, all that was ethereal around me faded and went out like a dying flame. The anguish of my soul, in my fear for my beloved, tore my true spirit out of its phantom existence back to stern working life. I found myself, chilled and sick at heart, kneeling by the marble cold, stiffening body of Gormala, on the lone rock under the cliff. The rising wind whistled by me in the crannies above, and the rising sea in angry rushes leaped at us by the black shining rocks. All was so dark around me that my eyes, accustomed to the power given in my vision of making their own light, could not pierce the fog and the gloom. I tried to look at my watch, but could only see the dial dimly. I could not distinguish the figures on it, and I feared to light a match, lest such might betray my presence. Fortunately, my watch could strike the hours and minutes, and I found it was now 1:30 o'clock. I still, therefore, had 3/4 of an hour, for I remembered the lesson of the whaler's chronometer. I knew there would be no time nor opportunity to bring Gormala's body to the top of the cliff at present, so I carried her up to the highest point of the underlying rock, which was well above high water mark. Reverently and with blessing I closed her dead eyes, which still looked up at the sky with a sort of ghostly curiosity. Then I clambered up the steep pathway and made my way as quickly as I could round to the other side of the haven to try if I could discover any trace of the blackmailers or any indication of the water cave in which their boat was hidden. The cliffs here are woefully steep and hang far over the sea, so that there is no possibility of lying on the cliff edge and peering over. Round here, also, the stark steepness forbids the existence of even the tiniest track. A hare could not find its way along these beetling cliffs. The only way of making search in this channel would be to follow round in a boat. The nearest point to procure one would be at the little harbour beside the Bueller's O'Buchanan, and for this there was not time. I was in dire doubt as to what was best to do, and I longed with a sickening force for the presence of Montgomery or some of our party who would know how to deal with such a situation. I was not anxious for the present moment, but I wanted to take all precautions against the time which was coming. Well I knew that the vision I had seen with the eyes of the dead Gormala was no mere phantasm of the mind, that it was no promise of what might be, but a grim picture of what would be. There was never a doubt in my mind as to its accuracy. Oh, if I could have seen more of what was to happen! If I could have lingered but a few instants longer! For with the speed at which things had passed before my inner eye in that strange time, every second might have meant the joy or sorrow of a lifetime. How I groaned with regret and cursed my own precipitancy, that I could not wait and learn through the medium of the dead woman's spiritual eyes the truths that were to be borne in mind. But it was of no use to fret. Action of some sort would be necessary if Marjorie was to be saved. In one way I might help. Even alone I might save her. If I could get out to the whaler unknown to her crew. I knew I could manage this, for anyhow I could swim. For a weapon which the water could not render useless, I had the dagger I had taken from Don Bernardino. Should other weapons be necessary, I might be able to lay hands on them in the cabin next Marjorie's, where the red-bearded man lay asleep. I did not know whether it would be better to go in search of some of my comrades, or to wait the arrival of the Don, who was to be back within an hour of the time of leaving. I was still trying to make up my mind when the difficulty was settled for me by the arrival of the Spaniard, accompanied by one of the young American naval officers. When I told them of my vision, I could see, even in the darkness which prevailed, that neither of them was content to accept its accuracy in blind faith. I was at first impatient, but this wore away when I remembered that neither of them had any knowledge of my experiences in the way of second sight, or indeed of the phenomenon at all. Neither in Spain nor America does such belief prevail, and I have no doubt that to both of them came the idea that worry and anxiety had turned my brain. Even when I told them how I meant to back my belief by swimming out beyond the Dunby Rock in time to reach the ship before the boat would arrive, they were not convinced. The method of reception of the idea by each was, however, characteristic of his race and nation. To the high-bred Spaniard, whose life had been ruled by laws of honor and of individual responsibility, no act done in the cause of chivalry would be other than worthy. He did not question the sanity of keeping of such a purpose. The practical American, however, though equally willing to make self-sacrifice and to dare all things in the course of honor and duty, looked at my intention with regard to its result, which was taking the step which would have the best result with regard to the girl whom we were all trying to save. Whilst the Spaniard raised his hat and said, "May God watch over your gallant enterprise, Señor, and hold your life, and that of her whom you love, in the hollow of his hand," the American said, "Honest Injun, old chap, is that the best you can do? If it's only a man and a life you want, count me in every time. I'm a swimmer, too, and I'm a youngster that don't count. So far as that goes, I'm on. But you've got to find the ship, you know. If she was there now, I should say risk it. But I'd come with you if you liked. But there's the whole North Sea out there, with room for 100 million of whalers without their jostling. No, no. Come, I say, let us find another way round, where we can help the girl all together." He was a good young fellow, as well as a fine one, and it was evident he meant well. But there was no use arguing. My mind was made up, and after assuring him that I was in earnest, I told him that I was taking a couple of rockets with me in which I would try to keep dry, so that, should occasion serve, I would make manifest the whereabouts of the whaler. He already knew what to do with regard to signaling from shore, in case the boats of the whaler should be seen. When we had made preparations we could for the work each of us had in hand, the time came for my starting on my perilous enterprise. As my purpose became more definite, my companions, who I think doubted in their hearts its sincerity, became somewhat more demonstrative. It was one thing to have a vague intention of setting out on a wild journey of the kind, and even here common sense rebelled. But on the edge of the high cliff in the dark, amid the fog which came boiling up from below as the wind puffs drove it on shore, when below our feet the rising waves broke against the rocks with an ominous sound, made into a roar by the broken fastness of the cliffs, the whole thing must have seemed as an act of madness. When through a break in the fog belt we could catch a glimpse of the dark water leaping far below into furious scattering lines of foam, to dare the terrors of such a sea at such a time was like going deliberately to certain death. My own heart quailed at moments. When I saw through the fog wreaths a narrow track down which I must again descend to where Gormala's body lay, fading into a horrid gloom, or when the sound of breaking water drove up, muffled by the dark mist. My faith in the vision was strong, however, and by keeping my mind fixed on it I could shut out present terrors. I shook hands with my two friends, and, taking courage from the strong grip of their hands, set myself resolutely to my journey down the cliff. The last words the young Navy man said to me were, "Remember, if you do reach the whaler, that a gleam of light of any kind will give us a hint of where you are. Once the men of the Keystone see it, they'll do the rest at sea, as we shall on land. Give us such a light when the time comes, if you have to fire the ship to get it." At the foot of the cliff path the prospect was almost terrifying. The rocks were so washed with the churning water as the waves leapt at them, that now and again only black tops could be seen rising out of the waste of white water, and a moment after, as the wave fell back, there would be a great mass of jagged rocks, all stark and grim, blacker than their own blackness, with the water streaming down them and great rifts yawning between. Outside, the sea was a grim terror, a wilderness of rising waves and lines of foam, all shrouded in fog and gloom. Through all came a myriad of disconcerting sounds, vague and fearsome, from where the waves clashed or beat into the sounding caverns of Dunby. Nothing but the faith which I had in the vision of Marjorie, which came to me with the dead eyes of the western seer, could have carried me out into that dreadful gloom. All its possibilities of horror and danger woke to me at once, and for a moment appalled me. But faith is a conquering power. Even the habit of believing, in which I had been taught, stood me in this wild hour. No skeptic, no doubter could have gone forth as I did into that unknown of gloom and fear. I waited till a great wave was swept in close under my feet. Then, with a silent prayer and an emboldening thought, "For Marjorie," I leapt into the coming water. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of The Sea of Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Thornton, Miranda, New Zealand. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 51. In the Sea Fog. For a few minutes I was engaged in a wild struggle to get away from the rocks, and not to be forced back by the shoreward rush and sweep of the waves. I was buffeted by them, and half choked by the boiling foam, but I kept blindly and desperately to my task, and presently knew that I had only to deal with the current and the natural rise and fall of the rollers. Down on the water the air was full of noises, so that it was hard to distinguish any individual sound, but the fog lay less dense on the surface than above it, so that I could see a little better around me. On the sea there is always more or less light. Even in this time of midnight gloom, with moon and stars hidden by the fog, and with none of that phosphorescence which at times makes a luminous glow of its own over the water, I could see things at an unexpected distance. More than all, was I surprised as well as cheered to find that I could distinguish the features of the land from the sea, better than I could from land discern anything at sea. When I looked back, the shore rose, a dark, uneven line, unbroken save where the haven of Dunby, running inland, made an angle against the sky. But beside me, the great rock of Dunbuy rose gigantic and black. It was like a mountain towering over me. The tide was running down, so that when I had got out of the current running inland behind the rock, I was in comparatively calm water. There was no downward current, but only a slower backwater, which insensibly took me closer to the rock. Keeping in this shelter, I swam on and out. I saved myself as much as I could, for I knew of the terrible demand on my strength which lay before me. It must have been about 10 minutes, though it seemed infinitely longer, when I began to emerge from the shelter of the rock and to find again the force of the outer current. The waves were wilder here too, not so wild as just inshore before they broke, but they were considerably larger in their rise and fall. As I swam on, I looked back now and then, and saw Dunbuy behind me, towering upward, though not so monstrously as when I had been under its lee. The current was beginning already to bear me downwards, so I changed my course and got back to the sheltered water again. Thus I crept round under the lee of the rock, till all at once I found myself in the angry race, where the current beat on and off the cliff. It took me all my strength and care to swim through this. When the force of the current began to slacken, as I emerged from the race, I found myself panting and breathless with exertion. But when I looked around me from this point, where the east opened to me, there was something which restored all my courage and hope, though it did not still the beating of my heart. Close by, seemingly only a couple of 100 yards off to the northeast, lay a ship whose masts and spars stood out against the sky. I could see her clearly before a coming belt of fog bore down on her. The apprehension that I should miss her in the fog chilled me more than the sea water in which I was immersed. For all possibilities of evil became fears to me now that the realization of my vision was clear. I was glad of the darkness. It was a guarantee against discovery. I swam on quietly, and was rejoiced to find as I drew close that I was on the port side of the ship. Well I remembered how in my vision the boat approached port, to the surprise of the men who were looking out for it on the other side. I found the rope ladder easily enough, and did not have much difficulty in getting a foothold on it. Ascending cautiously, and watching every inch of the way, I climbed the bulwark, and hid behind a water barrel close to the mast. From this security I looked out, and saw the backs of several men ranged along the starboard bulwark. They were intent on their watching, and unsuspicious of my proximity. So I stole out and glided as silently as I could into the cabin's entrance. It was not new to me. I had a sense of complete security as to my knowledge. The eyes of Gormala's soul were keen. In the cabin I recognized at once the smoky lamp and the rude preparations for food. Thus emboldened, I came to the door, behind which I knew Marjorie lay. It was locked and bolted, and the key was gone. I slid back the bolt, but the lock baffled me. I was afraid to make the slightest noise lest I should court discovery, so I passed on to the next cabin, where was her jailer. He lay just as in the vision I had seen him. The chronometer was above him, and the 2 heavy revolvers hung underneath it. I slipped in quietly. There were not shoes to remove, and reaching over so that the water would not drip from my wet underclothing on his face, unhooked the 2 weapons. I belted them around my waist with the strap on which they hung. Then I looked round for the key, but could see no sign of it. There was no time to lose. It was neither time nor place to stand on ceremony. So I took the man by the throat with my left hand, the dagger being in my right, and held with such a grip that the blood seemed to leap into his face in a second. He could utter no sound, but instinctively his hand went back and up to where the revolvers had hung. I whispered in a low tone, "It's no use. Give me the key. I don't value your life a pin." He was well plucked, and he was manifestly used to tight places. He did not attempt to speak or parley, but whilst I had been whispering, his right hand had got hold of a knife. It was a bowie, and he was dexterous with it. With some kind of sharp wrench he threw it open. There was a click as the back spring worked. If I had not had my dagger ready, it would have been a bad time for me, but I was prepared. Whilst he was making the movement to strike at me, I struck. The keen point of the Spanish dagger went right through his upturned wrist, and pinned his hand down to the wooden edge of the bunk. Whilst, however, he had been trying to strike with his right hand, his left had clutched my left wrist. He tried now to loose my grip from his throat. Whilst bending his chin down, he made a furious effort to tear at my hand with his teeth. Never in my life did I more need my strength and weight. The man was manifestly a fighter, trained in many a wild rough and tumble, and his nerves were like iron. I feared to let go the hilt of the dagger, lest in his violent struggling he should tear his wrist away and so free his hand. Having, however, got my right knee raised, I pressed down with it his arm on the edge of the bunk, and so freed my right hand. He continued to struggle ferociously. I knew well it was life and death, not only for me, but for Marjorie. It was his life or mine, and he had to pay the penalty for his crime. So intent was I on the struggle that I had not heard the approach of the boat with his comrades. It was only when I stood panting, with the limp throat between my fingers, which were white at the knuckles with the strain, that the sound of voices and the tramp of feet on deck reached my intelligence. Then, indeed, I knew there was no time to lose. I searched the dead man's pockets and found a key, which I tried in the lock of Marjorie's cabin. When I opened the door, she started up. The hand in her bosom was whipped out with a flash, and in an instant a long steel bonnet pin was ready to drive into her breast. My agonized whisper, "Marjorie, it is I!" only just reached her mind in time to hold her hand. She did not speak, but never can I forget the look of joy that illumined her poor pale face. I put my finger on my lip and held out my hand to her. She rose with the obedience of a child and came with me. I was just going out into the cabin when I heard the creak of a heavy footstep on the companionway, so I motioned her back, and, drawing the dagger from my belt, stood ready. I knew who it was that was coming, yet I dared not use the pistols, save as a last resource. I stood behind the door. The negro did not expect anyone, or any obstacle. He came on unthinkingly, save for whatever purpose of evil was in his mind. He was armed, as were all the members of the blackmail gang. In a belt across his shoulder, slung Kentucky fashion, were two great 7-shooters, and across his waist behind was a great bowie knife with a handle ready to grasp. Moreover, nigger-like, the handle of a razor rose out of his breast pocket of his dark flannel shirt. He did not, however, manifestly purpose using his weapons, at present at any rate. There was not any sign of danger or opposition in front of him. His comrades were busy at present in embarking the treasure, and would be for many an hour to come, in helping to work the ship clear into safety. Every minute now the wind was rising, and the waves swelling to such proportions that the anchored ship rocked like a bellboy in a storm. In the cabin I had to hold on, or I should have been shot from my place into view. But the huge negro cared for none of these things. He was callous to everything, and there was such a wicked, devilish purpose in his look that my heart hardened grimly in the antagonism of man to man. Nay, more, it was not a man that I loathed. I would have killed this beast with less compunction than I would have killed a rat or a snake. Never in my life did I behold such a wicked face. In feature and expression there was every trace and potentiality of evil, and these superimposed on a racial brutality which made my gorge rise. Well indeed did I understand now the one terror which had in all her troubles come to Marjorie, and how these wretches had used it to mould her to their ends. I knew now why, sleeping or waking, she held that steel spike against her heart. The thought was too much for me. Even now, though I was beside her, she was beset by her enemies. We were both still practically prisoners on a hostile ship, and even now this demon was intent on unspeakable wrong. I did not pause. I did not shrink from the terrible task before me. With a bound I was upon him, and I had struck at his heart, struck so truly and so terrible a blow that the hilt of the dagger struck his ribs with a thud like the blow of a cudgel. The blood seemed to leap out at me, even as the blow fell. With spasmodic reaction he tumbled forwards, fell without a sound, and so quickly that had not I, fearing lest the noise of his falling might betray me, caught him, he would have dropped like a stricken bullock. Never before did I understand the pleasure of killing a man. Since then it makes me shudder when I think of how so potent a passion or so keen a pleasure can rest latent in the heart of a righteous man. It may have been that between the man and myself was all the antagonism that came from race and fear and wrongdoing, but the act of his killing was to me a joy unspeakable. It will rest with me as a wild pleasure till I die. I took all the arms he had about him, 2 revolvers and a knife. They would give me 14 more shots were I hard pressed. In any case, they were safer so far as Marjorie and I were concerned, in my hands than in those of our enemies. I dragged the body of the negro into the cabin with the other dead man. Then I closed the door on them, and when Marjorie joined me, I locked the door of her cabin and took away the key. In case of suspicion, this might give us a few minutes of extra time. Marjorie came with me up on deck, and as she caught sight of the open sea, there was an unspeakable gladness on her face. We seized a favourable opportunity when no one was looking, for all on deck were busy hauling up the treasure, and slipped behind the cask fastened to the mast. There we breathed freely. We both felt that if the worst came to the worst, we could get away before anyone could touch us. One rushed to the bulwarks and over. They would never attempt to follow us, and there was a chance of a swim to shore. I gave Marjorie a belt with 2 revolvers. As she strapped it on, she felt safer. I knew it by the way she drew herself up and threw back her shoulders. When the last of the bags which held the treasure came on board, the men who had come with it closed in a ring around the mass as it lay on deck. They were all armed. I could see that they did not trust the sailors. At each moment someone's hand would go back to his gun. We heard one of them ask as he looked around, "What has become of that damned nigger? He must have taken his share of work." Marjorie was very brave and very still. I could see that her nerve was coming back to her. After a little whispered conversation, the newcomers began to carry the bags down to the cabin. It was slow work, for 2 always stood guard above, and 2 remained down below, evidently on similar duty. Discovery of the dead men must come soon, so Marjorie and I stole behind the foremast, which was well away from everyone. She was first, and as she began to pass behind, she recoiled. She got the drop on someone in front of her. There was a smothered "shh," and she lowered her weapon. Turning to me, she said in a faint whisper, "It is the Spaniard. What is he doing here?" I whispered back, "Be good to him. He is a noble fellow, and has behaved like a knight of old." I pressed forward and took his hand. "How did you get here?" I asked. His answer was given in so faint a voice that I could see that he was spent and tired, if not injured. "I swam too. When I saw their boat pull out of the northern channel, I managed to scramble down part of the cliff and then jumped. Fortunately, I was not injured. It was a long, weary swim, and I thought I should never be able to get through, but at last the current took me and carried me to the ship. She was anchored with a hawser, not a cable. I managed to climb up it, and when I was on board, I cut it nearly through." Even as he spoke, there was a queer lurch of the ship, which lay stern forward, and a smothered ejaculation from all the seamen. The hawser had parted, and we were drifting before the wind and tide. Then it was that I felt we should give warning to the yacht and the battleship. I knew that they were not far off. Had I not seen them in my vision, which had now been proven? Then it was also the words of the young American that came back to me. "Give us a light, if you have to fire the ship to get to it." All this time, from the moment when I set foot on the whaler's deck till this instant, events had moved with inconceivable rapidity. There had been one silent, breathless rush, during which 2 lives had been taken and Marjorie set free. Only a few minutes had elapsed in all, and when I looked around, under the altered conditions, things seemed to be almost where they had been. It was like the picture in one's mind made by a lightning flash. When the period of reception is less than the time of the smallest action, a movement is lost in time. The fog belt was thinning out, and there was in the night air a faint suggestion that one might see if there were anything to be seen. The great rock of Dunbuy towered up. I could just distinguish so much on the land side. Whilst I was looking up, there came a sudden light, and then a whir. High overhead, through the sea fog, we could see faintly the fiery trail of a rocket. Instantly, out at sea, there was an answer. A great ray of light shot upwards, and we could see its reflection in the sky. None of us said anything, but instinctively Marjorie and I clasped hands. Then the light ray seemed to fall downward to the sea, but as it came down, the fog seemed to grow thicker and thicker till the light was lost in its density. There was stir of all on our ship. No loud word was spoken, but whispered directions, given with smothered curses, flew. Each man of the crew seemed to run to his post, and with a screeching and straining the sails rose. The vessel began to slip through the water with added speed. Now, if ever, was our time to warn our friends. The little rockets which I had brought had been sodden with water and were useless, and besides we had no way of getting a light. The only way of warning was by sound, and the only sound to carry was a pistol shot. For an instant I hesitated, for a shot meant a life if we should be pushed to it. But it must be done, so signing to the others, I ran aft and when close to the mast fired my revolver. Instantly around me was a chorus of curses. I bent double and ran back. Seeing through the darkness, vague forms rushed to where I had been. The fog was closing thicker around us. It seemed to boil over the bulwarks as we passed along. We had either passed into another belt of fog, or one was closing down upon us with the wind. The sound of the pistol shot had evidently reached the warship. She was far off us, and the sounds came faintly over the waste of stormy sea, but there was no mistaking the cheer, followed by commands. These sounded faint and hoarsely. A few words were spoken with a trumpet, and then came the shrill whistle of the boatswain's pipe. On our own deck was a rushing to and fro, and frenzied labour everywhere. The first object was to get away from the searchlight. They would seek presently, no doubt, for who had fired the betraying shot. If I could have known what to do, so as to stay our progress, there would have been other shots, for now that we were moving through the water, every second might take us further from the shore and place us deeper in the toils of our foes. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 52. The Scares. I whispered to Marjorie and Don Bernardino. "If they once get away, we're lost. We must stop them at all hazards." The Spaniard nodded, and Marjorie squeezed my hands. There was no need of speech. Then I fixed the order of battle. I was to fire first, then the Spaniard, then Marjorie, each saving his fire till we knew whether another shot was required. This precaution was necessary, as we had no reserve ammunition. We took it for granted that the chambers of the revolvers were full. My one shot had been satisfactory in this respect. When the sails were set and we began rushing through the water, I saw that even at the risk of betraying ourselves to our enemies, we must give warning again, and so fired. There was an answering cheer from the Keystone through the fog, and then a sudden rush forward of those on our own deck. When they were close to us, the seamen hung back, but the men of the gang kept on firing as they came. Fortunately, we were in a line behind cover, for I could hear the ping and the tearing wood as the bullets struck the mast. I fired a shot just to show that we were armed, and heard a sharp cry. Then they fell back. In a moment or two they also had formed their plan of battle. These were men used to such encounters, and as they knew that at such times a quick rush may mean everything, they did not let the grass grow under their feet. I could see one of the seamen remonstrating with them, and hear the quick, angry tones of his voice, though I could not distinguish the words. He pointed out into the fog, where now there was distinctly a luminous patch of light. The searchlight was moving towards us. The Keystone was coming down on us. The blackmailer shook off the seamen, and then gave some directions to his comrades. They spread out right and left of us, and tried to find some kind of cover. I lifted Marjorie and put her standing on the barrel fastened behind the mast, for I thought that as the flash of my pistol had come from the deck, they would not expect anyone to be raised so high. Don Bernardino and I curled down on the deck, and our opponents began to fire. In the thickening fog, and with the motion of the ship which threw us all about like ninepins, their aim was vague. Fortunately no one was hit. When I thought I had a chance I fired, but there was no response. The Don got a shot, and Marjorie another, but there was no sound save that of the bullets striking on wood or iron. Then Marjorie, whose traditional instinct was coming into play, fired twice in rapid succession. There was a quick exclamation, and then a flood of horrible profanity. The man was only winged. And again and again they fired, and I heard a groan behind me from the Don. "What's that?" I whispered, not daring to stop or even to look back. "My arm! Take my pistol! I cannot shoot with my left hand." I put my hand back, and he placed the revolver in it. I saw a dark form rush across the deck and fired, and missed. I tried another shot, but the weapon only answered with a click. The chambers were exhausted. So I used the other revolver. And so for a few minutes a furious fight went on. Marjorie seldom fired, she was holding herself in reserve, but before I knew what was happening my second revolver was empty. Our antagonists were no chickens at their work. There was little to teach any of them in such a method of contest as this. Some one had evidently been counting the shots, for he suddenly called out, "Not yet, boys. They've at least 3 shots still." With a sudden, simultaneous rush they ran back into shelter. During this time we had been tearing through the water at our full speed, but behind us on the port quarter was the sound of a great ship steaming on. The roar of the furnaces could be heard in the trumpeting of the funnels. The boatswain's whistles were piping, and there were voices of command cutting hoarsely through the fog. The searchlight, too, was at work. We could see its rays high up on the mist, though they did not at the moment penetrate sufficiently to expose us to the lookout of the Keystone. Closer on our starboard quarter was another sound which came on the trailing wind, the rush of a small vessel running fast. We could hear down the wind the sharp slap, slap of the waves on the bows, and the roaring of the wind among the cordage. This must be the Sporran following us close with grim disregard of danger. The commander of the whaler, recognizing the possibility of discovery, put his helm hard to starboard. I could myself not see through the darkness, but the seaman did and took his chance of grounding in Cruden Bay. When we had run in a little way, the helm was jammed hard down again, and we ran on the other tack. For the moment we were lost to both the warship and the yacht. Marjorie looked at me appealingly, and I nodded. The situation was not one to be risked. She fired another shot from her pistol. There was an immediate reply from far out on our port side in the shape of more directions spoken with trumpet and answering piping from the boatswains. Several shots were fired towards us by the gang. They were manifestly on chance, for they went wildly wide of us. Then we could hear an angry remonstrance from the whaler captain, and a threat that if there were any more firing he would down with his sails and take chance of being captured. One of the gang answered him, "That packet can't capture you within the 3-mile limit. It's a cruiser of Uncle Sam's, and they won't risk having to lie up in harbour here till the war is over." To which the other surlily replied, "I wouldn't put money on it. Anyhow, someone will. You keep quiet if you can. There's enough against us already if we should be caught." The reply of the blackmailer was at least practical. I could not see what he did, but I took it that he put his pistol to the captain's head, as he said with a frightful oath, "You'll go on as you arranged with me, or I'll blow your brains out where you stand. There's quite enough against any of us, you included, so your one chance anyhow is to get out of this hole. See?" The captain accepted the position and gave his orders with a quiet delivery to the effect that we ran first shorewards and then to starboard again, till we were running back on our tracks like a hare. Suddenly, however, this course was brought to an end by our almost running into a small vessel which, as we passed, I could see by its trim appearance was a yacht. We were so close for a few seconds whilst we ran across her stern that I shouted out, "All right, MacRae! All safe as yet! She's trying to run out to sea. Try to tell the Keystone." The answer was a cheer from all aboard. As our ship swept into the fog, several of our enemies ran at us. I handed Don Bernardino his own dagger and took the bowie knife myself. Then we stood ready in case our foes should get to close quarters. They got nearly up to us, firing as they came, but we were just then sheltering behind the mast and no injury was done. They hesitated to come on, not seeing us, and we waited. As we stood with beating hearts, the ship began to come to starboard again. We must have been sheltered in some way, for we did not seem to feel either wind or tide so much as before. Suddenly one of the seamen said, "Whist! I hear breakers." The rest paused and listened, and the captain called out, "Hard to starboard! We are running on shore." The ship answered at once, and we began to run across the wind, feeling the tide at the same time. But as we went, a searchlight flashed on the fog before us. We could not stop or change quick enough to quite avoid the ship from which it came, but the helm was put hard to starboard again, and we ran close alongside a great warship. I could see her tower with protruding cannon as we ran by. A voice came through a speaking trumpet, and I could just catch the first words as the vessel swept by us. "Rocks ahead!" The instinct of the seaman spoke, even at such a time, to keep another vessel from harm. The answer from our vessel was a volley of curses. Then the searchlight swept our deck, and we could see all our enemies. They were round us in a great ring and closing in upon us. They saw us, too, and with a shout began to run in. I took Marjorie by the waist and ran with her to the bow of the ship. I flung her up on the bulwark and jumped up beside her. Don Bernardino joined us in a moment, and we saw the searchlight as it passed us and pierced into the fog ahead. Already the bulk of the battleship was almost lost in the mist. There was only a faint indication of her presence in a monstrous mass behind the searchlight, and the end of a spar rising above the fog. In front of us there was a great roaring of water, and that sharp rushing sound which comes from the back sweep of a broken wave. Our skipper saw the danger, and in a voice like a trumpet gave his orders. But it was too late to do anything. As the searchlight again swept our deck, I saw the ring of men break up and scatter. Almost at the same moment, the rays passing beyond us fell on a low rock rising from the sea up whose sides great waves were dashing. We were rushing to it, borne by wind and tide in a terrible haste. At that instant we struck a rock below the water. With the shock we three were thrown forward into the sea. I heard a despairing shout behind us, and then the water closed over my head. When I rose, it was in a wild agony of fear for Marjorie. She had been sitting to my left on the bulwark, and must therefore have fallen to seaward of me. I raised myself as well as I could, and looked around, and by God's grace saw two hands rising above the water a few yards from me. With all my might I struggled towards them, and was able to drag my wife up to the surface. When I had her with me, though my terror and anxiety increased, I could think. At such moments the mind acts with lightning speed, and in a second or two I came to the conclusion that the rock we had struck must be amongst the Skares. If so, the only chance was to edge in with the tide and try to avoid striking any of the underlying rocks, which I knew well were so deadly. Had not I seen Lachlan MacLeod come to his death through them? It was a desperate struggle before us. The tide was racing amongst the rocks, and even were there no waves, it would have been a difficult task to have won through it into shore. For myself, I was a strong enough swimmer to have found my way in, even if I had had to round the outer rock and keep up to the harbour of Whinnyfold. But with Marjorie to care for, too, Marjorie who had only lately learned to swim. The prospect was indeed a terrible one. We must not lose a chance, and so I made my wife loose her skirts, which fell away in the drag of the water. She could then swim more freely and to the best of her power. The wind beat fiercely, and the tops of the breaking waves nearly choked us as they flew. There was just light enough down on the water level to see rocks a few yards ahead. The line of the shore rose like one dim, opaque mass. In the darkness and the stress of the tide race there was little I could do save keep Marjorie's head and my own above the water and let the current bear us on. I must avoid the rocks as well as I could, and let all my efforts tend to bring us shorewards. There was not time for fears or doubting, or hoping. The moments must pass, and the struggle be made, never ending though it seemed to be. After a few minutes I began to tire. The strain of the last few days and my late effort in reaching the whaler had begun to tell on me. I had now and again a passing thought of Don Bernardino and the friends who had been helping us, but they were all far off. The Spaniard I should probably never see again. The others might never see us. I was relapsing into the lethargy of despair. With a violent effort I woke to the task before me, and kept sternly on my way. Marjorie was striving her utmost, but her strength was failing. Her weight was becoming deader. That nerved me to further effort, and I swam on so frantically that I drew closer to the mainland. Here there was shelter of a kind. The waves, broken by the outer rocks, were less forceful. The crested tops which the wind had driven on us were weakening also. There was hope in this, and it kept me up. On I fought. On. Oh, would the struggle never end? I shut my teeth and forged on fiercely. I could feel that we were going with the rush of the waves through a gully between sunken rocks. Joy! There was shore beneath my feet, rough pebbles which rolled and worked against each other. The wave pulled us back, but my heart was renewed again. I made one more frantic effort and swam closer to the land. Then, as I saw the wave begin to recoil, I put down my feet, and with the last of my strength lifting Marjorie in my arms, I fought fiercely with the retreating wave. Staggering over the screaming pebbles, exhausted to the point of death, I bore her high up on the beach and laid her down. Then I sank lifeless beside her cold body. The last thing I remember was the faint light of the coming dawn falling on her marble white face as she lay on the shore. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of Mystery of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jenny Hoops. Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker. Chapter 53, From the Deep. It could not have been more than a few minutes before I recovered consciousness, if indeed I were ever absolutely unconscious. It was rather the inevitable yielding to a strain on nerve and muscle and brain than a time of oblivion. I think that I always knew that I was by the sea, and that Marjorie was beside me and in trouble, but that was all. I was in the nightmare stage, when one can understand danger and realize terror, and when the only thing impossible to one is to do anything. Certainly when I came to myself, I was fully conscious of my surroundings. I was even surprised that I did not see on Marjorie's pale face the cold, faint gleam of light which had been there when last I saw her. The general light had, however, increased. The strand and the rocks looked now not black, but inexpressibly drear, in the uniform gray which seemed to make all color and shape and distance into one sad, flat screen. My first work was, of course, to attend Marjorie. For a while I feared that she was dead, so white was she amid the surrounding gray. But her heart still beat, and her breast moved, though very slightly, with her breathing. I could now see that we were in Broad Haven, and so close to my own home. I could see through the pierced rock called the Puyrman. I took my wife in my arms and carried her, though with infinite difficulty, for I was sorely exhausted, up the steep path and brought her into the house. I had to break the door in again, but there was no one to help me or to interfere in the matter. I got some brandy and poured a few drops into her mouth and laid her in a pile of rugs whilst I lit the fire. The supply of whin bushes in the wood-house was not exhausted, and very soon there was a roaring fire. When Marjorie opened her eyes and looked around the room, a certain amount of consciousness came to her. She imagined the occasion of her being with me was the same as when we had escaped from the flooded cave. Holding out her arms, she said to me with infinite love and sweetness, "Thank God, dear, you are safe." A moment later she rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking wildly around as one does after a hideous dream. In her survey, however, her eyes lit on her own figure, and a real wave of shame swept over her. She hastily pulled the rug round her shoulders and sank back. The habit of personal decorum had conquered fear. She closed her eyes for a moment or two to remember, and when she opened them, was in full possession of all her faculties and her memory. "It was no dream. It is all real. And I owe my life to you, darling, once again." I kissed her, and she sank back with a sigh of happiness. A moment later, however, she started up, crying out to me, "But the others, where are they? Quick, quick, let us go to help them if we can." She looked wildly round. I understood her wishes, and hurrying into the other room brought her an armful of her clothes. In a few minutes she joined me, and hand in hand we went out on the edge of the cliff. As we went, I told her of what had happened since she became unconscious in the water. The wind was now blowing fiercely, almost a gale. The sea had risen, till great waves driving amongst the rocks had thrashed the whole region of the Skares into a wild field of foam. Below us, the waves dashing over the sunken rocks broke on the shore with a loud roaring, and washed high above the place where we had lain. The fog had lifted, and objects could be seen even at a distance. Far out, some miles away, lay a great ship, and by the outermost of the Skares, a little to the north of the great rock and where the sunken reef lies, rose part of a broken mast. But there was nothing else to be seen, except away to south a yacht tossing about under double-reefed sails. Sea and sky were of a leaden gray, and the heavy clouds that drifted before the gale came so low as to make us think that they were the fog belts risen from the sea. Marjorie would not be contented till we had roused the whole village of Whinnyfold, and with them had gone all round the cliffs and looked into every little opening to see if there were trace or sign of any of those who had been wrecked with us. But it was all in vain. We sent a mounted messenger off to Crom with a note, for we knew in what terrible anxiety Mrs. Jack must be. In an incredibly short time the good lady was with us, and was rocking Marjorie in her arms, crying and laughing over her wildly. By and by she got round the carriage from the village, and said to us, "And now, my dears, I suppose we had better get back to Crom, where you can rest yourselves after this terrible time." Marjorie came over to me, and holding my arm looked at her old nurse lovingly, as she said with deep earnestness, "You had better go back, dear, and get things ready for us. As for me, I shall never willingly leave my husband's side again." The storm continued for a whole day, growing rougher and wilder with each hour. For another day it grew less and less, till finally the wind had died away, and only the rough waves spoke of what had been. Then the sea began to give up its dead. Some seamen, presumably those of the Wilhelmina, were found along the coast between Whinnyfold and Old Slains, and the bodies of 2 of the blackmailers, terribly mangled, were washed ashore at Cruden Bay. The rest of the sailors and of the desperadoes were never found. Whether they escaped by some miracle, or were swallowed in the sea, will probably never be known. Strangest of all was the finding of Don Bernardino. The body of the gallant Spanish gentleman was found washed up on shore behind the Lord Nelson rock, just opposite where had been the opening to the cave in which his noble ancestor had hidden the Pope's treasure. It was as though the sea itself had respected his devotion, and had laid him by the place of his trust. Marjorie and I saw his body brought home to Spain when the war was over, and laid amongst the tombs of his ancestors. We petitioned the crown, and though no actual leave was given, no objection was made to our removing the golden figure of San Cristobal, which Benvenuto had wrought for the Pope. It now stands over the Spaniard's tomb in the church of San Cristobal in Far, Castile. End of chapter 53, From the Deep. Recording by Jenny Hoops. End of Mystery of the Sea by Bram Stoker.